All right, good morning to everyone. We are here this morning in the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. And Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel and counsel also for the state. All right, let's address a few issues first before we start the testimony this morning. The first issue I want to address is in regards to the telephone calls that were provided to the defense from the state on Friday. And so let me go to you first, Ms. Kappelman. Ms. Kappelman, did the state have an opportunity to review these calls? It was my understanding that you hadn't even heard what they were.
That's correct, Your Honor. Somewhat is the answer. I ran into a couple problems in reviewing the calls over the weekend. The first is that I ran into the issue of Ms. Kawas being present on the calls as she brought to the court's attention. I did not listen to those calls. I want to get a ruling from Your Honor first, so I can't advise you in reference to those. I do have argument in reference to the defense's claim of work product privilege. Secondly, there were more Spanish calls or Spanglish calls than I anticipated. There's about 15 of those. And I don't have those translations done yet. I'm running into a couple problems with that, which I also want to address with the court. So you want me to just go through?
Well, the calls that were that Ms. Kawas was potentially a party to, those were calls with Mr. Garcia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so the calls with Ms. Magbanua, I listened to those ones in particular. And so we don't have any, at this point, we don't have any issues with those in regards to any work product.
Correct.
Okay. So do we know how many calls that we're dealing with in regards to the work product privilege? Do you know? I'm going to ask defense in a minute, but do you know?
I think it's approximately 15.
15 calls that Ms. Kawas is on and Mr. Garcia?
Judge.
All right. Okay, because I didn't listen to any of those. I started listening to the Garcia calls, quite honestly, and then there were calls between him and his mother, and then I just said, well, I'm going to wait until I know what calls are going to be the subject of any type of needing them here in the trial. Well, so you have to get some calls, I guess, still translated, but are you anticipating using any of these calls?
As of right now, my limited knowledge of the calls, I'm thinking just for potential impeachment of Mr. Garcia. So it is stuff. There are several calls that I can provide to Your Honor and to the defense that I think potentially he could be asked about, but none that I intend to introduce in my case in chief.
Okay. And are those calls from the list of the 49 calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's address then the calls that Ms. Kawas is a party to, and then that way we can see whether or not we're going to be limited. You know, those calls are going to be included at all. So, Ms. Kawas, I received some correspondence from you last night that gave the court a heads up in regards to your presence on some of these phone calls along with Mr. Garcia. Is there a third person on these calls also?
No.
Okay, just you and Mr. Garcia.
Just me and Mr. Garcia, and of course, where Mr. Garcia is incarcerated in prison. So this was my only way of communicating with him. I don't know if I have all.
Well, I mean, let me ask you that question. I mean, because you can always go and meet with somebody.
Judge, if the procedure in getting a room and getting into the prison in and of itself is such, I can't even begin to express what.
All right. Well, I understand it might be difficult for you, but that's not the only way that you can meet with somebody.
No, and Judge, I can let you know that these calls are the week preceding.
I understand. All right. So you have a work product.
Right.
And so why don't you make it?
The argument.
Tell me why they're work product and what remedy you're seeking.
Okay, so Judge, Mr. Garcia is a listed witness of ours, and so in the dates leading up to jury selection, there was a lot of discussion with me and Mr. Garcia in terms of what is it, not in terms of directly dealing with his testimony, but just then it's gonna be transported, what the court's rulings had been up until that point and what the testimony was going to be. And I discussed a lot of defense strategy with Mr. Garcia on
All
the
right.
phone.
You're preparing him to be a witness in
Correct.
trial. Okay. And so you're claiming it's work product.
Correct, Judge.
And what remedy are you seeking? That those calls not be used?
Yes, Judge, and I'm requesting that the state not even listen to those calls because their defense strategy was discussed on those phone calls.
All right. And Ms. Kappelman, you have advised the court that you have not listened to those calls.
I listened to a few minutes of whatever is the very first call on that list that includes Ms. Kawas. I did not hear any defense strategy in that portion that I listened to. And my team, I think, had listened to a few more minutes of that call. But beyond that call, no one from my team has listened to any of the calls involving Ms. Kawas at all.
All right. Now, what is your argument in regards to, first of all, are you going to use any of those calls?
I don't know because I haven't listened to them.
Okay. All right.
I
Well, that's true.
wanted to get a ruling from Your Honor before I listen to them, and then I can do that. As soon as you make a ruling, we can begin working on that and advise Your Honor at the next recess, hopefully a little bit more.
Okay.
about
So
our
what's your
intentions.
argument in regards to whether or not they're work product?
Judge, my argument is that there is no attorney-client privilege and no expectation of privacy, as all parties on the calls are aware that the calls are being recorded. They're from a detention facility. The definition of work product in the rules does not include recorded statements of witnesses that the defendant intends to call as witness in the trial. This witness has been disclosed as a witness in the trial. In fact, Judge, Rule 3.220D1BI expressly requests that the defense, or requires that the defense, disclose to the state any statements of witnesses that are recorded, if that's a witness they intend to call at trial or a hearing. I would also add that the statements under 3.2201B are defined to include any recorded statement of the witness. So because the defense was aware that this was a potential witness they intended to call at trial, they were aware that this was a recorded statement of the witness, I think it's, they should have disclosed these to me as part of discovery and their discovery obligation. Balboa v. State, 446-7-2-1134 out of the 3rd DCA, indicates that opinions, theories, or conclusions of attorneys are privileged, but recorded statements of witnesses to attorneys are not. Judge, these are recorded statements of a witness to an attorney. They are not privileged, and the state should be permitted to listen to those calls. Would Your Honor like a copy of Balboa?
I would, please.
Your Honor, briefly and just respond.
Yeah, you can. You done, Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor. So, Your Honor, by the state's own argument, then I would be entitled to any of their pre-trial notes that they've taken in preparation of any of their witnesses. If that is how they're interpreting the rules, anytime they've sat and met with any of their witnesses in preparation for trial and going over them what their testimony would be, I would thereby be entitled to that, which I'm not allowed to stop.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Kawas. When you make these telephone calls,
Yes, sir.
and you know that they're going to the jail, you know that all these telephone calls are recorded.
Yes, sir.
All right. And that they're going to be reviewed by somebody, listened to by somebody, regardless of whether it's the state or somebody else. Somebody associated with the state, law enforcement, okay, not the prosecutor's office, but the state. I mean, with law enforcement or somebody working at the jail or somebody is going to review this telephone call.
And Your Honor, that is why timely discovery is normally, if I did put on notice that the state was going to be pulling these jail calls, that would be different. But also, too, Judge, if the court is going to find that because the calls were recorded, my portions of the conversation should not be admissible. If they want to take a listen to Mr. Garcia's portions of the conversation, that's fine. But any discussion that I have made with him is entirely my opinion and work product in preparation for the defense with my witness.
You know all of these are recorded and somebody's going to listen to them.
Well, it doesn't.
Don't you? Isn't that a waiver of your work product? I mean, you can't go into, talk in a crowded room and not expect your work product to be heard by somebody. Isn't this the same thing? Even more so, where you get a recording at the beginning that says these are going to be recorded. Somebody's going to be listening to this. Somebody's going to get it. And it's not now a confidential information or a confidential conversation between you and whomever at this time. Some third party has already listened to it. Isn't that a waiver of the work product?
When they got calls from me and Miss Magbanua, the moment that they realized what it was, even though they were being recorded, they had to stop listening to it.
So, to Miss Magbanua?
In previous hearings, Judge.
That's different. That's attorney-client privilege. That's not what this is. Work product privilege is very different from attorney-client privilege. I would agree with you with that. I mean, and that's why they say if this is attorney-client or they make some statement like that, don't say anything. You're on the wrong line. You need to call somebody else. You need to get another line and make that call in a different manner. That's what they tell you. And so, but that's what they tell you in the jails if you listen to the recording.
This call is subject to monitoring. It doesn't say you are being monitored or you're monitoring live. But I agree. I'm just letting you know because I can memorize the recording.
All right. You know that it was being recorded. You know that somebody's going to be listening to it at some time or another, or it has potential for that.
Yes.
Isn't that a waiver?
Not in my opinion, Judge. I would love to have some research on this. It's just that this is such a unique circumstance, Judge, just because of the nature of the fact that this person hasn't been.
Well, I agree with that.
And that he is a co-defendant up until the fact that his case was over. We didn't have access to him. So, I mean, I'm of the position now, Judge, that the only thing that they shouldn't be able to listen to is my portions of the conversation, because I can tell you I directly discussed defense strategy with Mr. Garcia. But if you want to listen to his portions, I mean, I don't know how they're going to manage to do that. I would agree.
That was my next question.
Be subject for impeachment, Judge, if he were to take the stand and testify to something different. But as it stands right now, I mean, I agree with Ms. Kaplan, they're not admissible in their case in chief, but I do think it would be improper for them to listen to the calls as it relates to my portion discussing defense strategy with them.
All right. I don't think she said that they were inadmissible in her case in chief. I think she said she was not going to use them in that manner. So that's different. All right. So you're saying that just your statements.
Just my statements, sir. Because I don't believe that if my statements are the only ones I believe would be considered defense strategy. Because I listen to something else. So my words, I believe, are defense strategy.
All right.
And Your Honor, if you want, I mean, I'll discuss something with Ms. Kaplan of some other things that I heard before that. I'll discuss something with Ms. Kaplan and see if she wants to change her position on something.
All right. I'm going to reserve on it at this time because I'm having some research done on it also, and I want an opportunity to really look at this Balboa case. So I'll reserve on it and then make a decision in regards to whether or not they'll be admissible at all and to what extent. Okay? All right.
Judge, can we take up the issue with the Spanish calls that I'm having?
Okay.
So I had an interpreter listening to the Spanish calls and preparing translations for us all to review, and that way I could advise the court whether there was anything in those calls that I intended to use in some way in this case. That witness has advised me that they are not available to testify. They're leaving town Wednesday morning.
The person who does the translation?
Right.
Okay.
So I anticipate a problem. We're not going to have a stipulation to a transcript. We're going to need a witness. My thought was to use Ms. Sadler, who is, the court's official translator.
Right.
She is available and can do it, but cannot do it without a court order. I thought that might accomplish a couple things. One, have a witness available if and when those calls become relevant and admissible, and two, may lessen the room for argument over the quality or interpretation of the translations. So I was hoping that Your Honor would go ahead and order Ms. Sadler to do the translations of those calls, and then we can all review those once she's completed that.
All right. Does the defense have a position on that?
Judge, I just want to lay my record again as to the fact, the untimeliness of this discovery. These calls all, I believe in the email, Ms. Kaplan said she received them on May 13th, which is prior to the commencement of trial. I would only lay my objection. I understand this is the most neutral way to do it, Judge. It's a court order interpreter. Obviously, our objection would be is that we wouldn't have an opportunity to vet our own experts to ensure that that's a proper translation due to the untimely nature of the state turning over these recorded calls.
All right. Do you have an order prepared for me, Ms. Kaplan?
No, sir, I'll work on that.
Okay. If you can get an order for me, I think let's at least get them translated, and then I still haven't made a ruling in regards to their admissibility. But let's also have a Richardson hearing at this point to see how we're going to proceed in that manner. So, Ms. Kappelman, do you want to make any argument in regards to, I mean, we've been talking about these substantive, but now it's whether or not they'll be admissible based on the three-prong analysis in Richardson. So do you want to make any argument? Was it willful or inadvertent, trivial or substantial, and what's the prejudicial effect? I know that we don't have some of these translated.
Yeah, I think.
All right,
Judge,
let's
I'd
wait
rather
until we get
wait.
them translated, and I think we'll probably know. I just don't want to forget to do that because that it's required.
And Judge, may I provide one more case to Your Honor for consideration on the calls? This is McWaters v. State, 36 7 3rd 613 from the Florida Supreme Court.
And this is in regards to what?
When it sort of lays out the factors of consideration for when we have work product. So I thought it might be helpful to the court.
All right, let's get those translated, and then once we know the substance of them, and then we'll have our Richardson hearing, and then I'll make a ruling on the work product. All right, what about, let's also quickly address, we had an issue on Friday in regards to a document that had been, I guess it was a subpoena to Apple as to whether or not that had been provided to defense. Did we get some information on that? Ms. Kappelman, you had mentioned that that had been provided to the defense at one period of time.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Dugan is prepared to call Investigator Newland to testify about when and how those documents were provided.
Okay. When and how it was provided?
Our position is that they were provided in the original discovery.
Okay. Do you have any record of that?
Yes. We have a copy of the original discovery electronically certified by the clerk of court, indicating that Apple records, 1 USB drive, 1 CD, and 1 Blu-ray were provided to the defense on November 7th, 2016.
So on November 7th, 2016, and this was in regards to the the 934 number, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, Mr. DeCoste.
Okay, Joe. So I was on the case. Good morning.
Morning.
I was on the case at the beginning. I have done all the data organization for this case. Unlike the government where they have multiple people, a lot of hands and pots, I have done. I have gone through meticulously organized everything. The government is using pleading for another another phone number to try to pirate in this item. Back in 2016, when they gave it over, what they gave to us was the cell phone records for Luis Rivera. And if I can, Your Honor.
Okay.
For the first phone number, for 8153. Now that's a phone number that ties to the morning of July 19th, things like the money drop. They have those call detail records. That stuff we've had. We've had that for years. Now, over the years, we've made argument in the prior trial about the 6615 number. I presented the documents that were the subject of a subpoena to Apple. And I cross-examined Agent Sanford on the fact that the phone number tied back to a different phone number. The government never presented this form that they're now saying that they gave over years ago. They never presented this and said, hey, there's evidence showing that it's his number. Even the other day, when we were before the court and we were arguing about this demonstrative, and I said that phone number, the 934-6615, is wrong, the government didn't come forward and say, we gave this document. It wasn't until Friday morning that Ms. Dugan came over to me and she goes, we're going to use this document. And I go, we've never gotten that. And I responded back to her and I go, there's no reason for you to come over and show me a document, but I've apparently had it for years. Another thing that's interesting is that Ms. Kappelman explained that this document was given over with a CD and a flash drive. Why would you have to have a flash drive or a CD to give over one page? You wouldn't. You would give this over as a piece of paper because this is all they have for 8153. We have no call detail records. We have no information. The information that was given in 2016 was for the first number, the 8153, because that's always been the important one. The fact that Ms. Kappelman has come in here and argued and said this was given over in that discovery filing is a constitutionally offensive.
All right, that document is what, and where is it from?
So we don't know more than that. What I don't, Your Honor said subpoena. I have, and I'll get behind the microphone with the court reporter. We have no subpoena to Apple. We have no business record certification like we have for the other.
I thought I saw a subpoena for this number.
So what I have in discovery and what I received in 2016, the government subpoenaed from Apple, and it's important, Apple confidential. And Apple responded with this spreadsheet, and it is titled Apple Confidential, and the file name that I have in discovery is that same APL 000001_Apple_confidential. I have an Excel spreadsheet that was provided to me in discovery. It's under that file name, and we received this. There's also a 302 that discusses this item. So we have the phone number and we know. What we don't have for this other new document, which is absolutely new, is any subpoena, any report, any evidence whatsoever that it was given. If the government had,
What is that? What is it?
I don't
Who
know.
made it and where is it from? Do you know that?
That I don't.
All right. How are you prejudiced by getting this document now, which we don't know where it's from or who created it, but how are you prejudiced when you know that this 6615 number has been a point of contention for years?
We have always operated that the only evidence that we have in the case is that 935-6615 corresponds to Luis Rivera. That's what we have in discovery. That's the only thing we've had. The fact that the government now has a document, and frankly, we don't even know where this document is from. The prejudice is the government's going to be able to now potentially argue 934-6615 belongs to Luis Rivera, and we've never been able to investigate the background of this document, whether it is actually his, what records potentially could disprove what they're talking about, but it also changes our theory. This case is all about the cell phone communications. Sergeant Corbett testified all afternoon. They're talking about the volley of calls. Now the government is trying to conclusively argue that Ms. Magbanua absolutely did communicate with Luis Rivera. So that's how we're prejudiced, because we came into this trial knowing that's not his phone number. The records show, the records that we have in discovery show that that's not his phone number, so we don't have to go further on that argument. Now,
But you know that that was the state's assertion all along.
no, so when I cross-examined Agent Sanford years back, and I entered in this Apple spreadsheet, they did not come back and rebut that with user detail showing that it belonged to Luis Rivera. Even when we were arguing the demonstrative, they didn't come in and say, we have this document that proves that it's his. That proves to me that they just got this document, or they just found it and go, we better give it over to him. And that's why Ms. Dugan came up to me and goes, hey, I'm going to use this document.
All right. Ms. Dugan,
Yes, sir.
what is this document? Where is it from? And who
So
created it?
what the defense was showing, where they showed the 302 and their Apple subpoena that says 935, those are records from the FBI in this case. The records that we disclosed, that says the Apple records and 3 different ways that we gave it to them. Those are the records of the iClouds in this case, is my understanding. One being Katherine Magbanua, which has the 9.
Ms. Dugan,
Right.
just tell me, who created this document and where is it from?
It's Apple account details.
And did they send it to you directly? Did Apple send it to you directly?
I believe so.
And was it in response to a subpoena?
They sent it to TPD. TPD, in response to a court order, they sent it to TPD.
All right. And so you've had this document in your possession for how long?
Since 2016.
Okay. And you're saying that as an officer of the state, that this document was provided to defense counsel in discovery.
And I asked Jason Newland to walk.
Is that a yes, Ms.
That's a
Dugan?
yes.
All
I
right.
asked him to walk me through how to get there from these things. He did that.
All right. That's all that I need to
Yes,
hear. Okay. I'm not going to find that there was any discovery violation. The state has represented as an officer of the court that they have provided this document to you. I know you say that you haven't seen it and that there was some interaction that you had with Ms. Dugan prior, and therefore you're assuming that it was never provided to you. But with the representations that are made here in court, I'm going to find that it was not a discovery violation. Now, if for some reason it was, I'm going to find that it's not willful. I'm going to find that in the scope of things, that it's not substantial and that it doesn't have a prejudicial effect on your preparation, because you've known for years that the state has been asserting that this number is attributable to Mr. Rivera. And so I don't think it changes any of your preparation just because now you have this one document and provided to you. I think you've known that information for quite some time, and therefore, even if it is, I'm going to discovery violation, I'm going to find that there's no prejudicial effect and it can be used. And I have concluded on that issue.
Your Honor, if I can make an ora tennis motion for the government to give me the subpoena that apparently was sent to Apple for these records.
They didn't say it was by a subpoena. It was through TPD, through a court order, is what Ms. Dugan represented.
Then I would ask for the court order for those records. We do not have that. I am 100% positive that we do not have any information beyond that one page for this item. If there's call detail records, if there was or was not a subpoena.
You know what? You can ask the witness that. You can ask the witness that. This witness is from TPD and has access to all the documents. I mean, that's a matter for cross-examination. You can ask this witness how they got these documents and what the significance of them. That's a matter for cross-examination.
Your Honor, respectfully, it's a matter for deposition. And had we been on notice of it, we would have asked that. It's not something that I can ask him on the stand about that. If there is a court order, the government should have it, and I'm requesting through the court that the government give me that court order.
If it has not already been provided to you, they're required to provide you with all of that discovery if it's not already been provided.
It has not. It has not been provided.
Well,
I have the original CDs here.
Okay,
I'm going to go through it, and I'm positive that it's not in there. It
will be provided to you if it has not previously been provided to you. Okay? By lunchtime.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else from the state before we continue with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Is Sergeant Corbett available outside the courtroom? All right, let's go ahead and bring him in and put him on the stand, please. Madam Clerk, we will swear him in again, okay? Thank you. Morning, Sergeant. We're just going to have a seat, and then once the jury comes in, we'll swear you in at that time, okay? Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning to the back row there. Good to see everybody. All right, please be seated. And I apologize for the delay this morning. We had a few things that we had to take care of here in the courtroom. We're ready to proceed with the testimony of Sergeant Corbett with the cross-examination. And since it's a new day, we're going to go ahead and swear him in again. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. DeCoste?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well.
Let's start off on Monday morning with some technical data. If you could explain to the jury what geolocation is.
Well, geolocation can mean a lot of different things, but in essence, we're talking about locating something, an object, an address, a place, on a map or a coordinate system.
Do we have geolocation in this case?
Well, if you mean geolocation in terms of, I guess I should say, there's a lot of different ways that we can locate a handset, if we're talking specifically about phones. And that is, historically, we have the cell site usage. And so we estimate the coverage area of a cell site, and we include or exclude locations. Sometimes from the carriers, we're able to get more precise information. If we get it right away, that may give us better locations, or geolocation that may actually produce an estimated location of the handset as opposed to the cell site. In this case, from the carriers, we only have the cell site. Additionally, sometimes from forensic examinations of handsets, we may see locations that the phone itself stored. Maybe when you're navigating, looking something up, or you just have locations enabled, then we may get more precise geolocations from a handset. And I'm not aware of having that in this case either.
Let's unpack that a little bit more. If I, let's say I Uber Eats Whataburger from over on Thompson. The way my Uber Eats driver is able to find me is that my phone has geolocation, right?
Your phone has the ability to locate itself through GPS satellites, Wi-Fi networks, cellular networks, a variety of different resources. Yes, your handset can determine its location to a fairly high degree of accuracy.
To deliver the food directly to me, right?
Yes.
And it's the same thing with, you know, in my phone, if I want to drive there myself, I mean, I know the route, but I put it in my maps and I go over there. Geolocation is precise, correct?
Well, again, the term geolocation is very general. There is very precise location information that can be developed from a handset, if that answers the question.
Okay, and that's different than what we have in this case, which is call detail records, correct?
Some forms of call detail records do have that more precise information, but what we have here, then yes, it is more accurate than what we have.
And you'd agree with me that what we have here through our call detail records are giving estimates of locations.
No, they're given exact cell site locations. We're the ones estimating or doing the analysis to say that an address is included or excluded.
So let's keep going on that topic. Geolocation gets you to the person. It's a little bit more precise. Call detail records put you in the vicinity of an area, correct?
That'd be fair, yes.
All right, and that vicinity can be, it's not feet. I mean, we're talking, it can be, a mile.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and if my food delivers a mile away, I'm not getting it, right?
You're not.
All right. So let's now talk about cell sites. And as is always the case when we talk, you're the expert, you're gonna have to explain it to me like I'm 7-year-old. All right, so when you have a cell sites are the antennas, the equipment, right?
Yes, a cell site generally refers to the location. That may be a tower, it may be a structure, it may be a building. And then yes, the antennas and the radios and all the infrastructure that it takes to actually produce that radio signal for the handsets to use.
Okay, so that's what you mean when you refer to it as a tower, right?
Yes, I always refer to it as a site. As I mentioned, it's not always a freestanding tower, so I will refer to them as cell sites.
We'll do it as cell site. So these cell sites, and there's cell sites all over the place, correct?
There are, yes.
And the cell sites, some of them being towers, those are the ones that we see, they kind of look like a tree sometimes.
There can be disguised, where yes, they do look like a tree. Sometimes they are that traditional metal structure tower that you envision with a cell site. Sometimes they're merely a pole. They come in a variety of forms.
All right. Now, all of these cell sites, they come together to form the network, right?
The cell sites, along with a lot of other equipment, would form the network, yes.
Form the cell network, right?
Yes.
All right. So we're taking a look now at your slide 26. Do you have yours up in front of you as well, too?
I can see this one here.
All right. Feel free to, if you need to look at any of that. This is one cell site within a network, correct?
This is actually, we use this Friday to show an example of how we selected cell sites for the tower dump analysis. So what we have here is actually the Premier Health and Fitness is in the center, and that radius that's drawn around is just kind of an arbitrary visualization of a circle that we would go out so far and see how many cell sites are close to that. In this case, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe 6 cell sites represented. Those would be the small tower icons.
It's these right here for the jury. So cell site, cell site, cell site, cell site, cell site. Right?
That's correct.
And all of those would have a corresponding range around it, correct?
They would, yes.
And there's a matter of redundancy for these cell sites, that they overlap each other, correct?
They do.
So we can maintain our phone calls.
Correct.
All right. Now, you used the word arbitrary a second ago. And I just want to make sure that it's clear. The range is not defined to a circle. It's not like when you reach the edge of that, it's just like a cliff and it drops off, correct?
That's correct. And again, just to be clear, the circle here has nothing to do with the range of the cell sites shown. This is a circle drawn around Premier Health and Fitness. And I'm just trying to take that circle out far enough until I encompass all of the cell sites that are close enough to service that location. And then those are the cell sites that we would request the data from in the tower dump.
Now that range, it also wouldn't be unified as a circle. There's different things that will impact how far the range of a tower goes, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, the power of the cell site.
Yes.
Some cell sites are more powerful than the other.
Yes.
Now you discussed this is where it's going to get technical. There's different sectors on a tower, right?
That's correct.
It can, traditionally it's 3 or 5.
Most common is 3, yes.
Now, we're talking about the factors that impact the range. you would agree with me that the angle of each one of those sectors, whether it's pointed straight down or if it's straight out, would affect the range of the tower.
Yes.
For instance, if you're in a heavily populated city, that antenna could be pointed more downwards.
It could, yes.
Whereas if you were in the middle of nowhere in Nebraska, it could be pointed more up to go out further.
The down tilt of the antenna is one of many factors that the carriers use to shape the coverage area of a cell site, which again is based on service, population density, coverage, proximity to other cell sites, a number of other factors.
And you would agree with me as well, too, that each sector could have a different, it's azimuth?
Each sector would, yes, have a different azimuth.
So a different angle. So you could have one sector. If we were to break this up into three, so make it a piece symbol, right? You could have the lower sector pointed more downwards, the upper sector pointed more up, correct?
Yes, and we may have crossed terms here. Each sector will definitely have a different azimuth. It will be pointed in a different direction. Each sector may also have a different down tilt or angle of the actual antennas, and that could be more down or up, again, to help direct where that radio energy flows.
Now, and we're really focusing here on range, so it's not, this defined circle. Other things can impact it, like buildings, right?
Correct.
If you have a populated city like Miami where you have a lot of buildings, that could impact the range of an individual tower.
It can, yes. It probably more affects a handset's ability to see the tower than for the tower to actually propagate. But yes, buildings are definitely a factor.
All right. And if you were in another state, potentially mountains.
Yes.
To determine the true range of a cell site, again, not this circle, to figure out the true range, that's called radio frequency mapping, right?
It can be, yes.
Was any radio frequency mapping done in this case, either in Tallahassee or in Miami?
It was not.
So there's no way for us to know the true range of any of the towers that are involved in this case.
Well, I would say it depends on what we mean by true range. We look at an effective coverage area of a cell site and a sector, again, for that very general analysis of, is this location consistent with being serviced by this particular cell site and sector? So many.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just so many factors. If we're going to talk about the theoretical maximum coverage area of a cell site, no, we don't have that in this case.
For instance, these two towers right here, they're very close to each other, correct?
They are.
And they're going to overlap.
To some degree, yes.
Yeah. The other things that dictate what is the true range of a site, the power. Do you have the power of any of the cell sites that were used in Miami?
I do not.
The antenna angle for any of the sectors of any of the cell sites?
Do we mean azimuth or the down tilt?
Azimuth is a big word. Let's use down tilt.
I do not have the down tilt. We certainly have the azimuths. We know the direction that those sectors are oriented.
All right, but you don't have the down tilt.
That's correct.
All right. So azimuth is on the horizontal axis?
Yes.
All right. And then down tilt is on the vertical axis?
Yes.
All right. This is why you're the expert. So, and then radio frequency mapping, you don't have that for anything in Miami?
That's correct.
All right. Let's talk about call detail records now. You would agree with me that it's an estimation on location?
It is an estimation on location.
Of the handset, not of the person?
Correct.
Basically, you're saying that the handset could be somewhere within the area.
That's correct.
All right, I'm going now to your slide 46. You did this and discussed that this was the potential path of travel of Ms. Magbanua to Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
That's correct.
With your call detail records, you're not able to say that's the exact path that was taken, correct?
No, it's not. The question asked of me was approximately how far was this from her residence. Our mapping software, our GIS software, has the ability to map routes. So this would be the most efficient route or the shortest likely distance that was traveled, but by no means would be the exact route.
What we're getting at here is that call detail records and the information that you have, it's not giving you this level of specificity.
It is not.
Let's go back to slide 26. So I want to use some examples, and you know the cell sites well around this area, right?
I do,
There's what, maybe 50 people in this courtroom right now?
approximately.
You'd agree with me that there's a chance that some of us are on a different cell site than others.
Certainly, based on carriers, most of us have one of the three major carriers, so we would be on one of three different networks. They have cell sites located in different locations around here. And there is a chance, yes, that in one location, you could be within the coverage area of more than one cell site.
So you and I right now, my phone, I'm assuming you have your phone on you right now, we could be hitting on different towers right now.
Well, the first question is, what carriers are we?
Even if we're the same carrier.
Even if we're the same carrier, yes, it is possible we could be on different cell sites.
If at lunch I go downstairs, I go out the building, I walk over to Metro Deli, you would agree with me that I could be on the same cell site, same sector. I could maintain that same cell site and same sector.
Yes,
I've left this building and I've walked, what, maybe a quarter mile.
yes,
If instead I, go out the front, go straight across behind the Capitol building, visit a friend at the Supreme Court, I could also still be on the same tower at the same sector.
you could be, yes.
Let's talk about your testimony here today. You are not here to say exact locations, correct?
That's correct.
You're only asked to include and exclude locations.
That's correct.
The government asked you if a handset could, and I stress the word could, be at an address during an event, right?
Correct.
And you're also not making a determination on how close the phone is to the cell site.
I am not.
Because again, it can be miles away.
Yes, the effective coverage area of a cell site can certainly vary, and all the factors that we talked about. In this case, again, if you want to talk a specific location, but I'm always looking at, is that address serviceable by that particular cell site and sector?
And staying on the topic of your testimony, it's not making the determination of how close to the tower, but also just that a phone could be serviced by a cell site for a certain activity, right?
Yes.
In a nutshell, it could be there, right?
Yes, I mean the handset could be at that particular address. Yes,
And you would agree that it also could not.
that's correct.
The data that you have available to you in this case and your level of expertise cannot give you that level of precision of saying anything more than could.
That's correct. I hope I've been clear that with the cell site, we are looking at including, excluding addresses. I'm never trying to say that a handset was at one particular address.
So, and I also want to make sure that it's clear for the jury as well too, that how big these cell sites are. Again, I could be miles away from the cell site, from the tower, and still hitting on the tower, correct?
You could be, yes.
And at times it can be up to 6-7 miles away.
It would depend upon a number of factors, primarily location. In rural areas where the cell sites are spread much further apart, then yes, you could be miles from that cell site and still communicate with it. You could be on the top of a mountain or a ridge, and therefore your handset is able to see cell sites much further away. There are a number of factors like that. But our analysis here, again, is looking at the cell site and sector that was used and determining if that address is consistent with the coverage area of that particular cell site.
Thank you, Sergeant. Let's now talk about staying on the topic of location accuracy. You can't give an absolute because there's unknown variables, correct?
That's fair, yes.
Now, in fairness, let me ask that a little bit better. I think you knew what I was asking, but you can't give an absolute as to a person's location because of unknown variables, right?
Well, I'm not sure what variables we would know that would help. We would need to be exact, to show an exact location. We would need much more detailed records or information. The variables of cell site and height and power and weather and all those kind of things, it's not going to help me. I would have to have something much, much more specific from the handset to say exactly where it was.
Let's back up for a second. We're talking about the location of a person.
Correct.
One of the reasons why you can't give absolute, the first thing is who has the phone.
Again, I'm talking about the location of a handset.
Next, the system itself. So the both the cell site and the network, there are variables that can dictate what tower, what cell site somebody is communicating with, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the amount of traffic on
Yes.
a certain cell site. And I don't want to use it interchangeably, so I'm going to stay on cell site instead of tower. Cell site. The amount of traffic on a cell site is important to know, correct?
It's a factor in the performance of the network. Cell breathing, it's sometimes called, that if there is a significant number of handsets, then there is a greater amount of noise for the cell site. And so it may restrict or pull back its coverage, its power a little bit to help offset that. But that's something that, again, occurs regularly throughout the use of a cell site.
Okay, so let's unpack what you just said. You would agree with me that there are limits on cell sites. The amount of data that it can process at any given time, that there's a limit on it.
There is a limit to the number of subscribers a cell site can handle.
Okay, so let's say here that the premier cell site, the circle that we have, this is your best demonstrative use for this. Let's imagine that there's an international airport, large international airport right there, right? With the amount of traffic on that tower, if it reaches its limit, you would agree with me that you could get kicked to another cell site.
There are a number of things that would affect which cell site your handset communicated with. Population or number of subscribers is certainly one of those. But if you were to use a different cell site, that different cell site and sector would still have a coverage area of where you were. Otherwise, your handset couldn't use it. So in our analysis, that address would still be within the coverage area of that cell site and sector.
So I want to ask that question again to make sure that we're clear on the topic. I could be right here communicating with this cell site, correct?
You could.
Now, this cell site has a traffic limit, and to reach that limit, it could kick me, the network could kick me to another cell site, correct?
Yes, your handset could select another cell site.
And if it's a massively populated area, I can even be kicked to another tower, and another tower, correct? Another cell site.
Well, there's certainly a limit to how far away a cell site could be that your handset could communicate with. The good thing is that when, in this case, Sprint designed their network, they knew that the Miami International Airport was there. And so they designed their network and their proximity of cell sites and their capacity, taking those kind of things into account.
So you'd agree with me that you could kick from one cell site to another, meaning that you're even more miles away from the cell site. There is that potential, right? We're talking about what could happen here.
Yes. I'm not sure about the term kick. Your handset certainly could select a different cell site that is further away.
Now, there are records on cell site limits, correct?
I'm not aware if there are specific records for cell site limits.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Now, we're talking about location accuracy. A cell site can also be out of service, correct?
It can, yes.
It's rare.
Yes, rare.
We can agree on that. Things like storms can impact it.
Yes.
Or the cell site could be under maintenance.
It could be, yes.
They could be changing out equipment, stuff like that.
Could be.
There are records of outages of cell sites, correct?
Allegedly, yes.
And you don't have those in this case.
I do not. I understand that those records may exist. I've never been successful in obtaining them.
All right. Now, with what we've learned, let's apply it to this case. You've reviewed the call detail records in this case.
I have, yes.
And the call detail records that we have are for the different characters involved. Professor Dan Markel.
Yes.
Wendy Adelson.
Correct?
Harvey Adelson.
Yes.
Donna Adelson.
Yes.
Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
I'm pointing.
Oh, yes.
Because she's here. Sigfredo Garcia.
Correct?
And Luis Rivera.
Yes.
Now, the purpose of your review of the call detail records was to determine locations of people, correct? Locations of handsets.
That was one purpose, yes.
All right, so you're taking a look at their call detail records to see what cell site they communicated with on significant dates.
Correct.
Now, you're also looking within the call detail records of the patterns of communications, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that there are other limitations on call detail records.
Specifically,
Do FaceTime calls show up on call detail records?
FaceTime calls do not.
What about iMessages?
They do not.
You began your review of the evidence and the call detail records in this case back in 2016, correct?
Review actually started the day of the homicide.
You would agree with me that the specificity, I want to use the word evolved, but I don't want to say that it was corrected. Your analysis, it has evolved over the years, correct?
As the investigation expanded and as new information was learned throughout the course of the investigation, then yes, we certainly go back and relook at those records for whatever it may be, an event or something that we discover, and we want to go back and compare the records to that. So yes, the analysis has been updated and evolved as the investigation did.
The 139-page presentation, you didn't create that back in 2014, right?
That's correct.
Back then it was, okay, this number is communicating with that number.
That's where it started, yes.
And then you're looking deeper into it to determine cell site communications, and it got more detailed over the years, correct?
It did, yes.
Now, the information that you're reviewing, the results that you get from your analysis, that gets transferred over as you're doing it to members of the Tallahassee Police Department, correct?
It does, yes.
Investigator Craig Isom up until 2017 when he retired.
Yes.
And now investigator / detective Sherry Bennett.
Yes.
And and you're aware, because this is your department, that some of the information that you had in your early analysis was put into the arrest warrant narratives.
I believe so, yes.
For the arrest of these two guys.
Yes.
For the record, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the Federal Bureau of Investigation was also involved, correct?
They were, yes.
And you were in frequent conversation with Agent Patrick Sanford.
That's correct.
And you're aware that he also drafted reports that included your results.
Yes.
Now, you're also aware from your sergeant with the Tallahassee Police Department, you're also aware that these reports that are authored by Tallahassee Police Department, at least those, are given over to the defense in what's called discovery.
Yes.
And at one point in time, Luis Rivera wasn't a witness, he was a defendant.
Correct.
So in all likelihood, he's receiving the reports with your analysis of when communications happened.
Objective speculation.
Overruled, if you know.
I do not. I am aware that my analysis gets documented. I am aware that documents are turned over in discovery. As far as exactly when that happened or what detail was in any particular report, I do not have any personal knowledge.
Then there's the Leon County State Attorney's Office and investigator Jason Newland. You know who he is, right?
I do, yes.
And he possibly drafted reports with your results.
He may have. Again, I'm not aware.
You are aware that one of his roles as an investigator for Ms. Kappelman is to provide all the reports to the defense.
I'm not aware that that's his role. You're saying that
Sure
he's responsible for discovery? I do not know his exact role.
Let's turn now to June 2nd, 2014. This is around the time of the car rental and the June trip, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your presentation, you used a map. This is the map that you used. How do you describe what kind of a map that is? It doesn't look like an actual map. It's just got sort of like outlines of areas.
Well, it is again, from our mapping application, our GIS application, we're able to select a variety of base maps. And this base map is just a light gray map that allows the features that we put on it, the icons and those things, to stand out a little more against the background. It varies by scale as to how much detail you actually see. And in this, where the scale is very large, it's pulled back very far, then Correct. You don't see a lot of detail on the roadways.
You could have used a map with detail, correct?
I could have used a map with more detail, but you wouldn't be able to see the detail.
Now, but it would show that these aren't just, open wastelands, right? Let me give you an example. So that was slide 42. Let's go to slide 66. Now, slide 66, you chose to use, because you're trying to show the proximity of the Prius to Ms. Magbanua's residence, correct? This time you used what is a satellite image.
Aerial photography here, but in my presentation, I used Google Earth view, or however we commonly refer to it, but a view that has imagery of buildings and streets and roads. I use that only for the GPS locations of the vehicle, only maps that represent that. And that's because the GPS location of the vehicle is much more accurate than the cell site. So I feel comfortable zooming in or going to a scale that actually shows the detail of buildings when I know that the location I'm talking about is relatively precise. If I were to show a map of this scale and be talking about cell site coverage, it would not accurately represent the coverage area of that cell site. It would be misleading. So when I'm scaled out, when I am zoomed out to a scale that accurately represents the cell site, I don't generally recommend this imagery because you're so far out, you can't make out any detail.
You would agree with me, though, that it would be helpful when you're testifying of what something is consistent with. We'll get back to that one. But I want to sidetrack for a second. You said it, and I'm like, it's a perfect example. The Prius and the GPS in the Prius, that's a perfect example of geolocation. It gives you absolute precise location within a few feet.
Again, depending upon our usage of the term, yes, the GPS device on the vehicle is actively trying to locate itself. It's using satellites and other infrastructure and reporting that back. And almost always, that is going to be more accurate than a cell site location.
Geolocation within a few parking spots, call detail records within a few miles.
Could be, yes.
Your Honor, if I could approach?
Right.
Sergeant, I'm showing you the pre-marked defense exhibit 10. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
That's a Google map of Miami International Airport and the surrounding areas.
Yes, sir.
And you know that that is a map of the area because you looked at these maps and you also reviewed this document.
That's correct.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the Miami International Airport?
It is, yes.
Defense offers into evidence the pre-marked defense 10.
Any objection? Be admitted as defense exhibit 10.
So, Sergeant, we're talking about the use of maps, and I'm going to now publish to the jury the Miami International Airport. So, in your document, it just showed Miami International Airport just shows here, but you don't see the amount of houses, buildings in the area, correct?
That's correct. The map you're showing is only one of several maps that we have for the travel to comfort rent-a-car. And one of those maps is a smaller scale or zoomed in tighter than that one.
So let's zoom out a little bit here. Now, again, your testimony was that Ms. Magbanua's handset is servicing a cell site that's up here in the northeast corner of the airport.
Correct.
You would agree with me that this map shows the literal thousands and thousands of homes that are in the area.
It shows a lot of something. I will assume that most are houses, there's businesses, there's a number of different structures.
All right, so to get an idea as well to what we're talking about, these look to be two different golf courses, correct?
They would appear to be?
We have Miami International Airport, large airport.
Correct.
You ever flown through there?
I have.
It's big, right?
It is.
There's multiple major waterways, correct?
Yes. To be
Shipping
fair,
ports? Go ahead.
correct. To be fair, based on where the cell site is located and the sector orientation, a majority of this image would not be within the coverage area of the cell site. We would shift low right to really represent the coverage area of that particular cell site.
You'd agree with me, there's going to be a whole bunch of cell sites in that area.
There are a number of cell sites in that area, yes.
Okay, and we can agree on that. We're just talking about right now the level of congestion in that area. You would agree with me that beyond waterways, shipping ports, there's also multiple major highways that intersect with the airport, like most airports have, that you'll have a major roadway going through.
That's correct.
Now, you were saying you would have to focus into the bottom right.
Yes.
I want you to take a look at right to the right of the airport, that golf course, and I'm now going to go to the next slide. Do you trust that this gives us an idea of the level of density in that area, the density of homes?
Yes, it gives an idea of the area of density. I'm not sure that it represents, or this particular density is within that particular cell site, but it is representative of the density.
You would agree with me that these homes are closely packed together?
They are.
And for each individual little rectangle, if there's 25 homes, that there's potentially thousands of homes just within that one little area.
There could be a number of homes, yes.
Now, you were asked if this was consistent with Miss Magbanua driving to Comfort Rent-A-Car, correct?
That's correct.
You would agree with me that it could be consistent with Garcia, the father of her children, asking for a ride, right?
It could be, yes.
Not explaining what it was for.
That's correct.
Correct? They're not strangers.
They're not.
It would also be consistent with her visiting a friend, correct?
It could be.
Now, you have, and you testified about this on direct, Miss Magbanua's contacts.
We have some of them, yes.
And you plugged in certain names for certain phone numbers, but you didn't do it for her friends, correct?
We have those from an iCloud account. We do have names associated with certain phone numbers. And if there was a question or a need to identify a phone number, then those contacts were looked at.
Do you know who her close friends are?
I do not.
Do you know which one lives near the airport?
I do not.
Do you know who Kenya Revelis is?
I do not.
Sergeant, let's take just June and July of 2014, how many times did Miss Magbanua service that cell site?
Twice.
No more?
No more.
What about over the greater period of time? How many times she serviced, well, let me actually rephrase that. How many times did she service the cell sites in that location?
The particular cell site and sector that she was communicating with for those events that we determined was consistent with Comfort Rent-A-Car. From the period of records that we have, which was the largest period of record, which was May of 2014 into August or September of 2015, about 17 months. Her handset communicated with that cell site 3 times. June of 14, July of 14, and March or April of 2015.
Now, what you just said there was that cell site, that one sector.
Correct.
How many sectors does that cell site have?
It has 3.
All right. How many cell sites are around the Miami airport?
In 2014, there were a number. There is a cell site actually within the airport itself that is designed to handle the traffic of the commuters right directly within the airport. And then there are, looking at my map here, there are at least 5 other cell sites in that general area.
Okay, so you have it on your computer?
I do.
I'm going to click over you to show us. I'm going to ask the question again. We're on yours now, right?
We are, yes.
Okay, so I thought you had the cell sites.
I do. The red dots represent the cell sites.
Now, my question to you again is, because you were talking about one cell site, one sector, how many times did you communicate with these cell sites?
I do not know. We could certainly find out.
That would be important to know if it's an area that she frequents, correct?
Well, again, looking at the principal cell site, we did look at that. As far as all the other cell sites before and after, no, we did not.
We'll stay on the June trip. June 4th, 2014. This is your slide 54.
Yes.
These are and again, you don't know the exact path that Rivera took. You can just estimate it based on when his handset is communicating with the cell site. Right?
Correct. And first, let me say this, my slide 51, not 54.
So it's 54 in your 139 presentation, but the numbers in the bottom right don't correspond to the actual page number. So I'm going not based on your bottom right, but based on the greater 139 pages.
Well, again, when we printed out the PowerPoint document, we added some extra pages to cover animation. So I think the easiest for me is the actual slide number that's printed on the slide.
We'll do what's easiest for you. It's fine with me. So these are events, correct? That's what you mean with events, when a handset communicates with a cell site.
That is correct.
You have no events for Sigfredo Garcia.
We have no events with location.
You would agree with me that that's consistent with Rivera being alone driving up there. Understanding you have other information, we're going to talk about that, but that's consistent with Rivera being alone, correct?
It could be, yes.
Garcia could have rented the car for Rivera, right?
He could have.
Or Rivera could have cheated the system, right? Rented under Garcia's name.
I suppose it's possible.
Do you know if the car rental guy, Waldo Nunez, identified Garcia as the one that rented the car?
I have no knowledge of that.
I'm going to say page 52, but it's 48. Of course, though, you have the citation with Garcia in the car. And I agree with you on that. That's one of the pieces that he has that ties him to the car, correct?
Correct.
Puts him in the vehicle.
It does, yes.
You'd agree with me, though, that that's 2 days before that trip.
It is, yes.
Doesn't prove that he went up from Miami to here in Tallahassee in June with Rivera.
It does not.
And again, we're talking about June 4th is when Rivera makes his trip. Garcia's in the car 2 days before.
Correct.
Now, one of the other things you talked about on direct examination, and you knew this because you're also TPD, is that there is a drug dealer that apparently saw Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
And we would have to rely on his word.
Yes, I'm not familiar with his exact testimony, but yes, there was someone here who saw Mr. Garcia.
And we would have to rely on his memory.
I suppose so, yes.
You would agree with me that you don't have in between this drug dealer and Garcia any call detail records, any events where Garcia is communicating with this drug dealer.
I do not believe we do, no.
But you do have it for the murder trip in July.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Nothing in June, only in July.
Correct.
We've just reviewed all of the evidence that Sigfredo Garcia was with Luis Rivera on that June trip, correct? And of course, Luis Rivera saying that that's the truth.
My analysis is pertaining to the call detail records. I certainly do not know all of the evidence or all the witnesses or all the other pieces that may lend the idea that Mr. Garcia traveled as well. As far as the call detail records, what I have knowledge of, no.
Fair enough. I'll keep it with the technical operations unit here. I'm going to go now. I have the slide 64, but it is 60B. B as in boy. This is June 5th, 2014, correct?
It is June 4th and June 5th.
All right. Now, there's communications. Now, what you have here is that Katherine Magbanua is communicating with Sigfredo Garcia and then communicates with a phone number for Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
How do you know that that phone number is Luis Rivera's?
That was provided to me through the course of the investigation.
All right. You don't have in your possession any call detail records or any subscriber information proving that that is Luis Rivera's number?
I do not in my possession, no.
Yeah. We've talked a lot about what it's consistent with. You would agree with me that this could be consistent with Katherine Magbanua communicating with the father of her children, correct?
Yes.
And the mother of Garcia's children communicating with Garcia's childhood friend, Luis Rivera, right?
Could be, yes.
Not knowing that they're traveling to Tallahassee to potentially commit a murder.
Correct.
Now, I want to focus on, these aren't all the communications, correct? For that time period.
These are all the communication between these specific phone numbers.
What's been done is you took Katherine Magbanua's call detail records, you removed out other communications, and you conflated all of the communications with the Garcia and Rivera. It's not that she was only communicating with Garcia, then Rivera, then only Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
May.
Sergeant, I'm showing you the three markers, defense 11. You know what that is, right?
I do, sir, yes.
That is your call detail records that have been color-coded for certain phone numbers of interest.
They are, yes.
And you know that that is your call detail records because you've reviewed those records extensively.
I have, yes.
And that is a fair and accurate depiction.
It is.
Defense offers into evidence with the three markers, defense 11.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted as defense exhibit 11.
Publish, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, so Sergeant, what we have here, your call detail records, but we have color-coded numbers of interest. You'd agree with me that the 9223 number is Charles Adelson,
Yes,
and the 5986 in green is Sigfredo Garcia?
that's correct.
Do you know who the 5403 number is? 5403, 6403, do you know who that belongs to?
Not personally.
Have you heard that it belongs to Sigfredo Garcia's mother?
I have heard that, yes.
That would be the grandmother of Katherine Magbanua's children.
Yes,
You'd agree with me that this is an accurate reflection of the volley of communications during this time period of June 4th and June 5th.
it is certainly the actual raw call detail records for that time period.
So, for instance, on the bottom here of page 2, she speaks to Sigfredo Garcia, then who you may or may not believe is Sigfredo Garcia's mother, and then Charles Adelson.
Correct.
So she goes from speaking to the father of her kids, to then the grandmother of her kids, to then the guy that she's dating.
Correct.
Let's now go to your slide 62. I get it at 66. What you have here, or what you're trying to explain here, is that on June 6th, that's after the trip, right?
It is, yes.
On June 6th, the rental car, it was a different rental car, that the rental car was near Magbanua's residence, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk about what that could be consistent with. It could be consistent with Garcia seeing its kids having been out of town for a couple of days, correct?
Could be.
Unbeknownst to Katie, that he was up here potentially trying to kill somebody.
Correct.
It's consistent with that, right?
It is.
Let's now talk about the car return. June 2014. So on direct examination, you were asked a question about when the car was returned. You don't know when it was returned, right?
We do not.
At all. That is a true, it's an assumption that the car was returned on June 6th, correct?
I'm not aware of any specific knowledge about exactly when the vehicle was returned.
Could it have been returned on June 7th?
It could have been.
June 8th?
Sure.
The morning of June 6th?
Could.
So the testimony that we had, that you testified about a trip out to the area of the airport by Miss Magbanua on June 6th around 5 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you're assuming that the car was returned on 6/6, June 6th.
Correct.
You're assuming that it was returned around 5 p.m.
What I'm representing is that the call detail records show the same pattern of travel to the same area as when the vehicle was rented.
But that's not my question. We're not talking about the rental of the vehicle days before. We're talking about the return of the vehicle.
Correct.
You don't know when the vehicle was returned.
I do not.
They don't know when the vehicle was returned.
That I'm aware of, no.
It could have been June 7th.
It could have been.
Could have been June 8th.
Yes.
You do not know that it was returned on June 6th at 5 p.m.
I do not.
That's an assumption based on an assumption.
Yes.
And you're also then further assuming that Miss Magbanua drove Mr. Garcia, right?
Again, it's the analysis of the records and the locations of the cell sites that I'm depicting.
You have this out here, that there's a trip out there at 5 p.m. You'd agree with me that Miss Magbanua driving out to the Miami, the Miami International Airport that you've been to. Have you been outside of the airport?
I have.
It's not in the middle of nowhere, correct?
It is not.
It's right smack dab in the middle of a whole bunch of other stuff like we saw, golf courses, waterways, highways, right?
Correct.
It's not like some of the rural areas. If you go to Louisville, Kentucky, the airport's sort of in the middle of nowhere.
I'll take your word for that, but the Miami airport is not in the middle of nowhere.
All right. So that travel, again, you're assuming that the car was even returned that day at that time. It's consistent with Miss Magbanua doing a whole bunch of other things, right?
It could be.
Consistent with her going to any number of the businesses that are right around the airport.
Could be.
Consistent with her picking up a friend from the airport.
Could be.
Consistent with her visiting Kenya Ravelos, who lives right below the airport.
No personal knowledge of where they reside, but that's possible.
It's consistent with a lot of other things, what we're getting at here.
It could be.
Let's now talk about a third trip. The next trip that you had, and you had a look on your face of, wait, what? Am I correct in that, in the reading of your face?
Correct, yes.
The next trip that you have the June trip and the murder trip in July, right?
That's correct.
There was never a mention to you of a third trip.
I say never mentioned. I have heard third trip come up before. I'm aware of nothing that substantiates that.
Now, let's make sure that we're clear for the jury what we're talking about. You've learned that Luis Rivera has talked about a third trip recently.
I believe that's correct.
This is not something that TPD had received years back and investigated a third trip because he never said it.
I would not want to comment on Mr. Rivera's statements at any particular time. And I can't tell you that it's very recently that I've heard this, but there has been discussion previously about a possible third trip.
No mention of another trip by Garcia and Anthony Ortiz, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Who is Anthony Ortiz?
Anthony Ortiz, as I understand, is a friend of Mr. Rivera's.
You have phone numbers for Mr. Ortiz?
Believe so, yes.
305-896-3720.
That sounds correct.
And then 305-762-0648.
I'm not sure about the second one.
All right. If I could have a brief moment here. A brief moment, John.
Yes.
Sergeant, do you remember at the end of last year we sat and took a deposition and you had given that there was another phone number for Anthony Ortiz?
That's possible, and I can look that up. I'm just not familiar with the number off the top of my head.
We'll come back to it. They're taking a look at the deposition, but would it be a stretch of the imagination that in your investigation you had two phone numbers for Anthony Ortiz?
Would not be a stretch.
This is getting to the core question here, was any investigation done into those phone numbers?
Not that I'm aware of.
Subscriber information?
I believe there was a request for subscriber information for one of those numbers that was not returned. I'm not aware of any other, personally aware of any other investigation into those numbers.
What about call detail records?
Not that I'm aware of.
You would agree with me that call detail records would be important to determine what, if any, involvement this third person had in this case?
It would be helpful.
Now, the 3720 number, am I incorrect in that the subscriber information comes back to Jessica Rodriguez?
I'm not aware of having any actual subscriber information from a carrier for that number.
So we can agree no investigation into Anthony Ortiz?
That I'm aware of.
So now that we don't have any investigation of a third trip, let's go to the next one that you have, the murder trip in July. Second, okay. We have your slide 66A. I have it as page 70. You would agree with me that the same thing that's being done here. Now, I'm not saying that it's trickery, but that there was a lot of communications in between these communications between Ms. Magbanua and Secretary Garcia and then her speaking to Charles Adelson. You would agree, right?
There are other communications, yes.
What I don't want is you would agree with me that it would be wrong for the jury to have the impression that she was literally, getting off the phone in the next call that she had, understanding it's about an hour later, but she's only speaking to Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson.
That's correct.
Okay. I have this as page 88, your slide 98.
Yes, sir.
Wrong page. Okay. So it's actually, I get it as page 111, you get it as 98. So July 18th, these communications as well too. Now this is an important day. This is the day that Professor Markel is murdered, correct?
That's correct.
That you would agree with me that the jury shouldn't have the impression that the only communications that any of these people are having are up here in this demonstrative.
That's correct.
Or in this exhibit. Right?
That's correct.
It's not accurate because Katherine Magbanua spoke to a whole bunch of other people that morning.
Yes, and I believe we were clear when talking about these summaries that they were filtered down to just contacts between certain people.
All right. So here we have your slide 91B. I got it as 102. This 1230 call is an important call for the case, correct?
I believe so, yes.
It's your understanding that Sigfredo Garcia, per Luis Rivera, called Katherine Magbanua and said, it's done.
I'm aware that he called. As far as what was spoken, I do not know.
Now, the record of that call, that's one of the things that you would have put and given over to TPD and FBI and potentially goes in their reports, correct?
Correct.
So it wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination that Luis Rivera knew that there was this call at 12:30 from Garcia to Magbanua.
Objection to speculation.
Overruled.
I have no, again, personal knowledge about exactly what details went in what reports, which may have been turned over at any particular time. So it's possible, but I have no knowledge of that.
Your analysis can't protect against if Luis Rivera is lying, right?
The analysis is the analysis. The records are what they are, and we can't change them.
All right. You would agree with me that the theory here is that Miss Magbanua found out from somebody else that the murder had happened, right?
I believe that's correct.
And the thought is that potentially Wendy Adelson informed somebody and then informed Miss Magbanua, correct?
I believe that's a possibility.
Okay. So 12:30 is the phone call. There's no question about that, right? That Sigfredo Garcia communicates with Katherine Magbanua at 12:30, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm now going to, I believe the page is 10 and your slide, it's 10. You would agree with me that Wendy Adelson is just leaving home at 12:31, correct?
About that time, yes.
All right, so she's not in the area. And what we're talking about here is that she's servicing a cell site all the way up here at her home at 12:31, a minute after the phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Correct.
And it's not until she's down here that she's near the crime scene, right?
Correct.
Which would be nearly, let's say, an estimate of 12:40.
Correct.
Now going to your page 104, I got it as 118. This is July 18th. You would agree with me that, again, there are a bunch of communications between Miss Magbanua and other people. It's not that she's calling Charles Adelson, then Yindra Mascaro, then Sigfredo Garcia, then Yindra Mascaro, correct?
Correct.
She's communicating with a whole bunch of other people that morning.
Certainly with other people. I don't know a whole bunch, but others, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you the remark. 12. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
That's your call detail record, where it's again been color coded for the people of interest?
Well, there's Sprint's call detail records, but yes.
Those are the call detail records that you received from Sprint?
Yes,
All right, now you know that those are the call detail records from Sprint because that's what you've been working on for years here?
correct,
And those are in the same, substantially the same condition they were in last time you saw them?
correct.
Defense officer, that is been pre-marked as Exhibit 12.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be admitted as Exhibit 12.
Publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
So Sergeant, what we have here is, these are all of Ms. Magbanua's communications for July 16, 2014 through July 18th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And again, we have it color coded that blue is Charles Adelson,
Correct.
green is Sigfredo Garcia,
Yes,
and purple is Sigfredo Garcia's mother.
correct.
This would give a better representation of who she's communicating with, how and when, correct?
It is all of her communications, yes.
For instance, in the hours after the murder, she speaks to Charles Adelson. She then speaks to Sigfredo Garcia in green, speaks to Charles Adelson, maybe a text message, has conversations with the grandmother of her children, but that there's a whole bunch of other phone calls as well, too.
There are, yes.
So it's not something that she's speaking to Charles Adelson, hanging up the phone, calling Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't that sort of the point that the government is trying to make with the call patterns, that somehow they're coordinating this through Ms. Magbanua in these calls, that she's speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, she's hanging up the phone, she's then calling Charles Adelson? Isn't that the theory with these call patterns?
I don't believe that's the theory with the call patterns. The summaries that we use are, again, as we stated, filtered down to show those contacts between the relevant people. And I don't believe that the times of those communications are accurate. It's easy to see that these are not back-to-back communications with those involved people. But I believe to make it more relevant, we look at the major parties in this and when they're communicating.
So you said the times aren't accurate. The times in these records are accurate, correct?
Hopefully I said the times are accurate.
Okay.
In our summaries, the times are accurate in that if there's a phone call between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia at 1 p.m. and then there's a call to Mr. Adelson at 2 p.m., we all recognize that an hour has elapsed between those calls. They're not, we leave all that in. They're not designed to look like they're back-to-back calls. And then as far as accuracy of the times, as we're aware, the text messages here are 1 hour off. So if we were to look at any event that is a text message, we would need to add an hour to that, just the way Sprint provides their records.
All right. So there's a lot of talk of what it's consistent with. You would agree with me that this is consistent with Ms. Magbanua, Katie Magbanua, speaking to the guy that she is dating at the time, right?
Yes.
And then at another time speaking to the father of her 2 children.
Yes.
Now, we talked a moment ago about the call patterns, and I want to use another phrase that you use, significant days. When you're investigating this and the records that we've looked at so far, those are significant days. The June trip, the July murder trip, and those are the days that you're looking at, correct?
Well, we look at all days, but the detailed analysis or what's part of the presentation was selected from those significant dates.
All right, so you pick a significant day, you look at it and you go, wow, she's speaking to Charles Adelson, she's speaking to Sigfredo Garcia. Could be something, right?
Again, I'm looking at just the communications. As far as the meaning or what's behind that, I do not know.
You would agree with me, to see if this is in any way unusual, we would also have to look at an insignificant day.
Correct.
Is May 1st through May 2nd, 2014 a significant day?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I'm showing you this been 3 months with Defense 13. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
That's some more Sprint records that have been color-coded with people of interest.
That's correct.
All right. And you know that those are the Sprint records because you've reviewed them so many times.
I have, yes.
And they're in the same or substantially the same condition they were in the last time you saw them.
They are, yes.
Defense office in was for pre-market Defense 13.
Any objection?
May I publish?
Yes. Be admitted as Exhibit 13.
All right. So, Sergeant, we have an insignificant date. a lot of communications with Sigfredo Garcia in green. And here on May 1st, we have communications with Sigfredo Garcia in green. In purple, the grandmother of her children, Sigfredo Garcia again, some communications with Charles Adelson, and then again with Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
So you'd agree with me that when we compare an insignificant day to a significant day, that this pattern is not unusual.
There is daily communication between these parties, correct?
On insignificant days and significant days.
Correct.
So Sergeant, 2 years later, we're now in 2016, so we're going to jump from May of 2014 to 2016. The intercepts begin.
Yes.
This is where law enforcement has gone to a judge and gotten an order so that they can listen to certain people's phone calls.
Correct.
April 8th, 2016, they begin, right?
I'm sorry?
April 8th.
That sounds correct.
April 19th, 2016, there is what's called the bump,
I believe so, yes.
where an undercover federal agent goes up to Don Adelson with a piece of paper, right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that this puts certain people on notice.
Agreed, yes.
Now, you've reviewed those communications, correct?
Limited.
My question is not have you listened to all of them, but have you reviewed the volley of communications?
Not in some time. I was certainly aware of them at the time. I have those records, but I have not reviewed them recently.
So you would agree with me that, the intercepts begin, there's this bump, and out of nowhere, if Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua are speaking, that could be something, right?
If out of nowhere they were not speaking.
They're
Correct.
not speaking, this bump happens, and all of a sudden they're on the phone together.
That could be something, yes.
You'd agree with me that in the days preceding the bump on April 11th, April 12th, April 13th, and April 15th, they spoke.
Again, I do not have those records in front of me. I know that they were in communication. I don't know specifically those dates. We can certainly look at them if need be.
Before the bump, can we agree on that?
Yes.
Let's talk about July 1st, 2014 now. So we're going back in time. We jumped ahead, we're going back. July 1st, 2014. And just for the jury to go through it, I want to go to the other pages here. So let's go back to 2014 for a second. The communications for Katherine Magbanua between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson, it's a normal volley. It's a normal pattern for her on this insignificant day, correct? And it continues in these records in the other pages.
Yes.
Okay. So your slide 27B, I got it as slide 29. You got direct communication between Sigfredo Garcia and Harvey Adelson, correct?
Direct communication via voicemail, yes.
But you have Sigfredo Garcia contacting Harvey Adelson without
Yes.
the involvement of Katherine Magbanua.
I couldn't speak to who was involved or not, but we do have communication from Mr. Garcia to Harvey Adelson.
Now, you would agree with me, I'm showing you now a defense demonstrative. You would agree with me that for the defense's theory that this is between Sigfredo Garcia and the Adelsons, that would be a great piece of evidence, correct?
It could be.
But this trial is about presenting the truth, correct?
Yes.
You know from the investigation what was going on that day and why Sigfredo Garcia contacted Harvey Adelson, right?
Yes.
And it's separate and apart from Yindra Mascara.
Correct.
Let's go through that. 1 second, John. You're on me, bro.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you the 3 months defense 14. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
Another color code sprint document.
Yes.
And you know that is the call detail records because you reviewed them so much in this case.
Correct.
And they're the same or substantially the same condition that they were in, except for the color coding from the last time you saw it.
They are.
Defense offers the 3 months defense 14.
Any objection? Admitted as defense 14.
May I publish, Judge?
Yes.
So, Sergeant, let's first look at the communications here. This is Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
you've got a lot of back-to-back-to-back communications, correct?
Yes,
And this continues throughout the day, correct?
it does.
Where you'd agree with me here that Sigfredo Garcia is desperately trying to communicate right now with Katherine Magbanua.
I believe it's the other way around. These are almost all outbound from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Garcia.
Okay, but there's inbound as well too, correct?
I would have to go through. I don't see on that page, everything is outbound. Again, so outbound from Ms. Magbanua's records would mean her calling Mr. Garcia.
Okay. But there's a whole bunch of communications that are in here.
There are, yes.
All right. Now, at some point in time, Ms. Magbanua also calls Harvey Adelson there in yellow, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's communications with Charles Adelson that are later on, right?
Attempted communication, yes.
And again, beyond Yindra Mascaro, you know what was going on this day. This is 17 days before the murder, correct?
Correct.
All right. In your review of this case, you received Charles Adelson's iCloud data, right?
Yes.
And for the jury, that's a subpoena is sent to Apple, and all of the data that somebody has and communicates with Apple, anything that they have backed up with Apple, be it contacts, calendar events, notes, recordings, iMessages, you get that information, correct?
We don't get it with just a subpoena. It takes a little more of a legal demand. And yes, it has the potential to have all of that information in it. It may not, based on what the user is actually backing up.
And you received Charles Adelson's iCloud information.
I did not receive it directly, but I have reviewed it, yes.
Okay, and you reviewed the iMessages, correct?
Yes.
Specifically for that day between Katherine Magbanua and
Reviewed
Charles Adelson.
for a number of days, yes.
And you're aware that what happened on that day, from your review, is that Sigfredo Garcia confronted Charles Adelson when he was with Katherine Magbanua.
I believe, I do not have personal knowledge of that. I have heard of that confrontation, yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the messages?
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I'm familiar with these.
Is it your understanding of that day, and again, we're trying to get to the truth, not just come back and say that there was a direct communication by Sigfredo Garcia, that Ms. Magbanua was very upset at what Sigfredo Garcia had done?
Yes.
That Sigfredo Garcia, again, had run up on them in traffic and started banging on the window?
Again, I have heard something about that incident. There's nothing in the messages that reference that incident.
Now, there is reference, however, that Ms. Magbanua did not like the fact that someone, Sigfredo Garcia, thinks that they can make the decisions in her life.
Correct.
So our understanding of all of these communications, Sigfredo Garcia confronts Charles Adelson when Katherine's with him. Katherine is then communicating with Sigfredo Garcia, presumably upset about the fact of what he had just done, correct?
Again, I have no personal knowledge of the interaction between Mr. Adelson, Ms. Magbanua, and Mr. Garcia, the physical interaction that day. So I cannot speak to that. There are a number of calls from Ms. Magbanua to Mr. Garcia, attempted calls or text. The text messages, the review of the iCloud, do reference Mr. Garcia leaving a message. She was presumably with Mr. Harvey Adelson. She's certainly upset with him. There's communication about that, but nothing that references a physical confrontation.
So now there is something that references the fact that Sigfredo Garcia had left a message.
Yes,
All right. So there's this phone call where at 5:20 where Sigfredo Garcia calls Harvey Adelson, leaves a message, correct?
that's correct.
And then you have 2 hours later where Katherine Magbanua was calling through as well.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me, though, that this is a great example. The call detail records potentially could say one thing, but the iMessages, which you have, gives the proper context of what's going on.
I don't believe that either in conflict. I think the volume of calls are indicative of some emotional event. When we see this rapid, repeated texting and calling for such an extended period of time, know that it was somewhat urgent for someone to get hold of someone else. The text messages represent a conflict, a fight, the leaving of a message.
Let's use the language that they've used. These communications, it's consistent with a whole bunch of different things happening, right?
It could be, yes.
These messages let us know what it's consistent with.
Sure.
Let's now go to July 19, 2014. Now we're not talking about locations. Now we're talking about first communications. All right, I get this as page 132. You get it as slide 116.
Yes, sir.
This is the morning after Professor Markel is murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And you're on April?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you the remark with defense 15. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
That is another color-coded Sprint document, right?
It is, yes.
And you know that that's one of the Sprint documents because of your review in this case,
That's correct.
except for the color coding, it's in the same or substantially the same condition it was in last time saw it.
Correct.
Thank you. Defense officer with the remark, defense 15.
Any objection? Admit it as defense 15.
So, Sergeant, what we have here first, this is your document of the communications, correct?
That's correct.
You said that you didn't have any user detail for Anthony Ortiz, but you get Anthony Ortiz's name in there.
That's correct.
Why is that?
Through the course of the investigation, I was advised that this number was associated with Mr. Ortiz.
So you can confirm Mr. Ortiz has his own phone?
Can I confirm that he has his own phone? I'm
Well,
sorry?
I mean, you got a phone number that's associated with Anthony Ortiz. Your belief is that that's his handset, right?
That's what was reported to me, yes.
Okay, and that's the theory that you've been investigating on for years, right? That is actually Anthony Ortiz and he had his handset.
I believe so, yes.
So now I'm going to Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes. I'm
showing you just Katherine Magbanua's call detail records from that morning. Again, it's color-coded. In green, you have Sigfredo Garcia, and you'd agree with me, the 8153 number, and red is Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked, is this consistent with them meeting up that morning, correct?
Correct.
Now, this volley of communication where Katherine Magbanua is, now, these are outbound. This is why you're the expert here. Explain this to me. This is Katherine Magbanua calling Sigfredo Garcia over and over and over again, right?
Calls and I believe at least one text message.
You'd agree with me that that's consistent with the mother of two children trying to find the father of her two children who's been out of town for a couple of days. It's consistent with that, right?
It could be, yes.
Now, at this point in time, Sigfredo Garcia has already turned off his phone.
That's correct.
Katherine Magbanua didn't do that, though, right?
She did not.
You're on the approach?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm showing you what the pre-mark is defense 16. You know what that is, right?
I do, yes.
Those are Luis Rivera's call detail records from 1 July 19th.
They are, yes.
And you know that because you reviewed these in the case.
I have, yes.
And that one page is the same or
That's correct.
Defense offers listed pre-mark as defense 15.
Any objection?
16 for the record, Your Honor. My apologies.
To be admitted as defense 16?
May I publish?
Yes.
So, Sergeant, what we have here is Luis Rivera's for the 8153 number, that number that's in red. We have his call detail records the morning of July 19th, right?
That's correct.
Now, for the jury, this one page is a good depiction, right? Because it shows, this lets you know what communications he's having, right?
Yes.
In the far right, that's where you get the cell location to determine what cell site he's communicating with.
That's correct.
All right, and that's how these deck records are of use to you. You can figure out who they're communicating with, but then also the location from the data on the right.
That's correct.
And those are latitude and longitudes on the right?
They are.
The latitude and longitude to the cell site, not to the exact location of the handset.
That's correct.
Talked a lot about what things are consistent with. The fact that Ms. Magbanua communicated with Luis Rivera, the childhood friend of the father of her children, and I'd asked you a moment ago if it was consistent with her being upset because Sigfredo Garcia has been gone for days. These communications between Luis Rivera and Katherine Magbanua, it's consistent with her calling the friend because she can't get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
You know who Luis Rivera is, correct?
I do, yes.
All right. In these communications on that morning, who calls who? Does Luis Rivera call Katherine Magbanua? Or does Katie, and I want to make sure this is clear, or does Katie call Luis Rivera?
The first communication, and especially here on your a slide, is from Mr. Rivera to Ms. Magbanua.
Not the other way around.
Correct.
And your review over these years, you've always operated, and again, Luis Rivera is your cooperating witness, right?
He is, I believe, yes.
And he's giving you the information, and that's dictating what you're investigating and some of the things that you're investigating, correct?
I don't say that what he's telling us is dictating what I'm investigating. We review the records, we look at the communications, and again, they are what they are.
And you have always investigated under the theory that he had the 8153 handset on him that morning, right?
I believe so, yes.
Not Anthony Ortiz or any other person, correct?
I have heard that Mr. Ortiz may have had his phone. I have no personal knowledge of that or reason to believe that.
Your Honor, if we could approach sidebar.
I'm sorry, I can't hear y'all.
Sergeant, do you remember the last answer that you gave us?
I do, yes.
Where'd you get that information from?
I could not tell you. You asked the question if there was anything about Mr. Rivera having his handset or not having his handset. And as I said, I have no information, personal knowledge, that Mr. Rivera did not have his handset that morning. I have heard through the course of discussions and many meetings and questions that were asked, is it possible that Mr. Ortiz had Mr. Rivera's phone? I don't know that that's accurate. I don't know that that's true. I'm only looking at the location of the handset.
Sergeant, you would agree with me that that's been over the past couple of days, not years, correct?
I could not tell you the first time I had heard that question.
You've given 2 depositions and you've sat on that stand before in 2019, correct?
Correct.
In any of those sworn testimonies, have you ever stated that before?
Correct.
That would be a no, correct?
Correct. I have not stated that before. I don't know that I've been asked that question before.
So this is something that's just come out recently.
Again, I don't know how recently I've heard the question. I can tell you that I do not recall being asked that previously in any proceeding or deposition. I don't recall being asked that question. But the way you ask it, I gave you the answer.
Sergeant, all of your slides in here with respect to Luis Rivera the morning of July 19th, and you're doing locations, you have in the bottom corner or the top corner Rivera, correct?
That's correct.
Not Ortiz.
Correct.
Because the theory has always been from your cooperating witness over the many years that he had his phone that morning.
Again, I don't know the theory, or I'm looking at the account that is associated with Mr. Rivera and those handset locations, and that's what I'm mapping.
So the communications that are in here, there's of course the communication with Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Yes.
There's also communication with Luis Rivera's, the mother of his children, Jessica Rodriguez.
I believe so.
Correct? And it's this data that you're using to place Mr. Rivera with Ms. Magbanua for this alleged payment, correct?
That's correct.
Without this, you can't place where Rivera was, right?
Again, Rivera's handset, yes.
So if Rivera doesn't have his handset, then there's no way to place him with Ms. Magbanua that morning.
Correct. I have no information that Mr. Rivera did not have his handset.
All right. So we agree.
We do.
Now, again, all these communications where Ms. Magbanua, she's trying to reach Sigfredo Garcia, consistent with trying to find the father of her kids, correct?
Correct.
At this point, you know that Sigfredo Garcia has been in Tallahassee for a couple of days.
Correct.
Gone.
Yes.
All right. For a co-parent, that could be frustrating, correct?
I assume it could be, yes.
Now, this communication with Mr. Rivera, it's consistent with his childhood friend potentially calling Ms. Magbanua to calm her down or to buy Mr. Garcia time while he gets in communication with her, correct? It's consistent with that.
Could be, yes.
Consistent with a lot of things.
Yes.
Let's now talk about locations. So you have that Katie pinged on a tower near Jessica Rodriguez's address, right?
Yes.
You cannot say that she was at that address.
I cannot.
With your data and in your expertise, there's no way to say that.
That's correct.
She could have been miles away.
I don't know about miles, but she certainly could have been a distance away.
Luis Rivera could have read your analysis of the report that the handsets are close to each other and made this all up, right?
I'm certainly not aware of that. I assume it's possible.
You did tell me that you're aware of who Luis Rivera is, correct?
I am, yes.
You would agree with me that he is a dangerous guy.
If you know, you can answer.
I'm aware that he had a violent criminal past.
Were you aware that he was a Latin King boss?
Yes.
Were you aware that he was charged with first-degree murder?
I don't know that I'm aware of that particular charge.
He was charged with murder here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. And that he would have an incentive to try to get out of that.
I can't speak to his motivations or anything else.
All right. Now, again, we have communications, but you also have the potential context of things through iMessages, correct?
We do in some cases, yes.
On this case, on this day, on the morning of July 19th, 30 minutes after that communication with Rivera, where was Ms. Magbanua?
Which communication with Mr. Rivera?
Okay, so we're saying at the bottom there, at 10:30,
Yes.
she's apparently communicating with Rivera, and your thought is that because of Rivera, that there's this meeting and this payment, correct? And what we're talking about, sort of like the example of July 1st, we have call detail records and communications, but you also have iMessages from Charles Adelson and communications with Ms. Magbanua that potentially put her morning in context as to what she was doing, where she was at.
I'm not sure that it puts her morning in perspective, but it does in the day.
You do know that from those messages that by mid-morning she's at the pool with her kids.
I don't believe that, no.
Do you not remember or do you not believe that?
I don't believe the timing of that.
What do you believe the timing to be?
I do not believe that she was at the pool until later in the afternoon.
But you would agree with me that the discussions about going to the pool begin mere minutes after this alleged meeting.
There is a discussion about the day's activity and what she intends to do with Mr. Adelson. And I mean, I can look up the specifics if we need to, but when she references getting back from the pool, I believe it's closer to 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Well, let's be clear here, because I want to correct you on that. It wasn't a matter of going to the pool with Mr. Adelson. She was going with her kids, right?
That's correct.
All right. So Ms. Magbanua has her kids, right?
She does.
2 young kids.
I do not know their exact ages.
All right. So let me get this straight, if you know on this one. Luis Rivera is saying that at around 10:30 in the morning, that Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia have this meeting where money is exchanged, this alleged meeting, right?
I'm aware of that, yes.
He never said the kids were there, right?
I don't know that he did.
So if her kids are young, and we'll figure that out through another witness, where are the kids?
Well, the kids could be anywhere.
Objection to speculation.
That's sustained.
You don't know where the kids were, right?
I do not know where the kids are.
Let's now talk about Luis Rivera and his handset. I got your page 119B, mine is 136. Based on the call detail records, you can place Rivera's placement that entire morning, right? Or the handset's placement that entire morning, right?
I can when we have events. If there are events with location, then we can make a determination. If there are periods of time without events, then I could not say where he was.
That right-hand column, those are all events, right?
They are, yes.
All right. And you can place all of those, right?
I can, yes.
And you have.
I have, yes.
Now, all of them are not here.
They are not.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sorry, you know what that is, right?
I believe so, yes.
You know that that's a Google map that includes Jessica Rodriguez's address in the greater Miami area, including Miami Beach.
Yes,
And you know that because you reviewed it before today.
that's correct.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those locations.
Yes.
Defense offers is pre-market defense 17.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Minute is defense 17.
All right, so Sergeant, publish on.
Yes.
So Sergeant, what we have here is Jessica Rodriguez's house, right?
Yes.
This is where the alleged meeting happened.
From my understanding, yes.
All right, so I'm going to go to the next one that pans. You'd agree with me that this pans out, but Jessica Rodriguez's address is still in the middle.
Correct.
Going out again, that hers is still in the middle.
Yes.
Now, your understanding of the placement, or your understanding of Luis Rivera, what he says is that he's at a barber shop that morning when Katie calls him, not vice versa, him calling her, right?
Yeah, I'm aware that there was discussion about a barbershop.
All right. And you know from your review of this case that this road running north to south is Biscayne Boulevard,
Yes.
and that the barber shop is north up here, correct?
I do not know the exact location of the barbershop, only that it's supposedly relatively close, or very close to the residence.
So what we're saying is that in the vicinity between, let's say here and here, it's right around Jessica's address.
That's correct.
Going to the next slide, you'd agree that Jessica Rodriguez's address is still in the middle?
Yes.
And in the bottom right, not to the right, but sort of in the middle, this almost circular shape here, this pork chop shape right here, that's Normandy Isle, correct?
Yes.
That aisle ties back to Luis Rivera and other documents, correct?
Yes.
His license, for instance.
Correct.
And you'd agree with me that this is a close-up of Normandy Isle.
Yes.
Now, you did a distance for Katherine Magbanua's house all the way to the airport, right?
Yes.
And you could do the same for Jessica Rodriguez's all the way down to Normandy Isle, correct?
Yes.
If you were to go straight as the bird flies, that's miles away, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But your choices are to either go over a bridge and go south on the beach and over another bridge, or go further south over a bridge onto Normandy Isle, correct?
Yes.
Now, around the time of this communication between when Luis Rivera contacts Katherine Magbanua, you have his location on Normandy Isle, not up near Jessica Rodriguez's house, correct?
So his handset initially, at the very onset of communication, is consistent with his residence or the barbershop. It does travel to the area of Normandy Isle, or probably a little north of that, and travel back. I would have to look at the exact time of those communications to tell you exactly where he was for what particular phone call.
So what you have is that he's on a cell site here near Jessica's house, right?
Yes.
You can't say that he's actually at the barbershop, correct?
I cannot.
He then travels all the way down to Normandy Isle.
I don't know that I could say his handset was consistent with Normandy Isle. I believe it's a little north of Normandy Isle, but it does travel to that general area.
You would agree with me that that's a long distance, right?
It is.
15, 20 minutes?
I believe that the trip took 30 some minutes, round trip.
If Luis Rivera is saying that his morning is entirely comprised of going from Jessica Rodriguez's residence to the barbershop and back, but the call detail records are showing you on Normandy Isle, that can indicate that he's not telling the truth, correct?
I don't know exactly what his statement is, but I can tell you that the handset is consistent with traveling to that area or immediately north and then back to the area of his residence.
Or that there's an unreliability in cell site locations, right?
I don't believe that there's an unreliability.
Okay, so you're fairly confident that Luis Rivera's handset traveled to Normandy Isle.
Again, not specifically to Normandy Isle, but it did travel away from the area of his residence.
Where's the cell site?
I'm sorry?
What's the location of the cell site
There are several.
that he's communicating with? Does he communicate with a cell site that's on Normandy Isle?
I do not believe so.
Yeah, out of fairness, you're saying just north. Where are you talking about? Here?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not talking about up here. We're talking about he's somewhere in this area.
Correct. I believe that he's more on the island, I guess that would be on your map, North Beach, Ocean side, than Normandy Isle.
Based on your review of everything, can you say to this jury that Katherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera ever met that morning?
No.
Does your analysis and your work, does it in any way protect against Rivera making things up?
I'm not quite sure I understand the protect against.
Well, let me ask that question in a different way. In your analysis and what you then provided to Tallahassee Police Department, to your colleagues there, and to the FBI and to the state attorney's office, that included that there were communications and that there were locations, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that information is making its way into reports and over to Luis Rivera.
Again, I don't know specifically what information, what report, or when, but I have no reason to believe that it couldn't happen.
That he could just be peppering in facts to get a deal.
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Something happened that morning, right? But we get to take his word for what happened.
Again, I'm not intimately familiar with his word.
All right. So Anthony Ortiz, just to go back on that for one quick second, you have that he's involved it appears that Anthony Ortiz has his own handset that morning, correct?
It does.
And he's involved in communications, right?
That number is, yes.
Never interviewed,
I do not know.
never investigated.
I am not aware.
Don't have his call detail records.
Well, I do not.
And if we did, we could plot his movement that morning. Potentially.
We could, potentially.
How long do the different carriers maintain records for?
It varies by carrier. It can be as little as 6 months, and with some, a number of years.
So there could have been a matter after 2014 when you had these records. Not saying that it was your responsibility. You analyze the data. Somebody else collects the data and gets it to you. They could have gotten it in the years after. They knew that Ortiz was communicating. They could have gotten those call detail records, right?
We could have, yes.
Let's go back to Rivera for a second. Your understanding he's been cooperating since 2016?
I believe so, yes.
And although you may have heard it, you have nothing direct that he ever said prior to this year that the 8153 phone was given to Anthony Ortiz that morning.
I have no information about that.
You always operate on the notion that he was in possession of that phone that morning.
It's been asked and answered.
All right. That's the only phone that you have that communicated with Katherine Magbanua?
Of Mr. Rivera's?
Correct.
Yes.
Now, there was never a mention, there was never an investigation, there was never a theory that Katherine Magbanua ever had a burner phone, right? That morning.
That morning? No.
Correct. To say otherwise would be incorrect, right?
Objection improper.
If you know, you can answer it.
I'm not aware of her having any additional phone that morning.
Now, just for anybody that doesn't know, a burner phone is a phone that you can go into a store and buy it. You buy prepaid minutes.
A burner phone has a lot of definitions. In general, it's a phone that cannot be associated with you. However it's purchased, if it's borrowed from a friend or prepaid, postpaid, it's a phone that you believe you're distanced from is in those communications.
Well, that's not the only purpose, right? They can be, you can go into a Walmart and buy a straight talk wireless phone. You buy prepaid minutes and you're using that phone it's a limited use phone, correct?
It doesn't even have to be limited use.
All right. You phrased it well, that there's a big spectrum on it. You can buy, a throwaway phone, a burner phone off the street, right?
Yes.
Or you can go into Walmart and buy these phones.
Correct.
Do you believe that Walmart is only selling these phones for people that are involved in something that's illegal?
They're not.
There could be many different uses. It's consistent with a whole bunch of different reasons why somebody would have an additional phone.
Correct.
All right. So let's now get into the intercepts. And we're close to being done here. Again, your characters, you have at that time, Wendy Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Charles Adelson, Miss Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, and Luis Rivera.
Yes.
And there was a decision, not saying that it was yours, to only monitor 2 of the people.
Correct.
You only got intercepts on Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua.
Correct.
Not Sigfredo Garcia.
No.
Not Donna Adelson.
Correct.
But you could have.
I don't know that I can speak to the level of authority or justification for those lines, but presumably, yes, we could have.
Understanding it's a lot of personnel time listening to these calls. Because each time this happens, an officer sits down, they're taking notes, they're listening to the call, minimizing where they need to. It's a lot of personnel hours, right?
It can be.
All right. But when it comes down to the amount of personnel hours and the money into it, that's not usually how the Tallahassee Police Department works, correct? It's a matter of what do we need for the investigation.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that listening to Sigfredo Garcia and finding out who he's contacting could have yielded information.
It potentially could have.
All right. The amount of intercepts that you have approximately 400 calls, right?
I don't know the exact number of calls.
It's in the hundreds?
Yes.
And it's over a course of roughly 2 months?
Yes.
Would you trust me that it's approximately 70 calls between Katherine Magbanua and Charles Adelson?
That sounds appropriate.
You'd agree with me that there is nothing in there about her being involved in a murder.
I don't want to comment to I guess to the content of those communications.
Now, when I asked you the question about the disposable phone, you hesitated. And I think you did is because you know that in May of 2016, there were disposable phones that were purchased.
That's correct.
Okay. So in fairness, we're now going to get into that. You'd agree with me that when these intercepts are placed, now the intercept means that you're communicating with the carrier and the carrier is recording the call, right?
The carrier is providing the call content to us. We are doing the actual recording.
And that act, now us as private citizens, all our calls are not recorded by our carriers, right?
They are not.
It is a function that the carrier can do, but they have to then change things to the account to be able to monitor it.
They don't need to change anything to the account.
Well, they've got to like toggle a button that says record, right?
Not on the account itself, no.
We're getting into a different topic here, so we can skip over that. You would agree with me that when an intercept is put onto a phone, that it can create technical issues with the line.
It shouldn't create technical issues.
Background noise? You've heard that?
It should not.
Connection issues?
It should not.
The phone itself being very, very hot? You've heard
it should
that?
not.
All right. Now, you've listened to some of these intercepts, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you have the people that are on it, Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia, talking about connection issues with the phone and how their phones are not operating correctly.
I don't recall specifics of that, but it's certainly possible.
All right. Now, your understanding in this case and what gave you pause is that Mr. Garcia, not Ms. Magbanua, went into a Walmart and purchased 2 straight talk wireless phones, correct?
I don't know if I know specifically who went in and made the purchase, but yes, 2 phones were acquired. You
would agree that Walmart almost certainly is under surveillance as well, too. These weren't phones that were bought off the street.
No.
And this would have been in May of 2016 after law enforcement has already come and spoken to Sigfredo Garcia.
I believe so, yes.
So specifically on phones, and I'm not trying to say that Sigfredo Garcia was not involved. I do not disagree with that. Garcia disconnected his phone right after the murder. We saw that, right?
That's correct.
Rivera later disconnected his phone as well, too.
He stopped using it, yes.
Ms. Magbanua did not.
She did not.
She didn't dispose of her cell phone, the 1312 number, did she?
That's correct.
She kept it, right?
She did.
Kept using it.
Correct.
Up until she was arrested in 2016, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
In fact, you have a phone in property for Ms. Magbanua for that 1312 number, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And all her data is also on that phone as well.
Well, I don't know that it is the same handset in 2016 that she was using in 2014, taking that people upgrade their phones and whatever gets transferred from one to the next, but it was serviced by the same phone number.
Now, you would agree with me that there is data that carries when you get a new handset. You can transfer data.
There can be, yes.
That phone was fully analyzed.
I believe so, yes.
All right. Nothing about her being involved in a murder.
I'm not the one that reviewed all of that content.
So based on what you're saying here, to make sure that it's clear, Ms. Magbanua did not dispose of the 1312 number and go out and get a burner phone, right?
That's correct.
Let's talk about Charles Adelson. We talked about iCloud and the iMessages. And over the years, you've spent a lot of time reviewing that, correct?
I have, yes.
You'd agree with me that there is evidence of Garcia upset and somehow knowing about a dinner, if you remember.
There is, yes.
You would agree with me that that's consistent with him stalking Katherine Magbanua if he knows about this dinner. It's consistent with it. We're not saying that it proves it, but it's consistent with it.
I assume it could be consistent with stalking as much as it is knowing what the mother of your children are doing day to day.
There's also evidence of that dinner happening, correct?
I'm not aware. I don't know if you're speaking of a dinner between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua. I'm not aware that there's anything that
So what we have is that Garcia is upset that a dinner happened. Now the question is, evidence of a dinner happening between Miss Magbanua, Charles Adelson, and others outside at a place called Yardbird.
Yes.
There's also evidence of communications between Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson.
There is not that I'm aware of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the iMessages?
Sure.
You're on a man approach?
Yes.
Sorry. Let me know if that helps or not.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar.
So Sergeant, and I want to clarify the question. I'm not asking, in Charles Adelson's iCloud, is there a communication directly to Sigfredo Garcia? The question to you is that within the iCloud, is there evidence of communications between Garcia and Charles Adelson?
I do not believe so.
So in your review of the iMessages, you did see that months prior to the murder in April, the end of April, April 25th of 2014, that Katherine Magbanua sends a message to Charles Adelson saying, "Did Tuto call your phone?"
Correct.
All right. You would agree with me that that's consistent with, understanding that you may not know the full context, that's consistent with the fact that she has a belief that Sigfredo Garcia is in direct communication with Charles Adelson. It's consistent with it, right?
I don't, with the remainder of the text messages, I think it's clear that communication did not happen. I don't know that the question, did he call your phone, necessarily means there's a belief that they were in communication.
Is it consistent with Katherine Magbanua seeing Charles Adelson's number in Sigfredo Garcia's phone and asking Charles Adelson, "Did Tuto call your phone?" Is it consistent with that?
I don't know what prompted that text message.
All right. You would agree with me that Charles Adelson's response was joking,
Correct.
right? He brushed it off.
Yes.
So let's go back to the overall information. You have evidence from the iMessages of Charles Adelson planning to dump Katie right after the murder. If you remember.
I don't remember specifically. There were certainly changes in their relationship status.
To refresh your recollection, take a look at the messages.
Sure.
Your Honor, if I could approach.
Okay.
Did that help?
To some degree.
So the question again is that in review of the iMessages, was there evidence that Charles Adelson was planning to break up with Katherine right around the time of the murder?
Again, I know there were changes in their status. The messages you showed is asking if they were eloping and a response of no. I can't tell you that I derive a lot about his future plans or going to dump her. He was apparently not eloping with her.
Sergeant, that wasn't fully accurate, is it? Because what it also explains and what it says is, we're going to the Keys and it's the goodbye tour. Those are the exact words, right? It's the goodbye tour.
I believe so, yes.
And this is the end of June, right?
Yes.
This is 2 weeks before the murder happens.
Yes.
And in the greater review of all the iMessages and all of the communications, you actually see that the communications between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua drop off significantly after the homicide.
The communication, and I have not looked at the volume or the numbers in the iCloud, but from the carrier records, we do see that there are periods of limited communication and then periods where they communicate more frequently. But it does vary through the course of the months.
It does drop off after July 18, 2014.
And I believe it returns after that.
And then in August, you have evidence of Charles Adelson pushing Katie out of his life, right? If you remember. If you don't, I've got something that will refresh.
I don't specifically remember.
All right, you almost completed, Mr. DeCoste, because we're going to need to take a break. I thought you were close to completion before.
What I can do is this one last, and it'll be a good time to take a break in between. I'm close. Final page is here.
All right.
August 25th. You want me to approach?
Yes.
Sorry. No pressure on break, depending on you.
Yes, sir.
Did that help your memory?
It does.
You would agree with me that there's evidence in late August of 2014, the month after the murder, where Katherine appears to be getting pushed out of Charles Adelson's life.
Yes.
Good time to break, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, we'll take our break now. Apologize for not taking it earlier. And so we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Please no discussions about the testimony or the case, okay? Deputy will take you out.
Which one? 825.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom. Door is closed. We're going to have a 1-minute brief sidebar over here, and then we're going to all break. But I just want to make sure that I get something on the record first, okay? All right, anything from counsel before we bring in the jury? We're all good? All right, let's bring in the jury, please. All right, please be seated. We're ready to continue with the cross-examination. Mr. DeCoste?
Thank you, sir. All right, let's stay on the topic of the intercepts, 2016. Now, when these intercepts are done, law enforcement is keeping logs of the calls that are being recorded, correct?
That's correct.
You don't, however, have the call detail records for that time.
Well, so when we're doing the wiretap, when the intercept is actually running, we are receiving in real time from the carrier the date and time of the call, who's calling who, the cell sites that are used. This is the exact same information that comes to us in the call detail records. And the benefit of we get to hear the audio or see the text message. But these are the exact same records that we would get if we asked for the historical call details. So we do have a record of every phone call, every text message, every location, just as if we had those historical records.
All right, and again, there's hundreds of communications. Or
Correct.
actually, you said you didn't know the exact, but you'd agree with me that it's in the hundreds.
Yes.
All right. Now let's talk about minimization. You have law enforcement there at a terminal listening to the call. You'd agree with me that it is up to that law enforcement officer to determine when they should minimize and when they shouldn't.
There are some general instructions and requirements. Further on top of that, it is that investigator's knowledge of the case, knowledge of who they're communicating with, understanding of what's being said that would influence how quickly or how often they might minimize a call.
Which could be contingent on what Tallahassee Police Department's working theory of the case is, correct?
It's contingent upon what we're actually allowed to listen to, and that is established in the affidavit. We're only allowed to listen to communications, certain communications that revolve around certain pieces of evidence, and so we're given direction about what kind of conversations we can actually listen to.
Now you say given direction, you're the one that oversaw the intercepts for TPD, correct?
I oversaw the technical side of that.
Correct. Now, for instance, at one point in time, you told your team, look, if there's discussion by Charles Adelson of other crimes, we can't record that.
We can record that, but then we actually have to go back and seek approval from the court to continue to listen. There is a process in place. But in general, no. If we hear evidence of other crimes, we can't just carte blanche record those because that's not part of our original authority. But we can seek to add those.
All right, now we're staying on the topic of minimization. If an officer in this case were listening to a phone call where Sigfredo Garcia is telling Katherine Magbanua, the less you know, the better, that wouldn't be a smart call to minimize, correct?
I would have.
That's speculation. I'm not going to allow that question.
Sergeant, you oversaw TPD law enforcement and gave them the instruction on what to minimize and what not, correct?
No.
And who gave them that instruction then?
The instruction, again, I oversaw the technical side of it, how to minimize, what button to press. The direction as far as the conversations came from the affidavit and from the state attorney's office.
All right. So let's stay on the topic of the intercepts. You've listened to a good number of the calls, correct?
I have, yes.
You have awareness from those calls of Charles Adelson. You have awareness of Charles Adelson's awareness that he doesn't discuss crimes over the phone, right?
I'm not sure.
Let me give you an example. On April 19, 2016, he's having a discussion about potential stock fraud where there's the comment, talk to you on the app. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
On 4/20/2016, not a phone convo. Remember that?
Okay.
May 3rd, 2016, his friend Adam says, I'll explain it in the app. May 4th, Adam abruptly says, text me on the app.
Okay.
Now you'd agree with me that all of these communications, none of them were with Katherine Magbanua.
Those that you mentioned, no.
So this lets you know that Charles Adelson is aware. You don't talk about certain things over the phone, correct?
That could be inferred, yes.
And the working theory has always been that these call patterns are potentially Miss Magbanua talking to Charles Adelson about the murder and then speaking to Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's part of it, yes.
But Charles Adelson doesn't talk on the phone when he's talking about committing crimes, right?
Well, I do believe that at least some of the calls that he spoke on the phone about did involve committing a crime.
In all of these recorded phone calls, the nearly 100 with Ms. Magbanua, was there ever a "we need to talk" on the app?
Not that I'm aware of.
And for those that don't know what WhatsApp or the app is, do you believe that to be WhatsApp?
It's likely WhatsApp or another internet-based communication chat app.
That's end-to-end encrypted communication?
It can be, yes.
And it can also be messages as well, too?
Yes.
Now, in Charles Adelson's iCloud data, you don't have all of his WhatsApp activity, correct?
All of his WhatsApp? No.
But you do have Katherine Magbanua's activity from her phone because you have the physical phone, correct?
I believe there is some. Again, I did not review the contents of her phone. I don't know exactly what is there or not.
But what you did learn between Charles Adelson's information and the limited that you have on Ms. Magbanua is that the only time she used WhatsApp to communicate with Charles Adelson while they were dating is when he was out of the country.
I'm not personally aware of that.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Yes.
Yeah. Sergeant Smarter Legal Lines have reminded me of something. So your testimony was, and this has to do with the intercepts and call detail records, and you say you get a real-time list of everything.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that every single phone call was recorded?
No.
So if a phone call isn't recorded, you're still going to have a data log of that?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, redirect. Thank you. Redirect.
All right, I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as I can. Sergeant Corbett, first, I want to show you all of the exhibits.
Oh, let me, yeah, give me a second here to sort them out.
I'll use this one as an example.
Go for it.
It shows you several records that are the records from the cell phones.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, these are like the raw data from the actual records, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the times that we see here, are these times correct?
The times for the voice calls are correct. The text messages would be an hour behind. They report text messages in Central Time Zone.
Okay. And as far as I know, on Friday, you told us about how when you get raw data from a cell phone company, sometimes there'll be duplicate events.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on these records, have these duplicate events been changed to single events by you?
They have not.
All right. So we may see calls that look like they're happening multiple times, but there was actually only one call.
That's correct.
Okay. And you haven't gone through these and made a summary like you did for Friday?
I have not.
Okay.
Everything's up there, but
The defense threw out a bunch of terms, the amount of power, radio frequency mapping, down tilt. Do we need any of those things in order to determine which cell site a cell phone is communicating with?
In this case, no.
And why is that?
Again, we know that that particular antenna or that particular cell site was operational and in use because the handset communicated with it. And from there, it's a matter of just determining if that location could be serviced by that particular cell site or not. And we say that it was. Again, the carriers designed the networks very carefully, very purposefully to provide coverage to everyone. And so, you know, we know that it's functioning, we know that it's operating, and we know that that location could be consistent with being serviced by that particular cell site and sector.
The defense asked you about, not having location data for Sigfredo Garcia in June. We just see Rivera's locations going up to Tallahassee and back. Do we have any evidence to show that Garcia was not on the trip in June 2014?
We do not.
We just don't have his locations at all during June of 2014.
That's correct.
Okay. But we do have his locations in July of 2014.
Yes.
And that's when, after that point, we could track his location.
Yes.
Could you pull up your slide that shows the more zoomed in where Katherine Magbanua was consistent with the cell site service and comfort rental car?
For the second. Would that be June 2nd?
Thank you. All right, so we see there's, looking at the top of the screen, looks like 1, bottom of the screen 2, over here closest to you 3, 4, 5 in the middle, and then this 1 right here, this dot with the arrows next to. So 6 total cell sites just in that small area of Miami.
Yes.
Okay, you mentioned a little earlier about how more densely populated areas, there's more cell sites than in a rural area.
That's correct.
And we've seen evidence of that throughout your slideshow presentation. As she travels from her house to Comfort, which is about 10 miles, she's going through several different cell sites on that path.
That's correct.
And as she travels from the Charlie Adelson's residence to Rivera's residence on July 19th, she's hitting several different cell sites. That's how we're able to know what time she's at where, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the areas, when looking at a place like Miami and like this area, for instance, where there's so many cell sites, the area that she would be consistent with would be smaller than in a rural area where there would be less cell sites.
Yes, that's correct.
And you said that these cell sites were designed to service a lot of people, given their location, or a lot of handsets.
Yes.
And of all of the places that she could be in Miami, all of the cell sites that she could be communicating with, or even just in this little portion, these 6 cell sites that she could be communicating with, of all of those, you said she's communicating with the one service and comfort rental right there in the middle of the map, that at the same time, Garcia, the father of her children, is renting a car from Comfort Rental.
Hold on a second.
Objection leading, and I don't know if that was a question.
Did you place it in the form of a question?
Yes, sir. Is that the case?
It is, yes.
You were asked about a series of events that could happen. A cell tower could go down, you're kicked to another tower. Do you have any indication that those things are happening in this case with any of the locations, the cell sites that you plotted?
I do not.
Would we have records of a handset communicating with a cell site if that cell site was down?
We would not.
It wouldn't be communicating with the cell site if it was down.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, defense asked you a bit about Rivera's communication and his locations on the day on July 19th, the day the money was taken.
Yes.
I want to ask you about that. Now, in our presentation on Friday, we were showing how Katherine Magbanua travels down to that address. Rivera is consistent with being there. We show the flurry of communication. And then we show when he's consistent with being there again, which was around the 10:30 time frame. Is that the case?
Objection leading and counsel testifying.
Overruled.
Yes.
Have you looked at, though, in the past, all of Rivera's locations that morning?
I have, yes.
Okay, and have you mapped those before?
I have, yes.
Do you have that handy?
I could, yes.
Okay. Just want to ask you about the locations that he's consistent with once he leaves his residence and before he comes back, and the times on that.
This is something that's already been admitted into evidence. This is part of.
It's been talked about, and I just wanted since the defense opened the door, for the jury to be able to see exactly where he went and what times and what it was and was not consistent with.
I'm not going to allow it to be shown. He can testify to it, but I'm not going to allow it to be shown to the jury.
Yes, sir.
May want to make sure that I'm muted.
Okay.
Do you have it?
Okay. All right, can you walk us through, actually, maybe it would be helpful for you to put up I have it as page 120, which is the call flurry on July 19th. That way we can see the times of his communication. Can you do that? Okay.
You have an objection? Well, this is something that's been admitted into evidence, right? Part of the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Of the summary.
Okay. My mistake.
And I'm sorry, which summary page?
This would be the call flurry on July 19th. I have it as page 120.
I believe that this is what you're... I guess you'll have to unmute me.
Okay.
That'll be right. Is that the one you're referring to?
And I think there was a couple after that as well. Maybe the one that goes all the way from 9:44 to 10:31. Try 118, page 118. There you go.
I don't know which is easier to look at.
Okay. All right. So looking at Rivera's, the location, let's see. So we have on this that Katherine Magbanua tries to call Sigfredo Garcia 6 times between 9:44 and 9:46. Is that correct?
One is a text message.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Thank you. So 5 times in the text message. And then she has an outgoing call to the number that you have as Anthony Ortiz. And while we talk about that, I just wanted to be clear. So that was a number that law enforcement received as a possible number belonging to Anthony Ortiz. But you told us on Friday that was also found in Katherine Magbanua's contacts, iPhone contacts, as belonging to a Jessica Flocka.
That's correct.
Okay. The mother of Luis Rivera's children, do you know what her name is?
Jessica.
Okay. Whoever this is, Jessica or Anthony Ortiz, which they both are familiar with both Garcia and Rivera, right?
Yes.
All right. Then they start participating. The person that Katherine Magbanua calls here then starts participating by calling Sigfredo Garcia on the next line. And then Luis Rivera starts calling Sigfredo Garcia and calls him, texts him, and then calls him right after that.
That's correct.
Okay, and this is all like 1 minute, the next minute, the next minute.
Yes.
Okay. Then it looks like the Ortiz number calls Garcia again after Luis Rivera does.
Objection leading.
These are leading questions. You need to
Yes,
frame
I
it
know.
in form of a question and no testifying. Let's leave that up to the witness.
Where was Luis Rivera's location when he made those contacts, outgoing contacts to Sigfredo Garcia?
So for the event, the outgoing voice call that's at 9:50, which I don't know if we can see, is this one. So for the 9:50 through 10:02 events for Mr. Rivera, which the 10:02 would be an incoming voice call from the Ortiz number. For all of those events, he's communicating with cell sites that are consistent with the area of his residence and or the barbershop, which is nearby.
Now, which one of these calls is he no longer consistent with his residence, and where does he go?
So the next events beginning at 10:04 for Mr. Rivera through 10:23 a.m., so for about 18, 19 minutes. For that time frame, his handset begins communicating with cell sites and sectors that are consistent with moving east, kind of towards the island, and then south, towards the direction of Normandy Isle, but also consistent with Mr. Garcia's residence.
Okay. And Mr. Garcia, at the time you say his residence, who is the information that the investigators had in the case that he was living with at the time, besides maybe Ms. Magbanua?
Stephanie Carmona.
Okay. And you said on Friday that Stephanie Carmona's address was the last address that his phone was consistent with before it was dumped earlier that morning on the 19th?
That's correct.
So that was the last known location that we ever have for that number, was Stephanie Carmona's residence.
Correct.
And when Rivera's handset moves away from his residence that morning after he can't get in, or after his handset cannot get in touch with Garcia's handset, his handset then travels towards Stephanie Carmona's residence where Garcia was staying. Is that the case?
That's correct.
Okay. And then where does it go after it leaves Stephanie Carmona's residence?
So those events, again, from 10:23 on, we have locations at 10:23, 10:34, 10:35. Those are consistent with travel back towards the area of his residence, and really the events beginning at 10:34 are consistent with either his residence or the area of the barbershop.
Okay. And so he's back consistent with his residence by 10:34, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And there's 2 calls down at the bottom of the list that are outgoing from Katherine Magbanua to Luis Rivera. What times are those at?
The one is at 10:23 and the second at 10:31.
Okay. And then at 10:31, whose residence is she consistent with?
For her 10:31 event, it would be consistent with Mr. Rivera's residence.
And then by 10:34, 3 minutes later, he's back consistent with that area as well.
He could be there sooner. I have events at 10:23 with location, and then the next that I have shown here is 10:34. So sometime in that time frame, in that window, he became consistent with the area around his house.
Okay. The defense asked you about what Katherine Magbanua was doing today in the iCloud, where her children were. I have a couple of questions about that. First of all, the iCloud messages that you've been being shown, those are all from Charlie Adelson's iCloud, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And all of the iCloud messages in this case that include Katherine Magbanua are ones that we have from Charles Adelson's iCloud.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, there were also things that were deleted from that iCloud, right?
There were, yes.
I want to ask you about the message that they showed you. I've marked this as states 132. I'd enter this in, Judge, as an admission, states 132.
fine with that one. We wouldn't need a recross on that.
All right. So you don't have any objection to it?
To that document being entered in, no, no objection.
All right. It'll be minute. Now, the last, I know that I've been provided this before, and the last one that I have is 128 that's coming in, and I want to make sure our numbering's right. So you want this as 132?
Yes, sir. These are the same texts that the defense asked the witness about.
All right. So states 132 is admitted.
Okay, this is what you were shown by the defense. Record it.
I was asked about these texts, yes.
What time is this saying that? So it looks like Charlie Adelson here is saying, "Are you going to take your kids to the beach? It's so nice."
Yes, and that's at 12:13 p.m.
12:13 p.m.
Yes,
And the times and locations that we were looking at earlier, that was from 9:44 to 10:31.
correct.
Okay. And so then she says it's beautiful, probably the pool. What time was that?
12:18.
Okay. Then what time did she say she got back from the pool? I'm sorry.
4:54 p.m.
So does that indicate she was at the pool the morning of July 19th?
It does not.
Does that indicate that her children were with her from 9:44 to 10:30 a.m.?
It does not.
All right, I want to ask you specifically, can you go back to the slide we were just looking at? Or let me put this back over to you. Now we saw that, can you go to the next one that shows that she has the 11:23 communication? Okay, you were able to get a location for the 11:23 location or time. What location was that?
Excuse me. That location was a cell site south of the one that she was communicating with when she was consistent with Mr. Rivera. So it's a little south from that previous location.
Okay, can you go to your next slide? And the one after that is too? Thank you. You said that cell site, her communication here is more consistent with Yindra Mascaro's residence than it is with Luis Rivera's residence.
That's correct.
And so all of those text messages that we just saw where she said she might go to the pool that day, referencing her children later in the day, that was all after she was consistent with Mascaro's residence around 11:23.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, you were asked about comfort rental car. We don't know when the car was taken back. I do want to bring something to your attention, though. You said that you received GPS pings, or that comfort rental car receives GPS pings every several hours for these cars. It's not a constant thing, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to show you the GPS pings that we have in this case for the car running in June. You can look at the bottom of that location. Each location map at the bottom will tell you the date and time. When is the last GPS ping that we have for that car that was rented in June by Sigfredo Garcia?
Well, I believe the last is going to be June June 6th. Yes, the morning of June 6th.
Okay, and that was when the car was consistent with being at Katherine Magbanua's home?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's the last location that we have for that car. And then we see that Miss Magbanua's cell phone or handset is back consistent with the comfort rental car location that afternoon,
That's correct.
communicating with that same cell site. And you said that she had only been to that location or communicating with that cell site one other time in June, and that was on June 2nd?
Yes, I do want to make sure I said that correctly the last time. For this particular cell site and sector that we say is consistent with comfort rent-a-car, 3 periods of time, it would be the June 2nd, the June 6th, and then a time in March or April of 2015.
Okay. One other thing in June, could you show us I think it was around 61, the Katherine Magbanua's communication with the Luis Rivera 934 number?
And this is during the June trip.
Yes, sir. Can you go to, yes, sir, thank you. All right, so I just want to be clear. We have 2 numbers for Luis Rivera in this case. One is the one that's the 570 number, right?
Yes, we have at least 2 numbers.
Okay. And the 570 number is the one that he was actually using during the summer of 2014 that we have call detail records for.
That's correct.
And that's the number that he and Katherine Magbanua called each other and had actual communication on July 19th.
That's correct.
And he called her first that day.
He did.
She then called him back and they exchanged a few different calls.
That's correct.
All right. And that's the one that you were telling us about his locations on a second ago.
That's correct.
And she never, other than that day, never talks to that 570 number again, right?
I believe there are at least a couple of events after that, but that was the first time.
Thank you. Nothing prior to that.
Correct.
That whole summer. Okay. And he called her first from that number.
He did.
It's not a number that she had that she called.
That I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, looking at this number though, this number, the one that starts with the 305-934, so I'll just call it at 934, that's the number that you said the defendant had in her phone. And what was the contact name?
It was listed as Tato.
Okay. And can you tell us, she called this number how many times in June?
Just once in June.
And that's what we have here?
Yes.
And she calls it at 10:59 and 17 seconds after 2 outgoing calls to Sigfredo Garcia?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after she calls, and what duration are those calls? The 10:57 and the 10:58?
They're 31 and 34 seconds.
Can you tell whether they connected or went to voicemail?
I cannot.
Okay. After she calls his number twice with those short durations, she then calls Luis Rivera's number. And then does she call Garcia's number immediately again thereafter?
Yes.
Okay. And then it looks like she then sends a text to Sigfredo Garcia immediately after that?
That's correct.
So she's only calls Luis Rivera's 934 number one time in June.
Objection leading, asked and answered.
She hasn't completed her question yet, so overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Objection leading, asked and answered. Move to strike.
Overruled.
And she's calling it, is she calling it during a time that she's also trying to get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. Same thing for July. Is she also trying to get in touch with Sigfredo Garcia during that time?
She is at different points, yes.
Okay. And she calls the Luis Rivera number how many times in July?
I believe twice.
Okay. And both the June call and the 2 July calls are on their trips to Tallahassee.
That's correct.
Okay. The defense asked you about the pattern of communication. when I'm talking about patterns of communication, I mean, Donna Adelson never calls Katherine Magbanua.
That's correct.
Charlie Adelson never calls Sigfredo Garcia or Luis Rivera.
Correct.
Okay. It's Donna Adelson contacting Charlie Adelson who's contacting Katherine Magbanua, and Magbanua who's contacting Garcia or Rivera.
Correct. You got a problem with this one's missing, so.
Can you show me what I'm missing?
So these are all 1 hour off. So see how that's 803, 703, 803. So push it forward an hour. That would be 140. So missing one right there. Hold on. Okay. And then the note, which would be at 143, you're missing that as well too. So you're missing 200. But otherwise, you're fine with it. Yeah, so all of these are 7-2.
I'm going to ask him. I'm not going to move this in, but I'm going to ask him about this as well first.
Well, let me review that because I haven't seen that.
Just these three.
How are you going to do? Oh, you're going to ask him about that. That's their note. No, they're not entering. They're asking questions about those.
Questions about information from the iCloud on July 1st, Charlie Adelson's iCloud. On the July 1st messages, do you see any iCloud messages about the domestic incident, giving us any more insight into that?
I do not.
On July 1st, I'm talking about.
I do not.
Objection, Your Honor. Mischaracterization of a domestic incident. I don't believe that Sigfredo Garcia and Charles Adelson were married.
All right, overruled.
Did you see anything that gave us any insight into any type of incident on July 1st from the iCloud?
I did not.
Okay. Looking at July 2nd, defense asked you a question. I can't remember exactly what it was, but something about them having a conversation about the incident that happened the day before on July 1st. Is that right? That's
correct.
Okay. Is there anything here where Charlie Adelson says anything other than "this sucks" as far as how their conversation begins?
I'm sorry. He does say other things. He does say "this really sucks."
Okay. How does the conversation begin? Could you read it to us?
It begins with, from Ms. Magbanua, "I haven't slept at all. I spoke to him. I'm so angry and hurt. I don't even know what to do with myself."
Okay, and this was what time on July 2nd?
This is 8:03 p.m.
Okay, and then what does he say in response?
Mr. Adelson responds this really sucks.
Okay, and then what does Ms. Magbanua say in response?
I just don't like the fact that someone else thinks they can make the decisions in my life and to apologize for shit when it's too fucking late.
Okay, what does she say next?
Actually, I believe she says, "I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy." All that leaving message.
Objection. Just for clarification, I believe that it's Charles Adelson saying that.
All right, yeah, just let's make sure who was clear on the record, who's stating what.
Withdrawn.
Go ahead.
That it shows as incoming to him
From who?
from Miss Magbanua.
And what does it say about the message?
I'm sorry, but he's a fucking pussy. All that leaving messages is fucking retarded and so childish, but whatever.
Insert.
So on the second, she's referencing that someone was childish to leave a message.
Yes.
Okay. And July 1st was the day that you have Garcia leaving a message, leaving a voicemail on Harvey Adelson's phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you said that you have Katherine Magbanua calling Harvey Adelson's phone. Was that right before or right after Garcia left him a voicemail?
It was after.
Okay. So you have Garcia calling Harvey Adelson's phone, leaving a voicemail, and then Katherine Magbanua calling Harvey Adelson's phone. And does that call connect?
It does.
Okay. And does it go to voicemail?
It does.
Okay. Is the duration even shorter than Garcia's duration with Adelson's voicemail?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so you have him calling the 30-second voicemail, then her calling an even shorter message, and then the next morning, her complaining about this to Charlie Adelson, him saying this sucks, and her saying that leaving a message was so childish.
Yes.
All right, I want to show you this one that I've pre-marked and shown to the defense as 129. I want to ask you about this one. Did she say something at 12:10 p.m. on March 12th about dinner the night before?
She does.
What does she say?
The message is, I guess, I don't know. He called me and said, have a nice dinner and to never call him again. I'm like, WTF, question mark.
And what does she say after that?
There's some other exchange, but
After.
He's acting like a child. I don't even call him unless it has to do with the kids.
Okay, and then she says, I love you.
Baby, I love you too. I can't stand not hugging you before we go to bed and not waking up with you. To you.
Is there any indication of what Charlie Adelson said to prompt this response from her about he told me to have a nice dinner and not call him again?
There is not.
Okay. And am I missing any messages here?
We could be.
But there's nothing in the iCloud that we can see that shows that.
That's correct.
I want to ask you about one more. Or actually, two more. The defense showed you one from August where Katherine Magbanua, and correct me if I'm wrong, but she said something like, go on with your life, have a great life.
To that effect, yes.
Do they never communicate again after that?
Oh, they definitely communicate after that.
Okay, so she and Charles Adelson continue to communicate after that text.
They do, yes.
That's not the end of their relationship.
It's not.
Who contacted who more in August and September? Did Charlie contact Katherine more, or did Katherine contact Charlie more?
I don't recall specifically who was initiating more. I know that I've looked at that. But I believe in looking at the communications, Miss Magbanua more. Just in looking at the messages.
Were they still talking several times a week?
Yes.
He showed you a message where his mother asked if he was eloping with Katherine Magbanua in June of 2014, and he said, no, there's a goodbye tour, and we're going on a goodbye tour in Key West. Does it say goodbye to who in those messages?
It does not.
Could be goodbye to Katherine Magbanua, or it could be goodbye to Daniel Markel. You don't know.
I don't.
I have one more that I want to enter into evidence of states 130.
All right, did you show that to defense counsel?
Yes,
I
sir.
think so, yeah.
Any objection?
I didn't have any objection to any of them.
All right, so states exhibit 130 is admitted.
Do you consider this conversation evidence of a communication between Charlie Adelson and Secretary Garcia?
I did not.
Why not?
I believe from the content of the communication, it's very clear that communication did not happen, that Mr. Adelson is being sarcastic in his response, and that at least at this point, Mr. Garcia doesn't even have a phone number for Mr. Adelson. Not quite sure how he would get one if it's not posted online.
So Miss Magbanua says to Mr. Adelson, "Did Tudo call your phone?"
Correct.
So she appears to be worried that that may have happened.
Correct.
And then he says, "Actually, he did. He invited me to go deep sea fishing. It was so nice." Sorry, go deep sea fishing. He was so nice. And then she responds, "I'm serious."
Yes.
That's why you took that as a joke?
Well, I think the deep sea fishing is a little sarcasm, and of course, she says yes, that she's being serious, indicating that he's not.
Was there any record of a call from Garcia to Charlie Adelson anywhere in the phone records?
No.
At this point, Judge, that was my last question, but I would ask to approach about one topic.
All right.
I'm sorry. Let me come over there.
All right, Ms. Dugan, you've completed your redirect.
No more questions on redirect, Judge?
All right. Okay, Sergeant, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
You are subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, let's wait till the witness is out of the courtroom. All right, Ms. Dugan, you have a request?
Yes, sir. At this time, Judge, the state would ask to play state 133, and it has to move it into evidence as an admission.
State Exhibit 133. All right, and what's the content? What is the content? Not the specific content, but what is where is this content from?
This was from a prior statement made by the defendant on October 9th, 2019.
And it was in response to what?
Questions by Ms. Katherine.
All right, it'll be admitted as states 133, subject to any previous objections that were made. Okay, this is just a short recording for the jury to hear.
Techs do not believe that Mr. Garcia was actually inviting Mr. Adelson to go deep sea fishing.
You mean Charlie inviting, Mr. Garcia inviting him? No, I believe not.
That was a joke.
I would take it as a joke. I mean, from reading it, being sarcastic.
Well, not just reading it, because you were involved in the text, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so was it a joke or not?
To me, yes, it was a joke.
Okay, so you were worried about Mr. Garcia contacting Mr. Adelson,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't have any knowledge whether he did or that he actually did.
No.
Okay. Why are your lawyers trying to suggest that Mr. Garcia contacted Mr. Adelson?
Why are they trying to suggest that he contacted him?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Charlie Adelson was the one paying for this murder?
Just repeat that question again.
Did Mr. Garcia even know that Mr. Adelson was the one behind this whole thing?
Well, what time?
Ever?
I believe not.
That was all of it.
All right, okay. We're going to break for lunch now. It's 12:30. Okay, we'll break for an hour. We'll give you to 1:30, and then we'll come back and start the testimony again at that time. Please, no conversations with each other, nothing on the internet, no news reports, and we'll see everybody back here at 1:30 to start back with the testimony. Okay, thank you very much. All right, jurors out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Ms. Kappelman, do you intend to start the afternoon session with Ms. Umchinda?
I don't know, Judge. We're having to make some accommodations to witnesses.
Okay.
So I don't.
All right.
It'll either probably be Ms. Umchinda or Ms. Scarra Velasquez.
Okay. All right. And all right. Anything else before we break for lunch?
Yes, Your Honor. When we were sidebar, Ms. Dugan explained that there was a limited statement that she was going to play, and it had to do specifically with the text messages. And we trusted that that's what they were going to present. But Your Honor heard that there was a line of questioning at the end of it where Ms. Kappelman was talking about knowledge of the murder. And obviously that was not part of the topic that was going to be played. But I would want to state for the record now, the government has now opened up the door to a whole bunch of other parts of her testimony by bringing in that little snippet and then cutting it off, that in asking the question about the knowledge of the murder, which had nothing to do with the text messages. So the government wanted to present something about the text messages. They should have done just that. They've opened up the door now pretty much to all of the testimony as to any knowledge. Because that is our defense, that there is no knowledge, but now you need to have the entire testimony to be able to understand that.
Ms. Dugan?
I don't recall anything in her testimony that there was any knowledge, so I don't know how that would be taken out of context, or, the rule of completeness would be needed for that.
All right, I'm not going to find that it is. The focus of that testimony was in regards to the messages and what the intent or of the messages were. And so if you're making any request, I don't know what your request is, but I'm not going to find that it expands any type of rule of completeness to play the entire trial transcript of the previous trial. Okay, we are in recess until 1:30. We'll start back up with the testimony at that time. All right. Ms. Kappelman, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated. Thank you, everyone, for your timeliness and your patience. We're ready to continue with the testimony, and the state may call its next witness. All right. Ms. Velasquez Mascaro, please. Good afternoon. You can please go to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Sure. It's Yendra, Yindra, Velasquez, Velazquez, Mascaro, Mascaro.
Thank you. And what city do you live in?
Miami, Florida.
Are you currently working?
I am.
Okay. And what's your job?
I am a title agent for the state of Florida and the state of Georgia.
Do you know Katherine Magbanua?
I do.
And how do you know her?
She's a childhood friend, and she's the godmother to my children, to one of my children.
And did y'all go to high school together?
We did.
Did y'all stay in contact after high school, or did y'all lose touch?
Not really. We lost touch, and then we reconnected.
Do you remember when y'all reconnected?
Yes, October 2011.
Okay. Was it? Do you know that specific date because it was like a special occasion for you?
Yes, it was my 25th birthday.
Okay, so the night of your 25th birthday is when y'all reconnected?
That's correct.
Okay, and then maintained a friendship again after that?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Sigfredo Garcia?
I do.
And how do you know him?
He is the father of her children.
Okay. Did you also go to high school with him?
Not really. I really didn't see him much. I know that he was around, but I didn't really see him much in high school.
Did he and Katherine Magbanua date in high school?
They did.
And did they continue to kind of have a relationship off and on again from high school to 2016?
Yes, they did.
Okay. What about Luis Rivera?
I also know him from childhood.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Katherine Magbanua knew Luis Rivera?
She did.
Okay, and how did she know him?
Through Sigfredo.
Was she closer to Luis Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia closer to Luis Rivera?
Sigfredo was closer to Luis.
Okay. Were Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera kind of like brothers?
Yes.
Prior to Rivera or Garcia's arrest, did you know that Luis Rivera was in a gang?
I did not.
All right, so I want to go back to when you and Katherine Magbanua reconnected at your 25th birthday. You said in October of 2011. What was she doing for a living at the time?
She was doing promos for liquor brands, and also she started working at a dental office.
What does like doing promos for liquor brands, what does that mean?
So if there's a specific liquor that wants to be promoted within a club or anything like that, they'll do promotions within that club or outside of the club to try to, have the brand within the club, the establishment.
And to people that do that work, they might ask people if they want a taste of a certain liquor in a club or at a liquor store?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know the name of the place that, or the, I guess, company she worked for doing that?
I do not.
And you said that would have been in 2011?
Yes.
All right. At some point you said she's also working at a dental office. What was the name of that dental office?
Sophie Dental.
Is that SOFI?
That's correct.
Okay. And that stands for like south of 5th in Miami Beach?
That's correct.
Okay. When did she start working at Sophie Dental?
It's around the same time that we reconnected, so at the latter part of 2011.
Was she working at Sophie Dental in 2013?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, just a second. At some point while she was working at Sophie Dental, did she stop doing the liquor promotion?
She did. She was only working at Sophie Dental. At one point, she stopped doing the promotions all in total.
And while she was working at Sophie Dental, did she get a job as a bartender somewhere?
She did.
Okay, and where was that?
Club Fate.
Where is Club Fate?
It was in Gulfstream Park in Broward County, Florida.
It's not around anymore?
No, I don't think it's open anymore.
In Gulfstream Park, that's kind of like in between Miami and Fort Lauderdale?
Yes, so it's right before, it's like Hollandale Beach, which is the break between Miami-Dade County and Broward County in Florida.
Okay. And so while she's working at Fate, while she's working at Sophie, she gets this job at Fate?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember when she began working at Fate?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. Would it help if I showed you a prior statement of yours where you talked about that?
Sure.
Okay.
It's her witness. It's her witness.
Okay. If you could reach just page 44 there to yourself and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when was it that she was working as a bartender at Fate and also working at the dental office?
The latter part of 2013.
Okay, so latter part of 2013, she's at both Sophie Dental and Fate?
Yes.
All right, and was she still doing liquor promotions at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did she eventually stop working in the dental office?
She did.
What was Club Fate like?
Just
back in 2013-ish area.
Just a regular nightclub. The regulars would go there. It was, Gulfstream Park is a really big establishment where they have different bars and restaurants. So just your regular nightclub.
Okay. And how long did she work at Club Fate?
Just a couple of months.
And did she work as just a bartender at Club Fate or a bartender and a waitress?
She did both at one point, but then she ultimately just started bartending in total.
Okay. Did she eventually leave Club Fate after
She did.
a few months? Okay. Why did she leave Club Fate?
They were having some accounting issues that she told me about, that, the checks were bouncing. So she was like, this is not for me, and she left.
So checks bouncing, obviously, she was receiving a paycheck. It wasn't coming through.
That is correct.
Okay. After she quit Fate because of not getting paid, did she get another job?
Yes.
And where was that?
At Hollywood Live.
And what is Hollywood Live?
It's another club. It's smaller than, this club. It's more of a locals place in Hollywood, Florida.
Okay. And can you tell me anything else about the club? Like what you say it's like a local place. Are they known for anything in particular? Can you
It was a
describe
Haitian club.
Okay.
So it was a lot
Did
of
you
the
say
Haitian community.
Haitian or?
Haitian.
Haitian,
Yes.
okay.
A lot of the Haitian community would go there. Everybody pretty much knew each other. They had like live bands sometimes. They had salsa classes.
Okay.
Things like that.
Okay. And what did she do at Hollywood Live?
At one point, she was bartending and doing bottle service. And then I stayed doing bottle service, and she ultimately was only bartending.
I've left a couple of items up on the witness stand for you that have been previously shown in the defense.
Okay.
86A through D.
Okay.
If you could grab them, those are the Google Maps. Just want to ask you about those.
Okay.
Do you recognize what you see in those pictures?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Are those true and accurate depictions of where Hollywood Live is located and kind of the front of Hollywood Live.
Yes.
Okay, at this point, I'd move in 86A through D.
Any objection?
Your Honor, my only objection is I haven't seen that, and I don't know when that picture was taken. Was that in 2016 or?
All right, well, I thought they'd previously seen them.
We've previously shown the defense all of our evidence, Judge.
All right, let's go ahead and make sure that Ms. Kawash knows which one that we're dealing with, please.
Yes, Your Honor, so my objection would be to 86B, because she has no idea when this picture was taken. I believe it was taken in 2021.
All right,
It's not
well,
a fair and accurate representation.
I thought we were just dealing with the map at this time.
It's a map and a picture of the front of the club, which I asked her whether those were true and accurate depictions of the location in the front of the club.
All right, they'll be admitted as states 86A through D.
Did you see the other? Yeah. Okay. I'm also going to ask her about states 35. Which, okay.
That's already admitted or not? No.
No, sir.
Okay.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about Hollywood Live. This is 86A for the record. And zoom out. All right. Obviously, map of a part of Florida we're seeing here.
Yes.
Okay. This is Miami down here.
That's correct.
And up here, just so you see where we are, this is Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This little arrow, this is showing where Hollywood Live is located.
Yes.
And you said it's in the town of Hollywood.
Yes.
Okay. 86B, so a little closer to view of where Hollywood Live is here.
That's correct.
Would this be kind of like looking at the exact street that Hollywood Live is on?
Yes.
And just for the record, is it here next to the Owen spot across from the subway
Yes.
on Highway 20?
Yes.
And looking at D6D, what do we see here?
The front of the club.
Okay. So if you're driving by, this is what Hollywood Live looks like.
Yes.
Did you work at Hollywood Live at the same time as Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do at Hollywood Live?
I was a bottle service girl.
Okay, and you said that Katherine Magbanua did bottle service, then went to bartending?
Yes.
Okay. What is bottle service?
So basically, people come to the club, they order a bottle, and then you have to come out. You come out with a sparkler, you serve them, and you're their waitress ultimately throughout the evening, depending on how many tables you have throughout the night.
Okay. And that's what you did there?
Yes.
All right, so how long did Katherine Magbanua work at Hollywood Live?
She also did work there for a couple of months, just like in Club Fate.
What was the last
Just
part?
like in Club Fate.
Okay. So a couple of months meaning like 2 or 3 months, or a couple of months like over 6 months?
About 6 months, I want to say.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you, for the record, page 36 of your deposition, lines 2 through 6.
Objection, improper refreshing or impeachment.
All right, is there a question or what?
I asked her how long Katherine Magbanua worked in Hollywood Live, and now
All right.
I'm showing her
Well, she answered the question,
yes, sir.
so she doesn't need to refresh if she's answered the question.
Yes, sir, it's an impeachment.
The state can.
All right, well then you can do the impeachment from right there. But if you want to show it to her, you can.
Your Honor, the case law is clear. The state may not impeach their own witness.
And we can't call a witness for the sole purpose of impeachment.
All right, I'll allow you to show that to her. Make sure that Ms. Kawaz knows what page we're dealing with.
Just looking at page 36, line 2 through 6.
All right.
Is that, I apologize, Judge. Definitely. Okay, thank you.
36, 2 through 6.
And I know this was a while ago, and you
Yeah.
gave another state, right? Reading your deposition, you said at that point that how long had she been at Hollywood Live was the question, and you said a couple of months. It couldn't have been more than that, maybe 2 or 3 months?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll just object to improper impeachment. That's exactly what she does.
Overruled.
All right. How does Hollywood Live pay their employees?
It was an all cash place.
Okay. So they wouldn't pay in a paycheck at all?
At all.
Okay. And did you ever fill out an employment application or any other type of employment records with them?
Nothing.
Just straight up cash business?
Yes, they had my first name and my phone number.
Okay.
That's it.
So you show up and you keep what you're tipped and you go home?
That's it.
Okay. How long did you work at Hollywood Live?
Also a couple of months. I quit right around July. So I only worked there a couple of months.
Okay. Do you remember, I guess, the exact date that you decided to no longer work there?
Yes. 4th of July.
4th of July?
Yes.
Why do you remember that date so vividly?
Because I found out I was pregnant that day.
Okay. Now, did Katherine Magbanua quit working at Hollywood Live before you or after you?
Before me.
So she would have quit then before July 4th of 2014?
That's correct.
About how long did you work at Hollywood Live after Katherine Magbanua quit?
About 2 months.
So the timeline would have been she no longer works there, about 2 months passed, you find out that you're pregnant on July 4th, and then you stop working there that month as well.
That's correct.
Okay. July 4th of 2014, I mean.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know why she quit working at Hollywood Live?
She just said that she didn't want to do the club scene anymore.
How much would you make per night at Hollywood Live on average?
On an average night that it wasn't busy, maybe $100, $200 on that night.
So an average night, $100 or $200. What about a really good night?
Anywhere between $400 and $500.
And that's what you would make on like one of your best nights there?
That's correct.
Okay. And on average, 100, maybe between 100 or 200. How often would you have a night where you make like $400 or $500?
It wasn't very often. It was like, unless it was like birthday parties or like something like that really going on, or like a special event that they had, because sometimes they had bands that would come in.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it was like that, it was very busy. Those were really the only nights.
Okay. So would that be like once a month or?
Yeah,
less
probably
or more?
once or twice a month. It wasn't very often.
Okay. So your average nights, 100 to 200. One of your best nights, 400 to 500, and you could do that like once a month.
Yes.
Okay. And how often would Katherine Magbanua work at Hollywood Live?
We would pretty much work around the same time. We worked on the weekends because I had a regular 9-to-5 job, so I could only work on the weekends. So I normally would only work, I would work Fridays and Saturdays,
Mm-hmm.
and she would pretty much work the same.
So a Friday and a Saturday?
That's correct.
And those are probably, I mean, like the busiest nights at a nightclub, right?
Correct.
Okay. And she would have been doing the Fridays and Saturdays. That would have been then about around 2 months prior to July of 2014.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So tell me about, did you then go to a dermatologist office after that?
She did.
Okay. What was that called? Do you remember?
Broward Dermatology.
Okay. And who was her boss there?
Charlie's ex-roommate, or his roommate at the time.
And when you say Charlie, you mean Charles Adelson? Charlie
I do.
Adelson? Okay. And I'll talk to him. We'll talk more about him in just a second. But okay. Charlie Adelson's friend and former roommate was the doctor and the boss at Broward Dermatology.
Yes.
Do you remember what his name is?
I do not.
Okay. How long did Katherine Magbanua work at Broward Dermatology?
She didn't work there very long at all. A couple months as well.
A few months? Okay. Yes. Where did she work after leaving the dermatology office?
She was working with me again at Optimar Realty.
Okay. So it went the Liquor Promotions, Sophie Dental, Fate, Hollywood Live, Broward Dermatology, Optimar Realty.
Correct.
Okay. And what was she doing at Optimar? Or let me ask you first, at Broward Dermatology, do you know what she did there?
I believe she was doing insurance verification, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, kind of like front office clerical work?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And what about at Optimar Realty?
She was the assistant to one of the realtors there.
Did she work anywhere in between Hollywood Live and Broward Dermatology?
I'm not aware.
Okay. How are you paid at Optimar Realty?
Me, myself, I worked within the real estate office. I did not work for the real estate office. Mm-hmm. I worked independently with the title company that was located within the real estate office. So I was paid bi-weekly direct deposit.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of how Katherine Magbanua was paid?
I do not.
How long did she work as an assistant or at Optimar Realty with a realtor?
She worked there right up until May of 2016.
Okay. Was that up until Sigfredo Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
Okay. Did she work there a full month or less than a month?
Probably about a month.
About a month?
Yeah.
And she stopped working as of the day Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
What did Katherine Magbanua tell you about whether Garcia provided financial support for her and the kids before 2016?
So she did tell me that it was very hard for her to get money from him, as support for the children. It was always a struggle to get money from him.
Okay. And what did Katherine Magbanua actually do in January 2015 to try to force him to support her and the kids financially?
I believe she had gone to an attorney. She had mentioned that she had gone to an attorney to get child support from him formally.
To have him put on child support?
That's correct.
Did Garcia ever have a steady job?
Not that I know of, until the very last job, which was really the only job that I knew of. He was working for a capital funding company.
Okay. Was it Rapid Capital Funding?
That's correct.
Familiar? Okay. And that was like 2016
yes.
time? Okay. And once he started working there, at that point, he started helping her financially more?
Yes.
Prior to that, you said you don't know of any steady employment for him?
I do not.
Okay. All right. So you mentioned Charles Adelson earlier. How did you know him?
They were dating. Katie and him were dating.
Okay. And Katie, is that Katherine Magbanua's nickname?
Yes.
Okay. How did she meet Charles Adelson?
She met him at the dental office that she was previously working at.
Was that the Sophie Dental?
Yes.
Okay. And she was working there, you said, back in 2013?
Yes.
Was he like a dentist there, or what was his role there?
No, so he's a periodontist, so he would come in only if they needed to have a surgery done or something like that. He wasn't employed fully for that Sophie Dental. He would just come in as a specialist.
Okay. So he goes there, he meets her. At some point, they start dating. Or would that be around the end of 2013?
Yes.
About how long did they date?
I want to say a year.
Okay. So, and you said, when did they start dating? Around about
2013 about.
Okay. So, if they started dating at the end of 2013, you're saying then they would dated till the end of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want to put you previously said they started at the end of 2013 in prior statements, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just don't want to put words in your mouth. All right. So did you ever meet Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Did she bring him around like all the time, or what was that like?
No. I met him twice, once in a social setting, and the other time was the day of the picture.
Okay. The picture I'll ask you about in a second.
Yeah.
All right. Did she talk about Charlie Adelson a lot?
Not too much.
When she was dating Charlie Adelson, was Garcia still in the picture?
Yes,
Okay. They had children together, right?
that's correct.
Okay. Did Katherine Magbanua try to keep Charles Adelson separate, though, from Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. So they're not all hanging out together, anything like that?
No.
Was Sigfredo Garcia jealous of Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Did Sigfredo Garcia ever confront Charlie Adelson?
I only know of one instance, and it wasn't, he didn't like talk to him really. It was.
And how do you know about this? Let me ask you first of all.
Katie told me about it.
Can you tell me what she said?
She stated that they were leaving her apartment when she lived in North Bay Village, and that he blocked the car that they were in because they were going out. They were going jet skiing, if I'm not mistaken, and that he blocked the car, like for them not to be able to leave.
Okay. Garcia blocked
Correct.
Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua for leaving.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that Garcia, from what she told you, Garcia and Charlie never talked, but he was creating some type of disturbance. Garcia was causing a scene. Okay. What did she tell you about what happened? Like, how did it end?
They just ended up driving off.
Okay.
After he eventually moved the car, and they just drove off.
Okay. So there's never any direct communication, but it's screaming, yelling, causing a scene, and then they leave.
Yes.
Now after that, I guess like bout of jealousy, disturbing a scene or causing a scene by Garcia, did Katherine Magbanua tell you about something Garcia did that embarrassed her?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that.
She told me that he retrieved, or what he thought was, Charlie's phone number from her cell phone. And it ended up being that it wasn't Charlie's phone number. It was actually his father's phone number, and that he left a very nasty voicemail on the phone.
He leaves a very nasty voicemail for Charlie's dad.
Yes, but he thought it was Charlie that he was leaving the voicemail for, but it ended up being Harvey.
Okay. And how did she feel that her ex has called her boyfriend's dad and left a nasty voicemail?
She was really embarrassed.
Yeah. Do you remember when all this would have happened?
I'm sorry, when what would have happened?
When Sigfredo Garcia is blocking the driveway and making a scene?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Would it your refresher recollection to see what, if anything, you said about when that could have occurred from your deposition?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, I'm looking at page 52 of the declaration, lines 20 through 22. I know you may not know the exact date. Do you remember whether you were pregnant or not yet?
I was not.
Now, when Charlie Adelson was dating Katherine Magbanua, from what she told you, did he have like a house on the water,
Yes.
multiple vehicles, including a Ferrari,
Yes.
a boat?
Yes.
During the time that Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson were dating, did Katherine Magbanua get a breast augmentation?
She did.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I was full on pregnant at the time, so I want to say it was at the end of 2014.
And how did she find the doctor to perform the breast augmentation?
I believe Charlie knew the doctor, and recommended the doctor.
Did she tell you how much it was going to cost?
She approximated that it would be around $6,000 or $7,000. That was her approximate.
Okay. So she didn't say it costs this amount of dollars and this amount of cents, but she thought that it might be about that.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who took care of Katherine Magbanua during her recovery from the breast augmentation?
Yes. Sigfredo took care of her.
Okay. But she was still, you think she was still seeing Charlie Adelson at the time?
Yes.
Have you ever met Charlie Adelson's sister, Wendy Adelson?
I have.
And when was that you met her?
Father's Day weekend.
Of what year?
Of 2014.
Okay. Did I show, or where was that you met her?
At Charlie's parents' house at the residence off of, I believe they live on 2nd Street, if I'm not mistaken. Downstairs by the pool.
Okay. And did I show you earlier, which states Exhibit 35, I believe, a picture from that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it a true and accurate depiction of what you remember from that day?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, I'd move States 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 35 is admitted. Yes.
That's myself on the far right, Wendy in the middle, and Katie on the left.
You said Father's Day of 2014, so that would have been in June of 2014?
Correct.
Do you remember around the time that Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson broke up?
I don't recall.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of your trial testimony where you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay.
I have something.
You have
here.
it? Okay.
Is it this?
Yeah.
Okay.
If thank you. I would have been looking all
Hold
over.
on one
but-
second. Let's make sure I don't want her reading other portions of it.
Yes,
So
sir.
are you going to a specific page? And do you have a copy of it?
I have a copy, Judge. I just didn't know it was up there open and.
All right, well, she had referred to it once before. I think it stayed on the same page. I can't see it. Is
Have
there a
you-
particular page that you want her to refer to?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you could look at page 54, lines 18 through 21 of your trial transcript.
What was the line number?
18 through 21.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Did that refresh your recollection about when you remember them breaking up?
Yes.
And when was that?
It was either January or February of 2015.
And from what you were told, who, if anybody, told you any details of their breakup?
There really wasn't any details. It was amicable. They just broke up.
Did she tell you who broke up with who?
She did not.
Okay. If you could look back at those looking at lines 18 through 19 of page 54.
Mm-hmm. Yes. gonna object at this point just to improper refresh or impeachment. She hasn't said she doesn't remember that.
She's refreshing her recollection.
Does that refresh your recollection about who broke up with who?
Yes.
And who was that?
She broke up with Mr. Adelson.
Katherine Magbanua broke up with Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Now, you said that would have been January, February 2015. Did Katherine Magbanua ever get back with Sigfredo Garcia after that?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in May of 2015.
Okay. Do you remember a specific occasion that was going on that helps you remember when that was?
Yes, we went to watch the Manny Pacquiao fight.
And so beginning in May of 2015, when that fight was, that's kind of when they got back together and stayed together after that?
Yes, that evening.
Okay. And did they begin, and when I say they, I mean Garcia and Katherine Magbanua begin living together after they got back together in May of 2015?
Yes, they did.
All right. Back in 2014, did Katherine Magbanua drive a Mazda vehicle?
She did.
All right. At some point in 2015, did it break down?
Yeah, it was having some issues.
All right. After it broke down, did Charlie Adelson give Katherine Magbanua a car?
Yes.
All right. And how do you know that he gave her the car?
She stated that he had given her the car to help her get her kids around and stuff like that.
Okay. So she said he gave it to her, not that she bought it from him.
Yeah, that he let her use it in order for her to get her kids around and stuff.
Okay. Were you aware of her giving him any money for the car?
No.
Do you recognize the second vehicle in that car?
Yes.
I mean, in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recognize it to be?
That's the Lexus that she was driving at the time.
And what color is it?
Black.
Was it new?
No, but it was in really good shape.
Okay. So used, but in good shape?
Yeah.
Can you describe and have you ever been inside the car?
Yes.
And seen it in person from the outside?
Yes.
What condition was it in?
It was in really good condition. It was pristine.
When Charlie Adelson gave her that Lexus, who was she in a relationship with at the time?
With Sigfredo.
Okay. All right. How often would you watch Katherine Magbanua's children?
Not often at all.
Was there a time that she asked you to watch her children in July of 2014?
Yes.
And what was your address in July of 2014?
10735 Northeast 9th Place.
Maybe 9th Ave?
9th Ave,
Okay.
Kane Park.
All right. And how long did the kids stay with you in July of 2014?
It was just one night.
Okay. The next morning, after the kids woke up, did you speak to Miss Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. What did she tell you that had happened?
She told me that Charlie's brother-in-law had gotten into an accident.
What type of accident did she say that Charlie Adelson's brother-in-law had?
A car accident.
Did you have any idea at the time that Charlie Adelson's brother-in-law had actually been murdered?
No, ma'am.
The day before? Okay. You didn't realize that until Garcia was arrested?
That's correct.
In May of 2016, when Garcia was arrested, were he and Katherine Magbanua still together at that point?
Yes.
Did you have plans with both of them around the time that he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Where were y'all going to go?
We were going to Disney.
Okay. And was that going to be a couple days later?
Yeah, we were supposed to go to Disney that same weekend.
Okay, so he was arrested on a weekday, and then that weekend y'all were supposed to go?
Yes.
All right. And then y'all didn't end up going to Disney, right?
I went.
You went. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Katherine Magbanua did not.
She did not.
Okay. How much contact did you have with Katherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
Not too much. I would just, ask her how the kids were doing, how she was doing. Very, nothing too in depth. Just wanted to make sure that she was okay.
Did she ever talk to you about his arrest?
No.
Are you aware of any relationship between Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson's parents, Donna and Harvey?
Just a professional relationship. I believe like he would do her cleanings. Harvey would do her dental cleanings. And I believe he also did pull some teeth.
Okay. So nothing other than a patient-dentist relationship?
That's correct.
Did she ever work for Adelson Institute?
I'm not sure.
Did she ever work for Charlie Adelson?
I'm not sure.
Did she ever mention to you that she'd work for Adelson Institute or Charlie Adelson?
Not indirect in telling me that she was working there, no. Just that she did tell me about Charlie helping her with some paperwork for insurance for her children, because she needed to get health care for them, and that was the only way that she was able to.
Okay. My question, did she ever work for Adelson Institute, though, or Charlie Adelson, that you are aware of?
I am not aware.
You're not aware that she did?
No.
Okay. And when the statement that she did made, it was because she needed help with some paperwork. She never said, I'm working for Charlie now, or I'm working for Adelson Institute now?
No.
Right. I just want to clarify. When you say you were not pregnant yet at the time of this incident in the parking lot where Garcia caused the scene and they had to leave, you had not found out you were pregnant yet?
I had not found out I was pregnant.
Okay. So it would have been prior to July 4th of 2014?
That's correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right. Can you gather these items? 54 has not been admitted into evidence. You have any objection? 54 admitted into evidence, Ms. Kawas?
Only improper foundation, Judge. I know she identified that as a car, but I don't know the date, the time, whenever that picture was taken.
Overruled. Be admitted into evidence as States Exhibit 54.
Here at 54, which one was the car that you said was the Lexus that Charlie Adelson gave to Katherine Magbanua?
The vehicle on the right.
The vehicle on the right here?
That one right there.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Ms. Mascaro. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
You doing well?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to take you back to the time because you are one of the very few people that know all of what the state likes to call the players in this case, right?
Correct.
You had a personal relationship with Ms. Magbanua?
Yes.
You had a personal relationship with Secreto Garcia?
Yes.
And you knew of Luis Rivera?
That's correct.
Is it fair to say that you all as a group kind of all grew up in the same area and all went to high school together?
Yes.
Okay. Just because you all know each other doesn't mean you're all super, super close.
No.
All right. Now, you've known Katie since she was in high school, right?
Yes.
That would be Miami Beach Senior High?
Yes.
All right. Now, you weren't that close in high school, but you just kind of rekindled your friendship, you said, when you're on your 25th birthday, right?
Yes.
This was after you attended college at Johnson & Wales, right?
Yes.
And Katie actually went to the University of Central Florida, right?
Correct.
Right. Do you know what she got her degree in?
I don't remember. I know it was like pharmaceutical sales, maybe something of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But she did get her a degree.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Katie has had 2 children at the time, right?
Yes.
All right. And There's her son, Ethan, right?
Correct.
And her daughter, Kaylee, right?
Yes.
Now, it was around the time that she had Kaylee that you two became close.
Yes.
And you remember that conversation when when you two rekindled, that she was saying, oh, I just had Kaylee.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you potentially bonded over, right?
Yes.
Now, how would you describe Katie as a mother?
Overruled.
She was a great mom.
Okay. Would you describe her as one of the best mothers you've ever known?
Yes.
All right. And her children are everything to her, right?
Yes.
Now, when she had Kaylee, she had just ended her relationship with Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
And he was the father of both of her kids.
Correct.
And did you know why Katie broke up with Sigfredo?
She mentioned like there was a lot of drug use and stuff like that she was not okay with.
Okay. Do you know which drugs?
Cocaine.
Okay. So she expressed to you that he had a cocaine problem.
Yes.
And that was a no-no in her household.
Correct.
Okay. You've never seen Catherine consume cocaine or even be near it.
No, ma'am.
Okay. That is not something that is in her lifestyle.
No.
All right. Now, at the time that she broke up with Garcia, she kicks him out of the apartment, right?
Yes.
And she is living in the apartment in North Bay Village with her 2 kids and who else?
And her mom.
Okay. What's her mother's name?
I forgot.
Okay. But it's Katie's mom. All right.
Yeah.
And Katie's mom was around helping her with the kids.
Yes.
So she had direct knowledge of everything Katie was doing at around the times that we're talking about, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the police ever went to interview her about any information about Katie?
If she knows.
Interview who? I'm sorry.
Her mom.
I'm not aware.
Okay. Now, her mom isn't the only family she has in town, right?
No.
Okay. She has a brother, right?
Yes.
At the time, married with kids?
Yes.
Did you know where he lived?
I believe Coral Springs, if I'm not mistaken.
In Fort Lauderdale, right?
Correct.
Around the same area or in around the same vicinity or up north, like where Charlie lives?
Yes.
All right. He has kids?
He does.
All right. And you also knew Katie's mom was a nurse, right?
Correct.
All right. And she worked at, for as long as you knew her.
Yes.
All right. And do you know when she kicked Sigfredo out, where did Sigfredo end up going?
I have no idea.
All right. And now you are not Katie's only very close friend, female friend, right?
Correct.
You were aware of there's her other best friend, Kenya.
Yes.
She also has another female best friend, Maria.
Correct.
All right. And probably others that you don't even know about, right?
Yes.
And at this time that we're talking about, Katie was a single mother of 2 kids, right?
Yes.
You know from her firsthand knowledge of how busy a single mother can be taking care of 2 very small children, right?
Yes.
Not much time left for many activities.
No.
It's all just your kids. And especially if you don't have a father who's helping too much, it kind of all falls on you, right?
Correct.
So you'd said on direct she would sometimes do liquor promotions.
Yes.
All right. And like you said, this paid in cash.
Yes.
She also got a job as a bartender.
Yes.
All right. Paid in cash.
Yes.
And at some point you said she was doing bottle service at one of the clubs, right?
Yes.
Now I want you to explain this to the jury because bottle service is kind of like a Miami, Vegas type. If you're not in one of the very big cities, this is not something that is, you at every single bar across America, right?
Correct.
It's this specialty thing where people can come in and they pay a ridiculous amount of money for a bottle, right?
Yes.
So it's like a bottle of Patron would probably cost $1,000.
Well, not 1,000.
Not 1,000, but
No.
something along that. It comes with the idea that you can bring all these people with you,
Yes.
and then you get your VIP table,
Correct.
and then the girls are gonna come out with the bottle and the sparklers,
Yes.
and make it all a big, so everyone can see, oh look, I'm spending my money,
Correct.
right? And then the girls get tipped at the end, right?
Yes.
And girls in this industry in Miami can make a significant amount of money, right?
Yes.
All right. I'm not even talking about where you guys work.
No.
The girls even down on South Beach can make up to the thousands, right?
That's correct.
You could even have a customer who may just take a liking to you, right?
Correct.
Drop $1,000 on you that night.
Yes.
All right. Now, one thing I do want to talk to you about before I forget. Please don't slide. Okay. And I am referring court and counsel to what's been admitted into evidence as states exhibit 86B. This photograph, right? Let's talk about some obvious things first, right? That's in the daytime, right?
Yes.
You have no idea when this picture was taken?
No.
Would it surprise you that it was taken during the pandemic?
Overruled. You
Would it
can,
surprise you that to know that this picture was taken during the pandemic?
Yeah.
It looks closed, right?
Yeah.
There are no cars there,
No.
including the business beside it is closed.
Yes.
And you agree with me that during the pandemic, many businesses had to close,
Yes.
especially businesses that were bars and restaurants, correct?
Yes.
Had they gone and taken a picture in 2016 at night, it might look a little different, right?
Yes.
Patrons, cars, all those things, right?
Yes.
So that picture is not a fair and accurate representation of what the club looked like when you guys worked there.
No.
Now, let's talk about some more of the problems that Katie told you that she was having with Sigfredo, right?
Okay.
Okay. She always complained that he was in and out of jail.
Yes.
She told you that not only did she not want that around her, but more importantly, she didn't want that around her kids.
Correct.
She was not happy that he was living a bachelor lifestyle.
Correct.
Right? And at one point, he was actually living with a porn star.
Yes.
That would be Shrimp, right?
Correct.
Stephanie Carmona.
I don't know her real name, but
that's
I
Shrimp.
just knew her as Shrimp.
Okay.
Yes.
And she also was heavily using cocaine.
Yes.
Now, you also know Luis Rivera.
Yes.
Now, as you said, you're not that close with him, but you know of him and his family.
Yes.
He has a very big family, right?
Yes.
You went to school with a lot of his siblings.
Correct.
Okay. How many siblings does he have?
I believe he has 4 other siblings, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. And he's very, very close to his sister, Maria Rivera, right?
Yes.
They are like thick as thieves.
Yes.
You know her too.
I do.
She's very protective of her brother, isn't she?
Yes.
And him of her.
Yes.
Now, you weren't close to Louis.
No.
Neither was Katie, right?
No.
Sigfredo and Louis were close.
Yes.
And you never heard ever in your presence Katie talking to Louis Rivera on the phone.
No.
That would be odd to you if
Yes.
they were having a conversation on the phone.
Yes.
And especially too, if she's broken up with Sigfredo at the time, there really is no reason unless she's looking for Sigfredo to call him.
Yes.
All right. And it's fair to say that if she's trying to find Sigfredo and he's not answering his phone, the next best person to call, if she had the correct number, would be Luis Rivera.
That's correct.
All right. Now, Katie, back then, we've spoken about many jobs that she's had, right?
Yes.
Now, I know the state tried to piecemeal and like pigeonhole these time frames, but
I don't know what the question is.
I
Ask
just
the
said
question.
they were trying to pigeonhole time frames. Okay.
All right, go.
Truncate.
Okay, you can continue.
Okay. They were trying to get certain time frames out of you of when Katie was doing what, right?
Correct.
Now, you'd agree with me, we're talking about something 2014, we're getting close to almost 10 years ago, right?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that if there was, for example, a record of a paycheck she received from Club Fate, that would be a better representation of when she was working there?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that the jury would rely on that more so than your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So if they had records too from Hollywood Live of when she worked there, you would agree with me that that would be a better piece of evidence to rely on than your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Also too, if there are photographs of her, I'd say on her Facebook working at the club.
Yes.
That would also, it says the time and date of when she actually worked there.
Correct.
So when you testified on direct as to certain time frames, is it fair to say this is as best as you can recollect?
Yes.
You may be off on some of the dates and times, right?
It's possible.
Okay. Now, around this time, how old was Ethan? Was he still a toddler?
Not a toddler, but
I may be saying that wrong. I mean, I don't know where toddler ends.
he wasn't that small.
Okay.
Because now Ethan is gonna be, if I'm not mistaken, 15 maybe.
So we could say about like 7?
Yes.
Around that
Yes.
time, but still a very young child.
Yes.
Okay. Now our daughter Kaylee though was a baby.
Yeah, she
toddler.
was a baby.
All right. Now this is not a situation where Mrs. Magbanua could go whenever she wanted and go spend the night at her boyfriend's house, right?
No.
Because she had to take care of her kids,
Yes.
and she couldn't leave Kaylee too much, especially if she's breastfeeding, right?
Correct.
Now you met Charles Adelson a few months after Katie began dating him,
Yes.
and you all hung out together one night in Fort Lauderdale.
Yes, we did.
Now, isn't it true that the relationship between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua was not a serious relationship?
It was not.
Okay, it was a casual dating situation, right?
Yes.
She never expected anything to come out of this with Charles Adelson, right?
No.
Did she express to you that she was very well aware of the fact that he was kind of like a non-committal type?
Yes.
Okay. But she never expressed any frustration with that to you?
No.
And she never classified him as her boyfriend?
Never.
She never said to you she wants to marry him?
No.
And would it be fair to say that Charlie was kind of almost like a rebound
Yes.
from Sigfredo?
Yes.
As far as you knew, for 10 years, she was only dating and seeing Sigfredo.
Yes.
And so this is the first guy she sees after having a serious breakup with Sigfredo.
Yes.
Katie's not a girl that just goes around and randomly dates hundreds of guys, right?
No.
She sticks to the guy that she's seeing at the time.
Yes.
Now, at some point, Katie and Charlie stop dating.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said it wasn't like a big blow-up breakup,
No.
so that we can't really pinpoint the day that it occurred.
Correct.
If there was, let's say, a text message from Katherine to Sigfredo on his iCloud, that would be more of a fair, representation of when the relationship ended between them, right?
Yes.
I know you're trying to go back. You know it happened in 2015, but you can't say for certain to this jury that it was at the end of 2015.
No.
I'm sorry, 2014.
No.
Right. So now, throughout the time from when you believe she broke up with Charlie up until Sigfredo was arrested, you were aware that they continued talking as friends, right?
Yes.
He continuously called her throughout that time.
Yes.
There was never a time that they stopped communicating with each other.
No.
He was remaining friends with one of the girls that he's seen before.
Yes.
And she had no problem remaining friends with him.
Correct.
It'd be fair to say that she probably didn't keep that information or didn't let Sigfredo know that when they got back together.
No.
All right. Now, in October of 2014 is
Yes.
when Katie got her breast enhancement surgery. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay. And her medical records would be a fair representation of when that occurred.
Yes.
And also, too, if there's any pictures that show the before and after, you can kind of tell.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And you've known Katie since high school.
Yes.
Has she always wanted to get breast enhancement surgery?
Yes.
This is not something that, oh, poof, I just decided to get them when I started dating Charles Adelson.
No.
She's always said she wanted to get them, right?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Katie found a doctor that was recommended by Charlie?
Yes.
And this is someone he knew.
Yes.
Because in that industry in Miami, I know he's a dentist, but doctors, dentists, they kind of all know each other, right?
Yes.
And it's true that this plastic surgeon is one of the top plastic surgeons in South Florida.
Yes, he is.
I mean, according to his advertising.
Yes.
All right. And at the time of the surgery, Sigfredo, like you said, took care of her.
Yes, he did.
But after the surgery, she can't lift her arms.
No.
She can't lift anything.
No.
She's bedridden.
Yes.
2 small kids.
Yes.
So he was not only helping take care of her, he was helping take care of the kids.
He was.
All right. The father.
The father, yes.
All right. And it was common knowledge that Katie was dating Charlie, the dentist, amongst you guys and your friends, right?
Yes.
This wasn't a secret.
No.
Everyone knew, including Sigfredo.
Yes.
And he did not like that Katie, the mother of his children, was dating another man.
Correct.
Now, even though they're broken up and he's doing whatever he wants to do, it's just didn't like that his mother was seeing another. The mother of his kids was seeing someone else.
That's correct.
All right. Now, in January of 2015, isn't it true that Sigfredo Garcia got into a motorcycle accident with shrimp on the back seat.
Yes.
Okay, so it's fair to say that at that time they were probably not back together yet.
No.
All right. She actually was about to go on a trip to Disney.
Yes.
And found out that he got into this motorcycle accident with her on the back.
Yes.
And she was not happy about it.
At all.
And you don't know exactly when, the date, time, when she and Charlie ended their intimate relationship and it turned more into a friendship.
I do not.
All right. Now, she also told you that she stopped dating Charlie. And Your Honor,
What was your question? Say it again.
that she Katie told him that she stopped dating Charles because she did not want problems to arise from her being with Charlie.
All right, I'll allow that.
Yes.
Okay. And Charles was supportive of her actually getting back together with Sigfredo, right?
He was.
Katie also didn't want any more violence or any potential blow-ups between Garcia and Charles, right?
Correct.
And that's because we already know, because we've discussed this, about that confrontation that you were made aware about in July of 2014.
Yes.
And you had said Sigfredo actually pulled up while Charlie and Katie were getting into the vehicle to go on a date, right?
Yes.
What vehicle was that?
Whose vehicle? I'm sorry.
That they were in. They were in the Lexus, right?
Who?
Katie.
Yes.
Katie and Charlie were in the Lexus.
Yes.
And Sigfredo pulls up out of nowhere, blocks them in, jumps out the car, and starts going off on them.
Yes.
Katie never actually told you that she could hear what was being said.
No.
All right. And like you said, Charles was able to somehow divert and just get out of the way.
That's correct.
All right. Now, it wasn't like you said, May of 2015. So that's about a year after, getting up close to a year after July of 2014, which is when the murder occurred. That's when they actually finally reconciled.
In 2015, yes.
In 2015. And like you said, everyone says it's at the Pacquiao fight.
Yes.
Right? That was a fight that they had everybody come over so that all your friends and everyone could watch a fight together.
That's
right?
correct.
And you were there.
I was.
Katie was there.
She was.
Sigfredo was there.
Yes.
Luis Rivera was there.
Yes.
Who is the mother of Luis Rivera's children?
Jessica.
She's one of them.
She's
right?
one of them.
Because he has several.
He does.
Okay. And so she was around and dating Luis around the time all of this took place, right?
That's correct.
Right. So she would probably know a lot about this case too.
Overruled.
I'm not sure.
All right. Now, right after that is when Luis Rivera gets indicted by the federal government for racketeering.
Yes.
All of you heard about that.
Everybody.
Was it just all over? Was it on the news, or this is just something that kind of spread around your group of friends?
Both. It was on the news. It was Facebook. It was everywhere.
And up until that point, you had no idea that Luis Rivera was actively in a gang since he was 15 years old.
I did not.
He was able to keep that from people, right?
Yes.
You now know that he was the head primo of the North Miami chapter of the Latin Kings.
Correct.
And even not knowing anything about gang lifestyle, you've heard of the Latin Kings before, right?
Yes, they're nationwide.
And when Luis was arrested, okay, Katie, how did she react?
She saw it coming, I guess, because, he's not the best guy out there. So, it was one of those things that she was just like, well, it's going to happen.
She wasn't surprised.
No.
It's not like Luis Rivera is this, person that does nothing wrong and then all of a sudden this is
Correct.
a shock to everyone.
Correct.
Everyone kind of saw it coming.
Yes.
And Sigfredo was not arrested.
He was not.
Okay. You have no information that Sigfredo was ever part of a gang.
No.
He was not indicted in that multiple co-defendant indictment.
No, he was not.
And right before the big arrest, you had met him and Jessica Rodriguez at a baby shower.
No.
Okay.
I saw Maria at a baby shower.
Okay. So whose baby shower was that?
That was one of our mutual friends.
Okay.
It was her baby shower.
Now, I want to go over a little bit more about the Hollywood Live and Club Fate and all of that.
Okay.
There's no question that Miss Magbanua was working in the service industry around the time that this took place, right?
Yes.
So, and like you said, it is an all cash business, right?
Yes.
One of the places you actually testified to, you didn't even fill out an application.
No.
You just walked in, they hired you, and you're paid in cash.
Yes.
You didn't fill out like any form of records, anything like that.
Nothing.
Okay. And these jobs that she held, like you said, you were working a 9 to 5. Miss Magbanua, she also had day jobs too, right?
That's correct.
She was working at Sophie Dental at some point. She was working at Broward Dermatology. These are all businesses that operate during normal business hours, right?
Correct.
So she was working that in addition to service industry jobs to supplement her income.
That's correct.
Okay, and those all paid in cash.
Yes.
Now, she eventually came to work with you at Optimar Realty, right?
Yes.
And this was around the time of May of 2016, correct?
Yes.
This is around the time where you now learned that there are wire intercepts.
Yes.
You're on one of the wire intercepts, aren't you?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I am.
Okay. And that's because Katie, while she's using her phone, would be sitting beside you
Yes.
at the realty company.
Yes, we sat in the same office.
Okay, so it wouldn't be unusual for her to be talking about real estate things
Yes.
on the phone.
Correct.
You didn't hear her talking anything about a murder?
No.
Nothing about Dan Markel?
No.
Nothing about hiding anything?
No.
And you also mentioned on direct, and I want to go into this a little more. Katie, you said, tried to get employment from Charles Adelson so that she would be able to qualify for insurance for her kids.
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury for me, please?
So there's Florida Kid Care, there's Medicaid in the state of Florida. And if you're working and you're getting all cash, that really doesn't show how much money you're making.
Sigfredo Garcia.
State. So you have to have a job that is actually on paper and that actually fills out, that you're actually working there, how much you're making, so on and so forth. So she needed to have something in writing that she worked for somebody. That way she could able to be shown to get insurance for her kids.
Okay, and you knew that because she told you that.
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you about the day that Agent Sanford with the FBI and Detective Isom came to interview you in 2016.
Yes.
All right. So this is right after all of this is taking place.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that your memory back then would be way better than it is now.
Yes.
Right. They first came and spoke to you on June 28th of 2016, right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
All right. So that's about a month after Sigfredo has been arrested.
Yes.
Now, at this time, isn't it true that it was all over the internet about
Everywhere.
Sigfredo Garcia's arrest?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yes.
Facebook, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Isn't it true that also a 24-page affidavit had been released to the media stating that Ms. Magbanua was somehow involved in all of this?
That's correct.
Anybody who went online could download and read this 24-page document.
Yes.
And it basically laid out this whole theory how she's the middle person, right?
That's correct.
So everything was in there, including the wiretaps, the flurry of communications, and all these little things that the state thought was relevant.
Yes.
Now, it wasn't secret at all that
No.
the state and the police considered Miss Magbanua a suspect.
Yes.
They didn't consider her a witness who had information.
Correct.
And when they came to see you, Katie was no longer working there.
She was not.
And they never once attempted to come to that office before when she was working there to try and talk to her, right?
No.
You agreed to speak to them about Katie.
I did.
Okay? And that's because you were one of her very good friends.
Correct.
Now, Agent Sanford and Detective Isom chose not to record this interview, correct?
They did not.
They decided to take notes.
Yes.
All right? And that was totally their option. You didn't prohibit them from recording your conversation.
I did not.
Okay. And you're aware that they don't even have to tell you that they're recording your conversation.
Correct.
Because they're the police.
Yes.
Did they ever ask you to review what they had written down?
No, ma'am.
Did they ever ask you to sign anything to say that these were in fact my words of what I was saying to you?
No.
In fact, the first time that you learned that they created a report about this interview was when it was released to the media, right?
That's correct.
It was released to the media the same day the state was trying to get copies of Miss Magbanua's medical records.
Yes.
Okay, she was still out at that time.
Yes.
Okay, she was living her life in Miami.
Yes.
No attempts to flee.
No.
Never packed up to try and leave Miami-Dade County, right?
Not that I know of.
Even though all of this was all over the media.
Yes.
All right. Now, when you see this document for the first time ever, that's supposedly your words, did you notice anything that was wrong with it?
Yes.
What was wrong with it?
There was one statement that was on there that stated the amount that was paid and who paid for the breast augmentation. And I had told the detectives that I was actually not aware. I did not know who paid it, if it was Katie, if it was Charlie, if it was half and half. I didn't know precisely what it was.
So you specifically told them you don't know. It could have been this, could have been that. I don't know.
Yes.
Is that what they put in that document?
No.
What did they put in that document?
They put in that document that Charlie had paid for the breast augmentation.
And that was not true.
That's not true.
Now, since then, you've taken statements, right? Like
Yes.
the deposition that
Yes.
Ms. Dugan referred to?
Yes.
And in that deposition, you brought it to the state's attention that that information was incorrect
I did.
and nothing has been done to correct it.
No.
Let's talk about the other things that that you actually told them back in 2016. Back in 2016, you specifically told them that Katie worked at 2 different nightclubs, right?
Yes.
You told them the names of the nightclubs.
I did.
Hollywood Live
Yes.
and Fate, Club Fate.
That's correct.
When they took this interview from you, they were physically in Miami-Dade County.
They were.
And as far as you knew in 2016, those businesses were still open and operational.
Yes, they were.
So it would have been a good time probably for them to go then and there to try to obtain records, right?
Yes.
You also told them back then in 2016 the name of Katie's best friends, right?
I did.
Okay, so you gave them as much information of who you believed would have information about the real life of Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Now, as we said before, when Sigfredo Garcia was arrested, okay, that was May 25th
Yes.
of 2016, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when they initially released the media, all it said was that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing else, no other details.
No.
It wasn't until June, I believe it was 3rd of 2016, that they released more information and said Luis Rivera was involved.
Yes.
Okay. Then after that, they released to the media these 2 unsigned affidavits that supposedly lay out Ms. Magbanua's involvement, but don't arrest her.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's in June. Do you remember in September of that same year, there was even a 2020 episode, correct?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Magbanua was free when this 2020 episode aired.
She was.
Okay, and they didn't paint a good picture of her.
They did not.
Okay. You're not aware that they made any attempts to try and reach out and interview her, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Do you remember at the end of this episode that they said they received information that Luis Rivera was cooperating?
Yes.
That was said at the end of it, right?
Yes, it was.
And then it ended.
Yes.
Okay. Katie didn't flee after that.
No, ma'am.
She just continued living her life, right?
Yes.
Until October 1st, when they just pulled up on her after she dropped off her kids.
Yes.
Okay. Now, another thing that you are probably aware of is, isn't it true that Ms. Magbanua was questioned by Ms. Kappelman for hours back in 2019?
I heard that, yes.
Okay. So Ms. Kappelman had an opportunity to ask her questions.
Yes.
And she answered them.
Yes.
It's not only audio, but it's also on video, right?
Yes.
And you were really close to Katie around the time when this was going on, right?
Yes.
You never heard her once mention anything about the homicide.
Nothing.
You never heard her once say anything that would even raise a suspicion that she knew that something was going on with this or was involved in this.
No, not to me.
And I wanted to also talk to you about the car that you said.
Okay.
The Lexus, right? In May of 2015, right after the Pacquiao fight, isn't it true that Miss Magbanua got into an accident in our Mazda?
She did.
Mr. Garcia was with her, right?
He was.
So now she didn't have a car to drive.
She did not.
She told you that Charlie loaned her the Lexus to use in the meantime, right?
Yeah.
Now, you said you didn't know if she paid for it, right?
No, I do not.
If there are recordings that would show that, that would be evidence that she paid for it.
Yes.
If there are text messages referencing that she paid for it, that would be evidence that she paid for it.
Yes.
Okay. And if there are documents like, I don't know, the transfer title,
Yes.
would indicate how much she paid for it, right?
Correct.
All right. One thing the state didn't bring out was, what? This car, it wasn't a 2014 Lexus.
No.
It was a 2001 Lexus with over 150,000 miles on it.
Yes.
And it kept breaking down.
It did.
Even though it's in pristine condition, it's not like it was, you know, not without problems, right?
Correct.
Miss Magbanua was arrested in that car, right?
Yes.
No pictures at the time of her arrest? Nothing?
No.
Now, you do recall the state actually brought up an incident where you said you remember that you had watched Miss Magbanua's children and that you remember her saying that Charlie had told her that his brother-in-law had been in a car accident, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's be clear about something, okay? You have no idea when that happened.
No.
Okay? You can give a general idea that it was maybe in 2014, maybe in July.
Yes.
It could have been July 7th, right?
I don't know the date, but I know that it was in July.
You know it's in July, but
Yes.
it could be any date in July that happened.
Yes.
And what she told you is what Charles Adelson told her.
That's correct.
That as far as she knew, he had been in a car accident.
Yes.
And nothing else.
No.
Okay? Your Honor, if I could have a brief moment.
Yes.
Now, I think I went over this with you before, but I just want to make sure it's clear so that there's no confusion. When we say the Pacquiao fight, it's a Pacquiao-Mayweather fight,
Yes.
and that would have been in May of 2015,
That's correct.
okay? And then the other things as it relates to the timelines of the places where she worked, right?
Yes.
You're certain, because you worked with her at Hollywood Live, of when she worked at Hollywood Live, right?
Correct.
Is it possible that you may be confused on when she worked at Club Fate?
It's possible.
It's possible. Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, redirect.
All right, so when defense was first asking you questions, they were talking about her getting cash from all these places. You were walking us through the approximate timeline of when you remember her working at these spots. And it was liquor promotions and Sophie Dental. Then she went to Fate while working at Sophie Dental. Then she quit the liquor promotions. After she left Fate, she went to Hollywood Live,
Yes.
right? Okay, so she's not, you're saying that she's working at these different clubs at different times, not all the same time.
Not all at the same time, no.
Okay. Defense asked you about, these, world-renowned clubs in Miami Beach where girls can sometimes make a ton of money doing bottle service and things like that. The Hollywood Live that we're talking about, that's not one. I mean, I'm sure it's a really fun place, but that's not one of those clubs, right?
No, it's not like a live or something like that.
Okay. You characterize it as like a local Haitian neighborhood spot.
Yes, it's the
Okay.
locals place.
And you could make $100, $200 there. Sometimes once a month, make $400 or $500 you said?
Yes.
Okay. The picture of Hollywood Live, obviously that's during the day. It's not at night when a nightclub would be, people would be there. But I'm just saying the location of it and how it looks from the outside, does that look the same?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I was asking. You said Ethan is 14, so then he would have been born in 2008.
Yes.
Okay, and then Kaylee was born in around 2012.
Yes.
Okay, so born in 2012 then?
Yes.
Like April 2012?
May.
May 2012, thank you. All right. As far as her insurance, so you're saying that, she needed a job that she could report to get insurance.
That's correct.
Okay, so she also couldn't get an apartment unless she had verified income, right?
That's correct.
So you're saying she asked Charles Adelson for a favor, put me on the payroll so I can get an apartment and I can get insurance.
I don't know about the apartment. I only know about the insurance.
Okay. But she never told you that she was actually working for Charles Adelson or the Adelson Institute?
No.
Okay. And is it your understanding that she was put on the payroll of Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay. The timing of when she told you about the car accident, you said that you took care of the kids and she told you that sometime in July of 2014. You can't sit here and tell us, I know the exact date, right?
I have a picture.
You have a picture?
Yeah.
Of the what?
Of the night that I watched the kids.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
With you? On you?
It's on my Facebook.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's on my Instagram.
Okay. You do know that it was, you're saying, the next day that she told you about the car accident?
That's correct.
Okay. The police report, where
Yes.
you told us about the police mischaracterized your statement about the breast enhancement.
Yes.
You said that, and I think you've said that in a prior statement, as defense said, that you basically told the police, you don't know whether he paid for half, she paid for half, he paid for all of it, she paid for all of it. You don't know.
Yes, I was not aware.
You don't know who
I don't
paid
know.
for it. Those were your words
Yes.
that you said. But they said that this is how much it cost, the $6,000 or $7,000, and she paid half and Charles Adelson paid half. That's
Yeah.
what they put in their report. And they're wrong about that. You just said you didn't know whether
I
she
didn't
paid
know.
half or he paid half.
That's
or who
correct.
paid. Okay. And you've had a chance to review that statement before, that report, and everything else was correct in it, right?
Yes, everything else was correct.
Okay. And I actually didn't even ask you who do you think paid for it, because I know that that wasn't what you said in the past, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so in that report though, the defense asked you, nothing was ever said to you that ever raised a suspicion that she was involved in a murder.
No.
In the report, though, it says that when Mascaro heard about Garcia being arrested, when she first read the article about him being arrested, she immediately knew the connection of Magbanua dating Charles Adelson had something to do with it.
Well, I knew that the person that had died was a connection to Charles Adelson, and obviously she was dating him. So I didn't know, exactly what happened, but I just knew it was somebody that she knew.
Okay. But you immediately knew that the connection then had something to do with it.
Well, yeah.
Okay. That's all.
All right, we can release the witness. You want it subject to recall?
If she could just subject recall for now.
Okay. All right. You'll be notified if you need you to testify again, okay?
Okay. Today,
No, they'll give you a call. You can go back to business.
okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break right now, and so we'll take 15 minutes, and then we'll be back to continue with the testimony, okay? So about 3:20, we'll resume. All right, Deputy? Thank you. All right, jury's out of the courtroom, door is closed, we'll be in recess till 3:20. All right, Ms. Kappelman, anything before we bring the jury in?
Judge, I placed the order for the Spanish translations on your bench. Other than that, nothing.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Judge, I did want to let you know, I gave Ms. Mascaro an opportunity to look at her Instagram to refresh her recollection about the date that the defendant's children spent the night with her before she made the statement about the car accident. And so I would like to recall her just for the one question of, were you able to look at your Instagram with that refresh your recollection? What was the date you were there? And then we'll move on to that.
All right.
If the government can give us the answer.
July 18th.
All right. So we'll bring her back in. You can recall her for that purpose, and then we'll move on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring the jury in, please.
All right, we're entering the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. Okay, is the state recalling a witness?
State recalls Indra Mascaro.
All right, Ms. Mascaro again, please. All right, Ms. Mascaro, if you could please retake the witness stand. I'll remind you that you are still sworn and under oath to tell the truth, okay? Thank you. Please have a seat.
During the break, did you have an opportunity to look at your Instagram you told us about on redirect to see if it refreshed your recollection about the date that Katherine Magbanua's children spent the night with you in July of 2014?
Yes,
Okay, and what date was that?
July 18th, 2014.
That was the night they spent the night with you?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next day would have been the day that she made the statement to you that his brother-in-law had been in a car accident?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
All right, do you want any recross on that? Okay.
Ms. Mascaro,
Yes.
you were able to go back on your Instagram account and look at what you posted, right?
Yes.
Told you the exact day?
Yes.
There's a record of it?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're excused. State may call its next witness.
They call Ramsey Neighbor.
Ramsey Neighbor, please.
Oh, and Ms. Mascaro can be released, Judge.
Okay, you're free to go about your business. Thank you. All right, you could come up right here to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Ramsey Neighbor, R-A-M-Z-I-N-A-B-E-R.
And do you live in the Miami area, Mr. Neighbor?
I live in Hallandale Beach, Florida.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I am a restaurateur.
Okay. Now, did you used to own a club called Club Fate?
Yes.
Okay. What years did you own Club Fate?
Oof, you're really testing my memory here. I think it's been a good 7, 8 years since I had it. So it's 2022, 2014, 2012 to 2014.
Okay. What was your role as the owner?
Managing the facility, scheduling, staffing, purchasing, marketing, promotion, all of it.
Okay. When you owned it, would you also hire and fire employees?
Correct.
Okay. And what about financials, paying bills, doing the cash outs? Who would do that?
Either myself or one of the managers.
Okay. Just a moment. What city is Club Fate in?
Hallandale Beach, inside Gulfstream Casino.
And what is Gulfstream Casino and Gulfstream Park?
Gulfstream Park and Casino is one and all. It's a racetrack, casino, and shopping center with various restaurants and clothing facilities.
Okay, and is Hallandale kind of like in between Fort Lauderdale and Miami?
Yeah, it's between Hollywood is the next city and Aventura. But yeah, Miami and Fort Lauderdale is a bigger scope, yes.
Okay. Now you said today that it might have been 2012 to 2016 that you owned the club. You had a deposition in this case, right? Where defense and the state had an opportunity to ask you questions?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in, let's see, January of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. I'm looking at page 18, lines 8 and 9. You were asked a lot of questions that day.
Okay.
In that deposition, looking at lines 8 and 9, when you were asked when did you sell Club Fate, did you say 2016?
Correct.
Okay. So would 2012 to 2016 be more accurate?
Correct.
Thank you. And you said that you would do the cash outs at the time, or now was your club at the time, most of the sales were cash or credit card?
Club Fate was 90%, I would say, credit cards versus cash. And the employees literally were carrying their own banks, so they will cash out the guest if there's cash involved, and they cash out at the end of the night with me, with surrendering how many credit cards and how many cash vouchers they had, and they cashed out at the end of the night. But 90% of the sales were credit cards.
Okay. So if 90% of the sales are credit cards, the servers, the bartenders, they're going to come cash out with you at the end of the night. You'll see how much they're owed
Correct.
of their tips from their credit card sales, right? Okay.
Correct.
And then were they paid that through a paycheck?
They got their credit cards on their paycheck, and whatever cash tips they received, they kept that night.
Okay. And a lot of times people don't tell you how much cash that they received.
No,
right?
unfortunately, this business is just like that's the way it is.
Right. But the cash that your club was, the amount of cash sales that y'all were doing at the time was only about 10% of your total sales?
In total, yes.
Okay. So were you super concerned with the servers keeping the cash that they got and not reporting it to you since it was such a small percentage of your business?
No, the percentage of the cash sold by the employee is definitely paid to us 100%. The unknown part was the cash tips the employee is making off that cash sale.
Right.
So we always declared 100% of their credit card tips to ADP or the payroll company, so so they can be taxed accordingly, from their pay.
Right, right. But I'm just saying sometimes they might not tell you exactly how much cash they were tipped, but that...
Yeah, they will almost 100% of the time never tell you how much cash they got.
Right. I guess my question is, but you knew that, but at the same time, the total amount of cash business y'all are doing is such a small percentage of your total business.
Correct.
That's not going to make or break you.
No.
Okay.
No.
Now, tell me about Gulfstream Park. What's that like?
Gulfstream is a racetrack with a casino. That's the main attraction there. The shopping center, it has multiple different shops, including some chain operations such as Texas to Brazil, Brio, Three Forks. Unfortunately, through the years, Gulfstream has not done a good job in taking care of the people that are leasing from them, and so a lot of these restaurants have closed through the years. What's left is probably nominal compared to the number of businesses that were there initially.
So what about? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's just a very transient place. It's in and out. People go in and go out. It's not. It wasn't a popular destination except for the casino part.
Is it a high end area?
No.
I guess, is it a more white collar, blue collar area as far as the people that frequent that area?
The racetrack attracted both. You have the white collar and the blue collar. The white collar mostly are the horse owners, and and the blue collar is the ones that are betting on it. But it had both.
Would the horse owners, the white collar crowd, go to Club Fate?
No.
You told me about a couple of the restaurants just now that were in Club Fate, and you mentioned some like national chains, like Brio, you said?
Brio's gone, but used to be there. Okay,
so Brio's like a national high-end Italian restaurant chain?
Yeah.
Laredo's,
Laredo's, Three Forks is owned by the same chain. They went out of business there too.
Laredo's is kind of like a high-end Mexican restaurant?
Mexican, yeah.
Okay.
And Three Forks was a steakhouse.
And so those national chains all brought nice restaurants there, but they ended up failing, ended up going out of business?
Correct.
Okay. And I've left a couple of items on the witness stand that I showed to defense right before you came on. That's going to be 86E through H. Do you see 86E through H?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those to be showing the location of Club Fate and also the front door of Club Fate?
Correct.
Okay. Are those true and accurate depictions of where it's located and what it looks like from the outside?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'd move 86E through H into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 86E through H. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. Be admitted. May.
All right, just to get us oriented here, down here at the bottom of 86E, that's Miami. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Up here towards the top, I guess I just have the last, but that looks like Fort Lauderdale?
Correct.
Okay. And Club Fate is here in the middle, kind of close to Hollywood?
Correct.
closer up view of where Club Fate is in that area?
That is correct.
And so is this whole area right here Gulfstream Park?
Yes, it is.
This is a closer, even closer view of Gulfstream Park and Club Fate's location in that park?
Correct.
And that's right here, the red.
Right.
And what do you see in 86H?
The elevator entrance to the second floor where Club Fate was, on top of Yard House.
Okay. So if you wanted to enter Club Fate, or a customer would, they would come in the front door here, go up an elevator.
They're gonna take the elevator up that brings them to the second floor. Those small two windows are actually Club Fate. The large window is the lobby of the elevator area.
Okay. And this restaurant is not connected to Club Fate?
No, no. It's a different chain.
That looks like kind of the service entrance maybe for that restaurant?
I think it was the kitchen delivery area, yeah.
So when Club Fate first opened, what was your vision for it?
When I first opened it, I partnered with a famous DJ that lives in Miami. His name is Marcus Schultz. He's an electronic dance music icon in Miami, originally from Germany. So he partnered with me on the project to open electronic dance music concept in Gulfstream. Unfortunately, you know, it took us about a year of keep funding it that wasn't working. So we tried to sell at that point, several attempts. Gulfstream denied a couple of sales because we brought a Brazilian concept and they had Texas to Brazil. So they couldn't do it because of the concept that we're bringing in, the people that were buying it. I ended up switching it to a hip hop nightclub, which is playing, you know, urban music. And that's what kept it open through the years.
No.
But it was not a successful venue. I ended up buying my partner out, and I ended up just walking away almost with minimal investment money back. I sold half to one of my promoters who's operating it since that year until now. And with COVID and all that, you know, it was closed for a couple of years by order of the governor. So I haven't even gotten my money out of it yet.
Okay. Was it turned into a hip hop club after you sold it in 2016?
The last year or maybe year and a half of me operating it, it was a hip hop club. So I would say 2014 and a half to 2016, it was hip hop for sure.
Okay. Now, was it popular when you first opened it? Did y'all do well at first?
It never did well. I mean, compared to what our expectation was, no.
Okay. I guess the first 2 weeks, did y'all have more people than you had the rest of the time?
We did because Marcus is very famous.
Mm-hmm.
So he played for our club for free as a result, because I couldn't afford to have him play there. You know, he gets paid $100,000 per event.
Mm-hmm.
So he played a couple of times at the opening night, and a month later. That period, yes, there was business.
Okay, so the first month when it first opens and the DJ's there, y'all got some good business at that time.
And the grand opening and so forth, yes.
Okay, but he didn't continue playing there.
No.
Okay, and then after that, did it continue to do well, or it just kind of fizzled out?
It kind of like started dropping slowly.
Okay. Did y'all have celebrities that would come in?
No celebrities, but we had some other named DJs play there, like David Tort and other names that are in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, those nights there'll be a little bit of action, but nothing really what we expected. It barely covered the cost of the DJ at that point, which are very expensive.
Okay. Did you have high-end clientele that would come in and spend a lot of money?
I would say it was mediocre. It wasn't high-end, no.
Okay.
I mean, Club Live in Miami is high-end. We were nowhere near that. So
Right.
It's not high-end, no.
Okay. And did y'all have bottle service there?
We did.
Okay. About what was the cost of the bottles?
$150, I would say. $150 to $200, depends on the bottle.
About $150 a bottle?
Per bottle, yeah.
Maybe up to $200 a bottle?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever have girls that did liquor promotions there?
I don't know what you mean by liquor promotion.
Like maybe have a type of liquor they're promoting and offer people a taste of it?
If that would have happened, it would have been sponsored by a liquor company, not my girls, and it will be done by models that would hire directly to sell that item or to pass along, and it's done through because Florida law prohibits the sale of like promotional items. So the guy has to buy the bottle from me. We can't give it away.
Okay.
So the company would buy 2 bottles and they'll give samples to the guests, but they hire models to do that. It won't be our staff.
Okay. So your staff would have been made up of what? Bartenders and servers?
Just the 2 bartenders behind the main bar and the servers. And at that point, when we opened, we also had sushi in the front. So we had a bar in the front that was serving sushi. So there'd be cooks, bartenders, and servers.
Okay. How many servers and bartenders? You said 2 bartenders. How many servers would work at a time?
We never had more than 6 on a weekend. That would be the max.
About how often did your employees work? Each employee, how many nights per week?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't work anybody more than 4 nights max. I don't even know if we opened Mondays. I'm trying to remember, but most of the business came on Friday and Saturday. And when one busy night, the weekday night would have been like ladies' night, Wednesday or Thursday. So it'd be like 3 nights. The majority is when we need the most of the staff. The rest of them could be ran by 2 girls on the floor because it wasn't that busy.
Now, about how much how much were they taking home a week at that point?
I think everybody's averaging about 1,000 a week.
Okay. I asked you earlier about the deposition. Looking at page 11 page 11, lines 13 through 19.
Improper refreshment. The witness didn't say he didn't remember.
Well, are you refreshing his recollection or are you impeaching him? All right, you may proceed.
Objections.
Overruled.
Same as the prior objection as to impeaching your own witness.
All right, overruled.
Right. I'm going to show you page 11, lines 11 through 19. If you could just read that for yourself. Okay.
11 through 19?
Sorry. I'm sorry, right here.
17?
Yeah, 18 and 19.
18, okay.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so in that statement, you said that everybody in the bar was averaging about $500 to $600 a week?
Yeah, I think there we were talking about tips.
Okay.
So if you add up the tips and the hours, it's going to be a little bit higher, but depends on how many shifts you worked. If you worked, it was if you go further, I think we said about $250 a shift was like a good day for them. So it depends on how many shifts you had. So if you had 4 shifts, you're making 800. If you had 3 shifts, you're making 600. So it depends on how many shifts you had.
Okay.
So, I mean, you have to put it in the content of the rest of it, but you know, it was $250 per employee a night was a good night.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. So a good night for your employees was $200 to $250 a night, depending on how many nights a week you worked.
How long you worked, yes.
Could get up to $1,000 a night. If you only work 2 nights,
you worked
it
4
might be
nights,
more
yes. If you worked 3 nights, but the majority was just like the weekends.
Right.
When you needed an entire staff, it would be those 3 nights, the Friday, Saturday, and 1 week nights.
Gotcha. And if you work 2 nights, like maybe say you only work 2 nights a week, Friday and Saturday, and you made $200 to $250 a night, you were making $400 to $500?
Yeah.
Okay, that was average?
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, y'all obviously had a bar in your club, and you
Correct.
said you had sushi in the front. What was the rest of the club like? What was the layout?
It was a booth, one large booth in the front, and there was 8 booths in the main club area, and the rest is stand-up, and there was some seating in the front on high tops for the sushi area.
Okay, so sushi high tops or
And
you,
a patio, I'm sorry, and a patio.
okay, thank you. You could sit at a high top in the sushi area, go to the bar, or pick one of 8 booths, or go to the patio.
Yeah, I mean, if you came to eat, you would have sat at the high tops or the patio, or if you're a smoker, but the club itself, the 8 big booths and the large booth in the front was for the club service, if you will. If you're opening a bottle or, you know, listening to the music.
And do you remember a woman named Katherine Magbanua who worked at Club Fate when it was open?
I do.
Okay. How long did she work at Club Fate for?
It was not a long period. Like I said, she was like a shooting star. She wasn't one of those that was there for a while. I believe it was months. If I had to guess, I would have said maybe 3 months.
Okay. Shooting star meaning came quickly, left quickly?
Yes.
Okay. And what was her job at Club Fate?
Cocktail server.
Do you have any reason to believe she would have made more or less than the 200 to 250 a night that you told us about for average for your employees?
I don't believe so.
Do you remember the circumstances surrounding her leaving, why she left?
Not really.
Did you keep employee records when you owned the club?
We did.
And do you still have them?
No.
And why not? What happened?
Initially, all the paperwork that was in boxes in the Club Fate in the office was destroyed, water damage. There was a major leak from the hurricane from the roof that came straight into the office area. And we had to throw everything in the garbage that was in the office after the insurance. And then the Gulfstream staff, the maintenance staff came and repaired the roof and, you know. But whatever records we had, it would have been with the payroll company or that was in the office. So whatever's in the office is gone.
Okay. Was the office the only part of the club that was damaged?
The major leak was by that area, yes.
Okay.
And there was damage over yard house from our area as well, but it's in the same vicinity.
Where were the employee records in relation to where the leak was?
Right under.
Okay. I just wanted to clear up one thing. Were your servers paid like an hourly tipped employee wage?
Correct.
Okay. So the amount that your employees made, they'd make obviously their hourly tipped employee wage. Would they get that every month in a paycheck?
It was bi-weekly, and if I recall, it was around, at that time, the minimum wage tipped employee was around maybe $5.03 or something like that.
Okay.
So it barely covered the taxes on their credit cards, you know, from the credit card. Whatever we claimed 100% of the credit card tips. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it just offsets it, kind of.
Gotcha. So the average of $200 to $250 a night you're talking about, that's how much the employee was like tipped that night that they're taking home.
Yes.
Okay. From your sales.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Sure. Sorry, that was not quiet. Mr. Neighbor, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. This shouldn't be too long. Now, you referenced a moment ago Club Live.
Live, yeah.
Now, for the jurors here, if you could describe what Club Live is. You compared it to your club. Club Live is the club, right?
It's the club, yeah.
It's run by David Grutman with Groot Hospitality, and it is the model that all other nightclubs hope to have.
Correct.
A capacity of what, 10, 20,000?
No.
I could be way off on those numbers.
Yeah, you're way off on that. Live's capacity maybe 2,000.
And that's within an amphitheater at the Fontainebleau Hotel where the likes of Frank Sinatra used to sing.
It used to be that, yeah.
They have the most sophisticated sound equipment and lighting equipment. Now, in comparison to a club like that, Fate is small.
Very.
If you compare it to your local bar, Fate is
Comparable to
big.
a local bar.
Now, it's not a sleepy bar with one regular at the end of the bar, nobody else in there, right?
We have plenty of nights like that.
But you also,
Trust me, if it works, it works. When it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
you would have kept the club if it were doing that well,
If
right?
it was good, I'll still be there.
But you'd agree with me that although there weren't club live nights with the likes of all celebrities and athletes, you did have your nights.
When we first opened, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk about your communications with law enforcement. You were contacted by them after you sold the club, right?
I believe so.
And I know your memory's a little bit off on this, but do you believe that it was right at the beginning of the pandemic in March of 2020?
I think it's prior to the pandemic.
All right. So my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is only 2 times that law enforcement contact you.
Correct.
And you remember that the FBI was mentioned, correct?
Correct.
And they only contacted you by phone.
Correct.
And the information that you were able to convey to them, actually strike that, and let me give you a different question. Would you rely on the memory of the law enforcement officers as to when they spoke to you?
Me?
Yeah. Should we ask them instead of going with your memory of when the communications were?
I think you're better off going with them, yes.
Okay. So you talk to them and they ask you questions about Miss Magbanua, and you'd agree with me that you vaguely remember, using your words, vaguely remember her employment and the details about it.
Correct.
All right. Now, you were asked by Ms. Dugan the amount of time that Katherine worked there. You'd agree with me that it was months that she was there.
I said it was months.
And even that is an estimate.
Correct.
Because you vaguely remember.
Correct.
All right. Second turn. If I could have one brief moment.
Take your time.
Thank you. Mayor Bertrand?
May?
Mr. Neighbor, I'm showing you the pre-marked as Defense 18. You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
That's a photograph of Katherine Magbanua.
Yes.
And that's a photograph of Katherine Magbanua as she looked around the time that she worked for you.
Correct.
And that fairly and accurately depicts the employee that you had during that time.
Correct.
Thank you. Defense officer in with the pre-marked as Defense 18.
Any objection? Be admitted as defense 18.
Okay, so Mr. Neighbor, I want to make sure you're going to have to explain this to me because even I was a little bit confused. So your employees are making on average, and again, these are rough estimates, correct? Is that correct?
Correct.
$500 to $600 per week.
I would say so.
Now, and walk me through, and I apologize if I'm confusing your words. So I come into Club Fate and I get bottles, I get sushi, whatever it is, and I pay on my credit card and I tip on my credit card.
Correct.
That's the information that you as the owner know about. And then you pay out the tip portion to the employee.
Correct.
Now, if I come in there and I use my credit card and I buy a bunch of stuff and then my buddy goes, you know what? You paid for the sushi and you paid for the booze. Let me pay the tip in cash. You don't know about that, right?
Correct.
There's a good chance you don't know about it.
For sure.
And that's standard in the industry, right?
Correct.
With respect to tips.
Correct.
Now, if I come in and it's just cash and I pay for whatever it is I'm buying in cash and I tip in cash, those tips as well too, you as the owner, you wouldn't know about.
I wouldn't know the cash part of it. No, I know about the cash sale, but I don't know about how much the person left them.
You know the cash sale because you got to ring up the drinks and ring up.
Well, they can't get the drink without a ticket, printing at the bar or at the food station. So I'll know it was rang up.
So that $500 to $600, that can be put in the credit card pot, but we don't know the cash amount.
We don't know the cash amount tip the employee is making of a cash sale. That is correct.
So if it's $100, $200, $300 in tips, it would be the $500 to $600 plus any of the cash tips.
If that's the case, yes.
Now, is it not encouraged in the industry for servers to get cash tips because it offsets the tax liability for the business?
Encouraged, all restaurants prefer cash, of course, over credit. However, in the nightclub business, especially in that area, until it's now, even my restaurant now, the cash sales does not exceed 10% of the gross sales of the restaurant. This day and age, cash has become, it's a commodity that's not available in our restaurant business. It's all credit cards right now.
Yeah.
Now,
8 years ago, though.
Now, if the clientele was, for example, hip hop, that formula switches completely from 90-10 to possibly, 60% cash, 40% credit cards.
Right.
So it switches if it depends on the concept that you have. But as an electronic dance music nightclub that we were, we knew it's going to be 90% credit cards.
You'd agree with me, though, that there was a little bit more use of cash back in 2014 than there is now in 2022?
Oh, yeah, I would say that, yeah.
All right. In the point that we're trying to make, I'm not trying to change your 90%, but you as the owner, you don't know. It's 500 to 600 average plus cash tips.
Yeah, I don't know what they made in cash tips. That is true.
All right. Now, the records. That's my last topic. The records that you have.
The records, yeah.
There were employee records for Katherine Magbanua, no doubt about that, right?
Well, we had to do, she would have had to fill out her W-2s, her, 1099, her, picture, her social security, picture of her ID. It has to be in her file. All that was in the office.
Now that would also have the information as to what you're giving the rough estimates on, the 500 to 600. We would be able to know the exact amounts, right? The payroll amounts.
Not from the record. We wouldn't. The payroll is with the payroll company. That has nothing to do with the file. The file doesn't have, we don't have a copy of their paycheck in the file.
But you do have a copy of the check that you'd write to them on the credit card tips, right? Stuff like that. Let me withdraw that and ask it a different way. Within that box of records that was destroyed, you would have records of what you paid Ms. Magbanua.
Correct.
Okay, but unfortunately, that happened to be in a paper box in the exact corner of your office where there was a flood and it all got ruined. So
it wasn't just one box, it was 10 boxes.
But those 10 boxes.
It wasn't just hers, it's everybody else's.
Oh, no. I'm not trying to say, like, why were hers just in the corner? But you agree with me that in the office, you've got boxes in the corner and there's a flood, literally.
Yeah. Computer, everything underneath that was destroyed.
Had law enforcement come to you years ago, before that happened, understanding you're not really sure, do you know when the flood happened? Do you know if it was before 2016?
We got to look up when the hurricane was there. I'll tell you the exact year, but it was from that major hurricane that came through Florida and it did a lot of damage.
All right. You'd agree with me, though, that the chances of getting the documents, whether they were, wet and partially destroyed or even replacing it, it would have been better to get in touch with you back years ago in 2016, 17, 18, instead of waiting until the next decade.
All I know is there was 2 attempts from them to speak to me.
Well after you sold the club?
No. One, I don't know the exact times. I really don't. I'll be lying if I told you what time and when. I remember a phone call with a message left on my voicemail saying, I'm so-and-so with the FBI, give me a call back.
Okay.
We're trying to get to you. The club is closed. We can't get in. And it would have been during the day. Probably they're trying to come talk to somebody in the office and we don't open during the day.
If I were to tell you that first communication were 2020, and I understand you, I'm not asking you to agree.
I'll take your word for it because I have no recollection of when. Okay.
So, if it were 2020, which it was.
Objection to counsel testifying.
That's sustained. You just said you weren't going to suggest and make them agree, and that's exactly what you're doing.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll phrase it in a different way.
Please.
Okay, so Mr. Neighbor, had law enforcement come to you before 2020, would there not have been a greater chance of getting the documentation and the exact numbers from Ms. Magbanua?
I don't know if they could, because in 2016, I didn't have keys for the place anymore, so I couldn't have to access. I don't have access to the place since the partner, the guy that took over as the managing of the business, Philip Houston. I don't have keys to the business till this day, so I don't have access to see what was in the office. And that's what I told them at that time, that I did not have. I don't know what part of the damage was part of hers or not, but I didn't have access to it, period.
Right.
So.
Now, is there any doubt in your mind whatsoever that Katherine Magbanua worked at your business, Club Faith?
No, she worked at the club, yes.
Should any financial analysis of her income not include employment with your business? If you need me to re-ask that, let me know.
Yeah.
If there was financial analysis done of Ms. Magbanua over the years, would it be wrong for it not to include the time that she worked for you at Club Faith?
No, it should include Club Faith, yeah.
Because she worked it.
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been entered in as government's 86B. Do you know what that is?
It's a hip hop bar in Hollywood, Florida.
All right. Are you close with any of the owners there?
No, I did purchase some of their old couches for Club Faith.
What are the chances? All right. You don't know how much the servers make there, do you?
I have no clue, but I know it's a different clientele.
Now, if we were to want to know the level of income of the bottle service in that club, that how much somebody would make, we should have somebody come here from that club, right?
If you say so.
All right. No, I'm asking you.
If you want to know what they make there, I would ask them, yes.
1 second, Direct. Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Defense said that Katherine Magbanua worked for you for months. You precisely said not more than 3 months, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you said made money when it first opened. Are you talking about that month time period that you told me about? Correct. Okay. And then after that, you said it didn't work.
Yeah.
If it had worked, you'd still be running it and own it. Okay. And in your experience in the restaurant and nightclub business, when most people, you said 90% of your business is from credit cards or your sales. When people buy dinner, bottle, drinks, whatever on their credit card, do they also put a tip on that credit card too?
Correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
We can release the witness.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Feel free to go.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. Have a good day. State may call its next witness.
June Umchinda.
Okay, right up here, ma'am. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Right, thank you. Please have a seat. Just need you to scoot up close to that microphone, okay? Adjust it if necessary.
sorry, I had my stuff here.
What is your name?
June Chinda,
Please spell your name.
June, last name Umchinda.
Where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you know Charlie Adelson?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Adelson?
He's my ex-boyfriend.
How long did you date Mr. Adelson?
We dated about 2 solid years, but we're kind of on and off for like 7 years. So,
Okay, when did you first meet him?
I met him in 2015, I believe.
And did you start dating in 2015?
Okay, I think I met him 2014 because I met him once when he was with someone else and he was living with a roommate that I was talking to back then. So we met once and then a year went by and then we reconnected, which I believe that was 2015.
All right, who was the roommate that you mentioned?
Jerry Obed.
Okay, that was somebody that was living with Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Okay, and I think it's Dr. Obed, correct?
Right.
Was Dr. Obed living with Charlie Adelson when you started dating Charlie Adelson?
No, not anymore.
All right, so you started dating him in 15?
I believe so. I have to look back, but yes, I believe it was October 2015.
All right, and you said it was kind of on and off. Can you tell the jury, was it steady for a certain period of time and then on and off after that? Can you describe that?
Yes, so for the 2 years, it was definitely on. We were together like every day, basically lived there, but not legally. So, I saw my future with him. We were going to get married. It was a big thing. But after this and everything, obviously a lot happened and we ended up breaking up. And we just always kept in touch, but we weren't officially together. So that's why I say it's on and off, because we've seen each other a few times after the 2 years.
Okay.
So,
but approximately in 2017 was sort of the official end, and then it was a little bit on and off after that?
Yes, officially 2017, I believe.
All right. During the time that you were steady dating Charlie Adelson, did you stay over at his place regularly?
I did almost every night. I think every night I did, yeah, when we were together.
Where was his place?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Whale Harbor?
Yes.
What's the name of the road?
Whale Harbor Lane.
And what did Mr. Adelson do for a living during the time you dated him?
He worked full-time as a periodontist.
Did you ever observe him engaging in any type of gang-related activity?
No.
Any type of gang members hanging around with him or interacting with him during the time you were in a relationship with him?
Not that I know of, no.
Did you ever see him engaging in any drug use or drug dealing?
Definitely not drug dealing. He likes like marijuana and that's probably it, and drinking. So.
All right. And during the time that you two were together, that 2 years, have you described yourselves as being inseparable? You and Mr.
Yes,
Adelson?
we were like best friends at one point. So.
As you sit here today, when was the last time you had contact with Mr. Adelson?
So it was actually, so he reached out to me the night before he got arrested the next day, but I did not reply until the next day and he was already gone. So
in the last year, and I'm speaking about from today back, how much contact have you had with him?
Well, this year I particularly tried to stay away from him. He wanted to see me a lot. He would reach out, but I just couldn't with this whole thing going on, and there's issues with another girl after me.
And
so,
when you say this whole thing going on, you're referring to this case that we're here about? Did you ever observe Charlie Adelson to have large amounts of cash?
I mean, I don't really know what large would be, but he Yes, I saw cash with him.
Thousands of dollars worth of cash?
Yes.
Where did he keep the cash?
He obviously kept cash in his wallet, and he kept cash in his safe as well.
A safe in his room?
Yes.
All right, and that was at the Whale Harbor residence?
Yes.
Okay, and was it a safe like the size of this speaker on our table, or like the kind that's like the size of a refrigerator?
A larger one.
And was there anything unusual about the way that Mr. Adelson packaged his money?
I never looked in the safe primarily, so I don't know how he kept the money or where it came from. I just know there was money in there.
All right, and that was thousands and thousands of dollars?
From the time that I saw, there was. I don't know how much was in there.
All right, and were the thousands and thousands of dollars kept in stacks of hundreds?
The thousands that I saw were $100 bills.
$100 bills, and were they stapled together in stacks?
I believe so. I saw like a staple, but this was so long ago that.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your prior statement given on July?
No, I remember it. Like,
okay.
I mean, there were staples on it. I just don't know. Like, I never saw the money in the safe, so I don't know.
Okay, but you saw money out of the safe being counted, right?
Right.
Okay, and that money was in stacks of $100 bills stapled together.
Yes.
What about Katherine Magbanua? Do you know her?
No, I don't.
Were you aware that Charlie Adelson dated Katherine Magbanua before he dated you?
I was, only because of the media and this. They thought I was Katherine at one point, so.
Okay, but during the time that you dated Charlie Adelson, were you aware that he had a girlfriend previously named Katie?
No.
And what about after you? Do you know who he dated after you?
After me, he dated another girl named Bree.
All right, and what about Whitney? Do you know who that is?
I do. So when Charlie and I met, he was with Whitney, and that was before me.
Okay.
And then I met Whitney briefly, like one time.
And are you aware, after the media attention began in reference to this case, of Charlie Adelson beginning to have a lot of contact with Katherine Magbanua?
No.
Did you previously say that in your statement in July 24th of 2018?
Not that I recall. Did I say that they were speaking a lot, or?
That Charlie started talking to Katherine Magbanua a lot after the media attention started. Did you say that? Don't recall.
I might have said it, but now that I look back, I can't really like pinpoint when. I think I saw a text message of him talking about a car with her or something, but I never like heard him talking to her.
Okay, did you ever know of Katherine Magbanua working for Charlie Adelson as an employee?
No, I didn't know Charlie back then, so.
Okay, and during the time that you were with him, she was not working as his personal assistant to your knowledge, or working for him in any capacity to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Were you dating Charlie Adelson at the time when the first arrests were made in this case of Mr. Garcia and Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Adelson's behavior change when the arrests were made?
Yes, they did.
Can you explain how his behavior changed?
Well, this case kind of blew up in the media, so he was obviously, he went through a lot of stages. At one point, he was very depressed, and every day it was something different, but he just was never the same after this.
Did he become violent?
Not like really to me, but sometimes he would get angry sometimes.
Agitated,
I think so, yeah.
short fused.
I mean, yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Couldn't sleep.
Yes.
Did he keep clothes by his bed in case the police showed up in the middle of the night?
He did that once, I think, but it was so long ago that I don't know if it was for that reason.
Did you have any contact with Donna Adelson during this time frame?
No.
Do you remember being on the balcony of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives, having a conversation with her about this case?
Briefly.
All right. And what was her demeanor? Do you know what I mean by that? How was she acting?
Yeah, I know what demeanor means, but she was, everyone was obviously upset about this, and it's, she wasn't happy, so.
She was stressed out, right?
Yeah, of course.
Did she have puffy eyes?
I don't remember.
Did she complain about not sleeping?
Possibly.
And did she make a statement to you about Dan Markel?
Yes, I believe so.
What was that statement?
Just that everything was awful, and it feels like, like it's, I don't know. I'm sure you have it there. So.
Do you know what it is?
I kind of briefly remember, but
Did she say that she feels like Dan's back from the grave, like haunting her?
I don't know, like, if they were those exact words. I think she was just so stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. So
during the time you dated Charlie Adelson, how many times did you visit his parents at the Icon?
Not more than 10 times.
And was this the last time you ever visited them at the Icon when she made this statement?
No.
So you saw her again after that?
Yes.
Was there any further conversation about the homicide at that time?
No.
Did Charlie Adelson have WhatsApp on his phone?
Yes.
Do you know if he communicated with Katherine Magbanua via WhatsApp?
I don't know.
After your breakup with Charlie Adelson, I guess I'm referring to the official breakup in 2017, did he give you any gifts?
After that?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't remember. Maybe like little gifts. Like,
how about
a
car? Did he give you a car
No.
after you broke up?
No.
Did he put you on the payroll at the Adelson Institute after you broke up?
No.
Do you recall him telling you that he gave Katherine Magbanua a car?
I do.
What was the deal with that?
I think he just said his father had the Lexus and it was an older Lexus, so he wanted to help someone out, and they didn't need the car, so yeah.
Okay. And what about trips, vacations? Did Mr. Adelson pay for you to go on any trips or vacations after your breakup with him?
After the breakup, no.
All right, one moment, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Umchindo.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
You a little nervous?
Yeah. No, I've been here since 8 a.m. waiting, so
Yeah.
that's why
I'm
I'm a
many
little
people in
tired.
here can understand what you're going through. So, I just want to go over some more details about what Ms. Kappelman discussed with you about your relationship with Charles Adelson, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you first met Charles, he had a girlfriend at that time, right?
Yes.
And that girlfriend was Whitney.
Correct.
You were actually on a date with his roommate, Jerome Obed, when you met him the first time.
Yes.
Okay, so it was like a double date situation.
Not intentionally. I was supposed to hang out with Jerry at his house because he was the roommate. So it was Charlie's house, but I was with Jerry at the moment.
At the moment. But
And
you
then
weren't
that's when
with Charles.
No, he was with Whitney, and we didn't plan it like that. It just kind of happened. Yeah.
Okay, and that was around 2014 to 2015.
Yes.
Now, a few months after you met him, Charlie is the one that sought out your phone number, right?
Yes.
He tracked you down.
Correct.
The friend of yours was a patient of his, correct?
She wasn't officially a patient yet. She looked online and wanted to have work done that a periodontist would do, and it happened to be Charlie, and I didn't even know she was going there, but she told me, I went to the dentist or the periodontist, and he mentioned, somehow I came up,
And then after that, he was actively pursuing you, trying to take you on a date, right?
well, he asked her for my number, and then he had his office staff call.
Okay, so he
get
got your
my
number from his office staff, and that's how he started calling you.
Through my best friend, Gia, correct.
Okay, and when he started to pursue you, he assured you he wasn't with Whitney anymore, right? All day, right?
Right, we always went to work during the day, and then
But
after work.
at that time, you didn't have any kids.
No, I still don't have kids.
He didn't have any kids at that time.
No,
That's not the situation now, though, is it?
no.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. And so you didn't have any kids, he didn't have any kids, you guys had, apart from 9 to 5s, all the free time in the world to spend with each other.
Correct.
Now, you weren't technically living at his house, but you were sleeping there every single night.
Right.
And you were in love with him.
Yeah, you could say that.
Right? You thought he was in love with you too, right?
At one point, yes.
You actually thought this was the man of your dreams.
Right.
He told you he loved you.
Of course, yes.
He told you you were the only one.
He said that, but I mean, over time, I got to know
Well,
him. So.
hindsight is 20/20, but at the time, you thought you were the only one.
Right.
Now, he's very convincing that way, isn't he?
Yes, I guess so.
He has no issues with communication. Is that fair to say?
Right.
He has no problem being the guy that reaches out.
No, he's very confident and like calm. He always knows what to say. He's very smart.
And is he very charismatic?
Yes.
And he talks a lot. Right?
Yes, he talks about everything.
And he dominates almost every conversation that he's in.
Right.
And at the time, he seemed like he really did care about you. That's how you felt.
Right.
He was a very attentive boyfriend. You never had to like look at your phone and be like, why isn't Charlie calling me today?
No, he was always like keeping in touch.
And if, for example, you weren't calling, he would be blowing up your phone, right?
Oh yeah, I'd call my roommate. Like if I took a nap once, he'd like come and find me. I don't know. He
Okay.
used to get worried about me. I don't know why, but.
Now, even after you broke up, it's not like when you broke up, you stopped communicating with him, right?
Right.
He's-
For a while we did after the whole thing.
Now, let's talk about, well, we'll tell this jury why it is you broke up, okay? Now, you guys took a break, right?
Yes.
What year was that?
I want to say it was the end of December, like 2017.
17,
Or 18
okay.
or something.
So, you break up, you guys are apart for a few months, right?
Only 2 months. like,
Only 2 months.
supposedly.
Then he gets back together with you, right?
Right. I
Then
got back with him.
You got back. Then you find out that in that 2 month time span, he ended up getting Wendy's boyfriend's nanny pregnant.
Yes.
And this was just in that 2 month period that you were apart.
Right.
Did you try to stay with him or?
Not really. Like maybe I gave it a thought, but I don't think I could have ever done that. Like after what he did, and then obviously this was going on too, so there's just a lot of baggage.
And this is who you had mentioned before. That's Bree, right? Is the mother of his child.
Right.
Okay. And he had this child in 2018?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, one of the other reasons that the reason you broke up with him actually is that you found out he was cheating with you from a girl from the Philippines, right?
That's not the reason we broke up, but
You did find out he was cheating on you with a girl from the Philippines.
Yeah, he never admitted it till this day, but I suspected it and I've seen the messages, so.
You found something in his
obviously.
phone with a girl that lives in the Philippines, right?
Right, yeah.
Does Charles like to go to the Philippines?
Not lately, but like, sorry, but obviously, back then for a little bit, he did like to go travel.
Does he? You know him also to travel to Vietnam?
He did one trip that I knew, but I don't know anything else.
Would you say that Charlie Adelson has a particular taste in a certain type of girl?
Yeah, he told me like, I mean, I think he likes Asian women.
His
says,
preference
so
is Asian
I don't
women,
know. Yeah.
right? You see somewhat of a resemblance between yourself and Miss Magbanua, right?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, people mistake me for her sometimes.
In fact, a month ago, you were on TV when Charles was arrested, and NBC said you were Katherine Magbanua, right?
I heard of that. I didn't see it, but people were telling me that my picture was up, mistaking me for Katherine. So.
All right. Now, you know now that throughout the course of your relationship, he was actually still in regular communication with Katherine.
I do, because I just saw the recording of all that. That was when I was still with him.
But you didn't know back then.
No.
He was able to keep that from you, right?
Correct.
Even though you were with him every day and every night.
Right, and he would tell me something, but now that was around the time he was acting weird, so.
And he's the type of guy, like if you catch him, like in I want to say a lie, he has a very good way of trying to talk his way out of it, right?
Yes.
Now, he was able to do all type of things without you suspecting anything, right?
Not exactly, I would suspect, but he was good at
hiding things.
Yeah, being Charlie, I guess you could say.
So when you started dating him, you had no idea who Katherine Magbanua was?
No.
And you guys, you said, became serious in October of 2015, 1 year after Dan Markel was murdered.
Yes.
Yes. That you spent that Christmas with his family, right?
It was Hanukkah, but yeah, I think it was that Hanukkah
That Hanukkah, because they're Jewish, right? And Donna was there, right?
Right.
Harvey was there, right?
Right.
Wendy was there?
Right.
That's when you met Wendy's boyfriend.
Yes, David.
David.
At
and
the
it's
time.
David's nanny, who is the mother of Charles Adelson's child.
Yes.
Now, you asked Charlie what happened to Wendy's ex-husband, right?
I did, yes.
And he told you, his girlfriend, someone shot him in his garage.
Right.
And when you tried to ask him more questions, he was very short with you.
He just said he didn't know who did it, and, I didn't want to press more, so that was it.
But you read off of him, he didn't want to talk about it, right?
Yeah, it was just like a moment of silence, so I didn't want to go deeper with something like that. So.
And all he would really say to you is, he just died. He didn't go into any details about anything.
Right.
Now, you were dating him around April, May of 2016, right?
Right.
That is when someone approached his mother on the street, right?
Yes.
And you had said that for 2 weeks he was acting very strange.
he was acting strange all the time ever since this, so yeah.
And around that time, you had said too that he was more consumed with his family than usual.
Possibly, yes.
All right. Now you trusted what Charlie would be telling you, right?
I did.
Okay. And even though you tried to ask him as a concerned girlfriend, like, what's going on? Why are you behaving like this? He wouldn't tell you what's going on, right?
No.
He never told you that some person walked up to his mother and was handing him a paper about his brother-in-law's murder and demanding money.
No, and the night I guess he met with Catherine, he lied to me about where he was that night, so. And then I found out later I guess he didn't want to tell me he was with Catherine, like an ex-girlfriend.
So he had no problem being with you and then keeping all these things behind your back, right?
Right.
You only found out now that he was lying to you the entire time.
With that lie, yeah.
That lie amongst others.
Well, I mean, he did tell me like after the fact when it came out, but then I realized I put two and two together that it was the same night that he was acting suspicious. So.
Okay. Now, you were actually dating Charles before everything blew up in the media, right?
Correct.
Charlie actually told you about Daniel Markel being murdered before everything came out in the media.
Yes.
Okay. And that's all he told you is Wendy's ex-husband was murdered.
Correct.
He was in a garage and that he didn't know who did it.
Right.
And you found out that Charlie was actually a suspect in this homicide when someone from ABC walked up to you in front of Charlie's house, right?
Yes.
They thought you were Catherine.
Yes.
And tried to interview you.
Yes.
You're not Catherine.
No. I didn't even know her name at the time. I was like, who's Catherine?
And literally like walking up on his driveway, people with microphones were coming up to you to try and interview you, right?
Right, and that's how I found out about this. So.
Okay. From a reporter coming to you.
Yes.
Now, I'm sure once you heard about that, natural tendency is to start looking up everything online, right?
Well, it wasn't online back then as of yet.
But at some point, you were able just to type in his name and a 24-page affidavit would pop up detailing his alleged involvement in this, right?
Right.
And this is when he was still free, right? Yes?
Yes.
And you just mentioned that the last time you spoke to Charles Adelson was the night before he was arrested, right?
I'd have to look. I know he wrote me. I don't know if I responded that night, but I usually didn't text him back right away recently because I just wanted to stay away from him for a little bit.
That wasn't in 2016,
so,
right?
No, this was the night before he was arrested.
A month ago.
Right.
Right? April 20th of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. So all the time that he's free and he has all of this stuff online and all this stuff saying that he was suspected, he was never arrested until a month ago, right?
Yes.
And I'm sure you as his girlfriend, when all this stuff was out in the media saying that he's involved and in this homicide, you must have asked him, what is all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I was just kind of shocked that he didn't mention it or tell me what was going on because I had no idea about anything. So
before then, he never said to you, oh my God, these people think I had something to do with my sister's ex-husband's murder.
Right.
Never said anything like that to you, right?
No, he would just rush away to his friend's house or try to go somewhere and not tell me where. So I just thought it was something else.
That he tried to keep you from knowing anything.
Right.
Now, he also told you at one point not to answer the door if the cops showed up, right?
Well, he went out of town and he said if I was at the house and the cops show up, just don't answer it but I didn't know anything. I'm like, why would the cops show up?
Now, Catherine was arrested on October 1st of 2016. You guys are still dating then, right?
Yes.
And when she was arrested, he was shocked and surprised that she had been arrested, right?
Yes.
Those were the words you used. right?
Right.
And those were the words you used when you were describing that to Agent Sanford back in 2018.
Right.
When she was arrested, he started now acting more strange. Put a strain on your relationship, right?
Right, of course.
All right. Now, in August, before that arrest, okay, there was an episode on 2020, right?
Right.
You watched it with him?
Not like the premiere, but eventually we ended up watching it because everyone was talking about it. So,
Yeah, I can imagine.
yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true that when Agent Sanford came to interview you in 2018, he told you that they put that show out?
They did. I don't know if I remember that, but
If it's reflected in your recorded statement, that would be a fair representation of what Agent Sanford told you, right?
that they put 2020 on.
That
or-
we put that show out.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure. I don't really remember right
No.
now, but
You watched the show with Charlie,
right.
and he'd never give you any explanation about any of it, right?
No, well, at that time it was out, so I kind of knew what was going on by that time.
Isn't it true he actually told you they have it completely wrong?
Yes.
He said that Katie worked for him, right?
He did say, like, I think she did work for him, like, did some work for him.
He also mentioned that she paid for her own breast augmentation, right?
He said she paid for, like, one of them or something.
So if she's only had one, then she paid for it.
Like, I guess he helped her with the other, I don't know.
Helped her find the doctor?
No, like, half of it.
So now your testimony is that he told you he paid for half of her breast augmentation?
No, I don't think he ever told me that he paid for it at all. But he said something about they accused him of paying for it, and he said he may have helped like half, like, and paid for one. I don't really know.
Are you
why he
saying
said
one
that.
breast?
Yeah, I don't. This is not my words. That's what Charlie said.
All right.
so.
And are you not sure if what you're telling me now has been improperly influenced by all the stuff you've read on the media about this case?
Wait, what was it? Sorry.
I'm saying, are you able to separate what it is that you know or from what you read in the media about this case before you were interviewed?
I tried to, yeah.
All right. Now, the first time that the detectives came to speak to you was in the middle of 2018, right?
Right.
They knew you had broken up with Charles and you guys weren't on good terms, right?
Oh, that time. I think they knew. Like, yeah, they knew after I told them. So.
Now, when they tried to come and speak with you, they didn't just bang on your door, not announce themselves, leave, and never come back, right?
No, I think for a few days they tried to get in touch with me.
No, they waited in your lobby for you, right, of where you lived?
Well, I parked my car and they like waited for me to get out of my car to walk to my lobby and to my place that I lived at the time. Yeah.
They had previously called, identified themselves, and left messages for you saying they wanted to speak to you, right?
Right.
Okay. And when they finally approached you in the lobby, they identified themselves as law enforcement.
Yeah, I think Patrick did, or one of them, but I think
The
it was
FBI
his
agent.
name.
Yeah?
But I wasn't sure if the woman was Shelley.
But you were sure that you were speaking to law enforcement.
Yes, at that time.
And they were nice to you.
They were really nice, yeah.
And they said they wanted to talk to you, right?
Yes.
And they never told you that they were recording you. Isn't that true?
Yes.
They actually promised you that what you told them would be kept secret and that no one would find out.
Yes.
That's not true, is it?
No, obviously not.
Your recorded interview is out in the media, right?
Yeah, everything I've done, like, they put out, and I haven't really.
There's a camera on
authorized
you
it.
right now, right?
Yeah.
You're still talking about this. So that wasn't true when they said they'd keep it secret, right?
Right.
And They gave you every opportunity to answer the questions that they posed to you about Charles, right?
Yes.
They never accused you of lying?
No, I was obviously like upset at that time, so I was willing to share what Charlie did to me and open up to them. I was vulnerable, so.
But you did answer all their questions though, right?
I did, yeah.
And when you told them you knew nothing about the homicide, they believed you?
They didn't tell me if they believed me, but I just told them what I knew, so.
You haven't been arrested though, have you, for being his girlfriend?
No.
And even though you were his girlfriend at the time and you were living with him every single day, you had no idea that he had been suspected as being involved in the murder of Wendy's ex-husband?
No, definitely not. Not at all.
Your Honor, may I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any water?
Sure. Do we have a water? There's some in the jury room if we need to. We'll get you water in just a moment.
Thank you.
All right, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
Okay, well,
I
you're
think
done.
we're finished.
Okay. We can release a witness?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. State may call its next witness. Clarissa Labredo, please. Okay, ma'am, if you come right up here, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat. I just need you to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay? If you could scoot on up to that.
Good afternoon. Will you tell us your name and spell it for the court reporter, please?
My name is Clarissa Labredo, C-L-A-R-I-Z-A. Labredo is L-E-B-R-E-D-O.
Okay, I'm going to ask you today some questions about your employment at the Adelson Institute. I guess since maybe about 3 years ago, that's now a different dental practice, right?
Yes.
Okay. But before, what year was it sold?
Not a year ago.
Okay.
Less than a year ago.
Less than a year. Okay. But up until less than a year ago, you worked for the Adelson Institute for many years?
Yes.
Okay. How many years?
Close to 40.
Okay. And now do you work at the practice that it was sold to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm just going to ask you about Adelson Institutes. And so where was Adelson Institute located?
Tamarack.
Where in the Miami area is Tamarack?
No, it's not in Miami.
Okay, where in that area is Tamarack?
It's in Broward.
Broward County. Okay. And is it near Fort Lauderdale?
Yes.
Okay. What was the exact address?
7737 North University Drive, Tamarack.
Okay. And what type of business was the Adelson Institute?
Dental office.
And what was your position there?
Dental assistant.
Did you ever work the front desk?
No.
And you knew Harvey and Donna Adelson and their children?
Yes.
All right. You said you worked there for almost 40 years. That includes the years 2014 to 2016?
Yes.
Okay. My questions are going to be about those years for you today, okay? All right. Can you tell us the names of the employees of the Adelson Institute during those years?
It was myself, Dr. Adelson, Charlie, Donna, Erica, and Amy.
Okay. Erica is Erica Johnson.
Yes,
Okay, and she works the front desk and is Charlie Adelson's assistant.
yes,
Okay, and you are a dental assistant.
yes.
Okay, and Amy, what does she do?
Hygienist.
Hygienist. Okay, and then the only other people besides you, Erica, and Amy are the Adelson family, Harvey, Donna, and Charlie.
Right.
Okay, now Harvey and Charlie, they are dentists, right?
Yes.
Okay, what about Donna? What does she do there?
She worked up front.
Kind of like manages the office.
Yes.
Okay, is she the person that does payroll? Did she write your checks at the time?
I don't know.
Okay, did she kind of serve as an office manager?
I don't know if that was her title, but
Okay. She would do office type clerical work?
yes.
Okay. What were the Adelson's business hours back in 2014 to 2016?
8 to 5, 11 to 7 was our late night, 4 days a week.
Okay, would it be Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, 8 to 5, and then your late day would be Wednesday 11 to 7?
Correct.
And that was 11 to 7 that day?
Yes.
Okay. And those were not just your working hours, those were the operating hours of the Adelson Institute?
Correct.
Okay. Would doctors see patients on Friday or the weekends?
No.
All right. Now, if a patient called when the Adelson Institute was closed, during any hour that it wasn't open, would that call go to a voicemail machine?
Yes.
All right. And whose responsibility would it be to like check the machine and call the patients back?
It could be any of us. It could be Donna. It could have been myself when I came in, or Erica.
Okay. Who has access to the employee records at Adelson Institute?
They did.
Meaning the Adelson family?
The Adelsons, yeah.
Okay. Do you have access to it?
No.
All right. Do you recall 2 law enforcement officers coming to Adelson Institute back in June of 2016?
Yes.
All right. And they asked you if you were familiar with an employee named Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
All right. And you told them no, but referred them to Erica Johnson?
Right. Yes.
Okay. And you said she's an employee there who's Charles Adelson's assistant, also works the front desk.
Yes.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua?
From the office.
Okay. And when you say office, do you mean you know her from coming in and working there at the office or from being a patient at the office?
From being a patient. I saw her.
Okay. So she's come in to get a cleaning or some type of dental work
Right.
there. How many times has she been a patient?
Once.
Okay. In your almost 40 years of working there, did you ever see Katherine Magbanua come in to the Adelson Institute as anything other than a patient?
No.
How did you get paid by Adelson Institute?
Just a check.
Okay. How often would you get your checks?
Every 2 weeks.
Have you been paid for a week or 2 weeks of work prior to completing the work? Has that ever happened?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about sequential checks. I'm talking about predating. Like you getting your check before you've worked, before you've completed that period.
Yes.
Would you ever get multiple paychecks at a time?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
Maybe 2 more than I was supposed to get.
Okay, so that would be 3 then?
Right.
Did you ever get 4, 5, 6
No.
checks in a row?
No.
When you would get 2 or 3 at a time, what would be going on at that time for the Adelson family that would cause you to get those checks?
If they were going to go away, they paid me before they left.
Okay. So if you were due to get a paycheck and they were about to go on a 2-week vacation, they would go ahead and give you your paychecks while they would be out, so you would not get paid.
Yes.
Okay. But you would never get 4, 5, 6 in a row.
No.
Have any of Charlie Adelson's girlfriends been on Adelson's payroll to your knowledge?
I don't know.
You don't do payroll, I guess, right? You don't do the payroll.
No.
Okay. Have you ever been aware of any employee of Adelson Institute in the history of your employment there that's ever worked exclusively by phone or remotely prior to obviously the pandemic? I'm talking 2014 to 2016.
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Laredo. How are you?
Hello, good.
Now you have been working there for 40 years, you said, at the Adelson Institute, right?
Yes.
It's a small family dental practice, right?
Yes.
It's not some big, multi-dentist operation with several partners and the people in charge are Harvey Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now you only work from Monday to Thursday, right?
Yes.
You would have no idea if anyone came into the office at all from Friday to Sunday, right?
No.
Okay. Now, you have no say or knowledge. I mean, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson and Charles Adelson don't have to come and check in with you to determine or to let you know what they're doing and who they're writing checks for, right?
No.
Okay. Has Wendy Adelson ever worked in the office?
No.
So if her parents gave her a paycheck every couple of weeks, but she didn't physically work there, that's something that they could do for their daughter, right?
I don't know.
Okay. You wouldn't know, right?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And so you have no idea the arrangement that was made between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua as to why she was getting those paychecks, right?
No.
And you're not in a position really to ask the Adelsons why they write checks, right?
No.
The best people to tell this jury about what that was for would be Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, right?
I don't know.
Okay. They're not in Tallahassee, are they? They're not coming here to testify under a state subpoena?
I don't know.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect.
The sequential checks that you told us about, you said you get sometimes 2 or 3 in a row. How often would that happen?
Objection outside the scope of cross.
Once a
Hold
year.
on a second. What's the question?
How often she would get paid more than 1 or 2 paychecks in a row?
Overruled. You can answer that.
Once a year.
Did the Adelson Institute have a cleaning service?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a husband and wife team?
Yes.
And you saw them? The husband and wife team?
I know them. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Was it Katherine Magbanua?
No.
Okay, that's all.
All right, we can release the witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're free to go, ma'am. Thank you.
Mhm.
Let's meet sidebar quickly, please. All right, state may call its next witness.
They call Erica Johnson, please.
Erica Johnson, please. I apologize to the jury. We are going to stay a little bit later today, but we have one witness that is on a scheduling issue, and so we'd like to get her testimony today, okay? Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon.
If you could come right up here to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, okay?
Okay.
You please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, please have a seat. Okay, I just need you to scoot up please have a seat. Scoot up as close as possible to that microphone, okay? Speak loud and clear into that, all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson. Will you tell us your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Erica Johnson.
Okay, is that Erica with a K?
Yes, this court. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
and spell the name Erika, and the last name is Johnson, Johnson.
Thank you. All right, so were you employed at the Adelson Institute for a number of years?
Yes.
Okay, how many years?
11.
11, okay. And do you work now at the dental practice that the Adelson Institute was sold to?
Yes.
Okay, and that was about a year ago, I guess, thereabouts?
6 months.
6 months ago. Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, what do you do there?
Front desk.
Did you also work as an assistant to like a dental assistant to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
All right. What were your tasks at the front desk?
Answering the phone, making appointments, processing insurance.
Were you the primary person who did that for Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay. Did any other employees do those things?
No.
Did you also handle patient payments and quote prices for payments?
Yes.
Did Adelson Institute, did they often deal in cash?
Yes.
Would would discounts be given for services if they were paid in cash versus a credit card?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to ask you specifically about 2014 to 2016. Can you tell me the names of the folks who were employed at Adelson Institute during that time?
Myself, Clarissa Labredo, Amy DeStefano. That's it.
Okay. And Amy was a hygienist?
Correct.
And Clarissa Labredo just came out of here when you were coming in?
Correct.
Okay. And then Harvey, Donna, and Charlie Adelson were also there, right?
Yes.
All right. Donna Adelson, what did she do at Adelson Institute?
She was the office manager.
Okay. Was she responsible for payroll, for cutting the checks?
Yes.
And did you report to her?
Yes.
All right. The Adelson Institute hours back then, what were they?
I think Monday through Thursday, 8 to 5. I think.
Okay. And was Wednesday your late day, 11 to 7?
Yes.
All right. If somebody called the office and the office was closed, would that call go to voicemail?
Yes.
And whose responsibility would it be to check that voicemail once the office opened again?
Mine.
Okay. I want to talk to you about a couple of law enforcement officers coming to the Adelson Institute on June 1st of 2016. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And did they ask you about Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Did they ask you whether or not she worked at Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And did they ask you for like employee records of her?
Yes.
Were you able to provide them with any records?
No.
Okay. Do you have access to those records?
No.
Who has access to those records?
Dr. Adelson.
Meaning Harvey or Charlie or both?
Probably both. I don't know. It's probably going to be Donna. It's probably going to be Donna that has the records.
Okay. Well, were any of them there when the FBI agents came by?
No.
Okay. When police asked you for the employee records, did you call Donna?
No.
Did you call Harvey?
No.
Who did you call?
Charlie.
Okay. When you were asking him questions about, or I guess letting him know what was going on, did you kind of go back in the office to make that phone call?
Yes.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to hear that phone call before court today?
Yes.
You didn't know at the time that phone call was being recorded, right?
No.
Okay. When you listened to the call, was that your voice and Charlie Adelson's voice conversing?
Yes.
Okay. And that was an accurate, from your memory, an accurate recording of that conversation?
Yes, from my memory.
And for the record, the recording that I showed her was pre-marked as State's Exhibit 100. All right, after you advised Mr. Adelson of what was going on, did he give you some instructions as to what you could do?
Judge, objection, hearsay, we just discussed this at sidebar.
What, say the question again?
Did he give you some instruction as to what to do?
That's sustained.
Okay. After you hung up with him, did you receive a cell phone call from a landline from him?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. After that phone call with Charlie Adelson, let me ask you this. Do you know the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
From being Charlie's girlfriend and a patient in the office.
Have you ever seen her work at Adelson Institute?
No.
Does the Adelson Institute have a cleaning service that comes?
Yes.
Okay. And are they like a husband and wife team?
Yes.
Okay. Is the wife part of that husband and wife team, is that Katherine Magbanua?
No.
Do you get paid yearly or by the hour?
Yearly? No, by the hour.
By the hour? Okay. And how often do you get paid, or did you get paid back in 2014 to 2016?
I think bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly?
I think, yeah.
Would you ever get paid for weeks of work in advance?
Yes.
Okay, when would that occur?
If they would go on vacation.
Okay. And would you ever get, I guess it would 2 paychecks at a time when that happened?
Sometimes.
Would you ever get 3 at a time?
I don't think it would be 3.
Would you ever get 4, 5, 6 at a time?
No.
Are you aware of any Charlie Adelson's girlfriends being on the payroll at Adelson Institute?
No.
In the time that you have been at Adelson Institute, obviously before the pandemic, have you ever been aware of any employee that worked exclusively by phone or remotely?
No.
And would you get paid, I think, were your checks around that time, were they about $589 biweekly? Okay. And that was at about 28 hours a week at $11.50 an hour?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Hi, Ms. Johnson. Hi. How are you doing today? I'm good. Okay. So this is not the first time you've given information about this case, right?
Correct.
All right. In fact, you actually testified before that you were not sure whether or not Katie was an employee.
That is correct.
You actually gave that sworn statement back in 2017 when Ms. Kappelman was present, right?
That is correct.
Okay. You actually testified as well that it's possible she only worked on Fridays.
That is correct.
Okay. And you also testified that you only know of the people who work, you are only to testify about people who work there during your work hours, right?
Correct.
All right. And you have no idea how or who or how, what checks Donna Adelson writes.
That is correct.
Okay. She could write checks to whomever she pleases in the business that is owned by her family, right?
Yes.
You don't go and question her about who is getting checks and for what reason.
No.
Okay. You only know about your checks.
Yes.
Okay. And the state asked you about getting checks in advance. Did Donna ever write checks in advance of pay period but not give them until later?
No.
Okay. So she only provided them to you, but at the time that at the time that your services were provided.
Correct.
But you were on a set schedule, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been on that schedule for the whole time that you were there?
Yes.
Now, when these FBI agents came into the Adelson Institute and they asked for these records, did they provide you with a subpoena?
I can't remember.
Do you remember them handing you documents?
Yes.
Okay, so you
Yes.
remember documents?
Yes.
But you don't know what the documents were?
Correct.
Is the reason why you called Charlie was because they specifically asked you about Katie?
Yes.
And as far as you knew, Katie was his girlfriend.
Correct.
Not Harvey's girlfriend, right?
Right.
Not Donna's girlfriend.
Correct.
And that's why you called Charlie first.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you, Ms.
Redirect.
Johnson.
Thank you.
You said that you never saw Katherine Magbanua working there?
No.
Okay. You said, you don't know what's going on when you're not working there, though, when you said it was possible.
Correct.
All right. But possible she worked on a Friday. Is Adelson Institute open on Fridays?
Not. We're
Okay.
open Monday through Thursday.
Okay. Monday through Thursday. And you would you schedule patients on a Friday?
No.
Okay. So Adelson Institute is closed on Fridays. No one's working there at that time.
Not when I'm there. I'm there Monday through Thursday. I don't know what happens on Fridays.
Right. But Adelson Institute is not open on Friday, right? Y'all don't schedule patients on Friday.
Right.
Okay. That's all.
All right, we can excuse the witness. Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. All right, that concludes the testimony for today. So before you go, just my daily reminders to you not to have any conversations. Don't look at the internet, any local news reports, no conversations with friends or family or with each other. And we'll see everybody back tomorrow at 8:30. We'll start promptly after that, okay? All right, thank you all very much. Okay, yeah, go ahead. I'll wait for you. All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Madam Court Reporter is going to use the restroom, and then when she gets back, we're going to just continue for a short time just to get everything organized for tomorrow, okay? So let's just hold on for a second. Everyone may be seated. Thank you. All right. We are back on the record, and I just want to address a few things. First of all, so that we can have some certainty moving forward in regards to the jail calls, I'm going to rule on that motion at this time. The court's going to rule that any calls between Ms. Kuwas and Garcia are not going to be admissible. You come and find that they are work product and they won't be admissible at trial. The remainder of the calls I'm separating into two types of calls. There's the ones that are in English and there's the ones that are in Spanish. And therefore, the remainder of these calls are what I'm going to have a Richardson hearing on. The ones that involve Ms. Kuwas, I don't need to because they're not admissible. They're not coming in. So the remainder of the calls, I'm going to find that the failure to turn those calls over to you, particularly before trial, is not willful. It was inadvertent because these are just recent calls. And I'm going to find that the state turned them over to you when it came to their attention or when they had them in their hands in order to turn them over to you. I'm also going to find that according to the state's representations that they're only going to be used for impeachment purposes, and so they're not substantial given the fact that they're not coming in the case in chief. As far as being prejudicial, this is where I'm going to make the distinction between the English calls and the Spanish calls. The Spanish calls now, we're having to go through this whole process at the 11th hour in regards to having an interpreter and transcribing the phone calls and whether that's an accurate transcription. And we are in the middle of trial and getting close to the end of the state's case, I would assume. So any of the Spanish calls, I'm going to find that the process that we are going through now and the transcription and having to provide that to the defense is more prejudicial, and I'm not going to permit those to be admitted. We don't even know what they say. None of us know what they say, and they haven't been transcribed yet because I haven't signed the order. And it's just, it's too late in the game for them to be admitted, and because it's too prejudicial to the defense. So any of those Spanish calls, I'm not even going to sign the order because I'm not going to take up the court's resources to have those transcribed. If you choose to do that on your own, then that's up to you all. In regards to the ones that were in English, they were clear. There wasn't any issue with any translation or any difficulty in hearing what they say. And so those conversations are not prejudicial. They've been in the defense's possession since last Friday. They had all weekend to go over them. They know for what purposes they are going to be used, and therefore I'm going to allow those to be admissible. The state's represented that they're clearly for impeachment purposes, And so I'll accept their representation on that. So the English ones will be admissible because I find that they are not prejudicial under the Richardson hearing test under that is applicable under the Richardson hearing test. Going forward, my understanding is that there may be some other jail calls, and I don't know from when they are from or if they're recent or from this weekend or whatever. Moving forward, there's nothing that's going to be admissible in regards to jail recordings. The court's not even going to review those. We can't have this going on where we don't know what to expect in regards to evidence and what's going to be admissible, and it's would be overly prejudicial to the defense to have any of those admitted at this point in the presentation of the state's case. And so if there are any further ones, I'm putting you on notice right now that they won't be admitted. Okay, so that clears that up in regards to the phone calls as to what's admissible and what is not. Now, Ms. Dugan, we had 2 witnesses that were remaining on this witness list, so I take it that you'll be calling Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Hall as the first 2 witnesses tomorrow? Okay, and then do you know what other witnesses you anticipate?
I think that Ms. Kappelman then, after Ms. Hull testifies, is going to try to get into the bump and some of the wire calls.
All right, so it would be the audio evidence then. And so before the audio evidence, we will have the hearing so that you can make your motion on the record in regards to any Crawford argument that you want to make in regards to playing of those 3 calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And I'll allow you to get that on the record and I'll make my ruling on that. So if those are going to be played, then maybe we can have that. If they're going to be played in the afternoon, we can have it right before the testimony in the afternoon. Okay, so given that, I guess it depends on the video, Ms. Dugan, as to whether or not that would be played tomorrow, as to whether or not the state would be resting tomorrow or on Wednesday.
Our plan was to rest tomorrow. We are 2 witnesses behind right now, Mary Hull and Jessica Rodriguez. I think that they are both maybe about an hour and a half witnesses. So I think we're about total maybe a half day behind expected. So I don't know if we'll be able to rest tomorrow.
All right, so your goal is tomorrow, unlikely, and so you're looking at resting on Wednesday, probably by lunchtime on Wednesday. Is that what you're anticipated? Okay, Mr. DeCoste.
If and when Agent Sanford testifies, I imagine his cross is going to be rather lengthy.
All right, I would anticipate that it's going to be a Wednesday resting that we would take up. When is Sanford testifying? Is that tomorrow?
We have him on the schedule originally for tomorrow. If it could possibly be Wednesday, though, he was, maybe our last witness. Or
Is he the one where the video's coming in with?
I think the video would be Keith McElveen, the expert, but the video and Pat Sanford are last and next to last. All
right, okay. So in all likelihood, resting will be sometime on Wednesday, it appears, okay? With that, then also we need to start looking at jury instructions, so I would expect a draft of those to the court by Wednesday. And that would be not Wednesday at the end of the day, but by Wednesday morning. And as usual, provide a copy to the defense. All right, so I think that takes care of things moving forward, who will be called and when, and any rulings on any outstanding motions other than the hearing that we need to have on the Crawford issue prior to the playing of those recorded calls. Okay, Ms. Dugan, is there anything else on behalf of the state? Anything from the defense?
Not at this time, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll be in recess then till tomorrow, 8:45. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
You too, Judge. Thank you.
Yeah. Right.
So what legal issue we are in right now? You had.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right.